Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, the Nika Fanfics. Back with amazing fanfiction. This is the series of What if Deku had fear mutation quirk. Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. If he stared hard enough, Izuku found that he could see all of the pencil marks from bored middle school students launching their pencils into the ceiling. He had never done it, but clearly it was a popular pastime if the near constellation of them up there was to go by. Izuku often found himself looking up to try and count them all, systematically going from ceiling tile to ceiling tile. He was currently laying on his back, counting to break his amount counted in one day record, but the waves of pain emanating from his leg were really distracting. Izuku had made the mistake of putting his things away too early, causing the teacher to yell the classic, "The bell doesn't dismiss you, I do," which ruined his plans of escaping class unscathed. Kaken thought it would be funny to place his hand on Izuku's thigh before letting off an explosion as everyone was filing out. He's never used one that powerful before. Did his quirk get stronger, or was it because the blast was concentrated on a small area? Izuku couldn't even mope without thinking too hard about stupid stuff. Using his remaining energy, he stretched an arm out to get his first aid kit out of his bag next to him. It's been 8 years since his diagnosis and his first aid kit has grown exponentially. He propped himself up on the classroom wall and peeled back his torn pants to get a better look. Yeah, that's at least second degree. Stupid Kaken, he's never getting to UA with an assault on his record. Not like anyone would believe my report anyways. With a sigh, Izuku got to work cleaning the wound and bandaging it as best he could. He could barely hold back tears as the disinfectant-smeared bandage made contact with the burn. His supplies were meant for smaller injuries, but he could rebandage the wound when he got home. Oh crap, home. Izuku frantically checked his phone. He had just enough time to get back before his mom did if he left right now. His deadbeat stopped sending money years ago, so his mom had to take extra long shifts to keep up with the bills. She was worried enough about him, she'd only freak out if she saw his wounds, so he always fixed himself up first. Izuku always tried his best to ease the burden on his mom, cooking, cleaning, picking up groceries the odd time she left money on the table. Almost halfway home is when Izuku started to lag. Every time he stepped with his right leg, pain would shoot all the way up his body. He was usually very cautious walking home, but all he could do was squint at the sidewalk ahead of him and try to keep his breathing steady. That's probably why he didn't notice when, instead of stepping onto concrete, he was stepping through the ground into a free fall. Izuku was met with a shock of blinding pain blossoming on his side as he hit the ground, crumpling into a heap. He blinked rapidly to hold back tears as he pushed himself halfway on his arms and looked around in a panic. White concrete floor, white walls, white ceiling, and a portal to the sky above him. Adrenaline filled his body as he stood on shaking legs. Just as he cupped his hands to his mouth to yell, the portal closed in a disappointing poof. He collapsed back to the ground, the sudden loss of hope sapping his energy. After a while of staring blankly, the throbbing pain in his leg snaps him out of his daze. Izuku takes in his surroundings in more detail. He's in a small, distinctly medical, white room with a metal bed and toilet on the wall. There was only one metal door leading out. This is bad, really bad. It's definitely a cell of some sorts. There's even a meal hatch on the door and its little window has bars on it. But why kidnap a quirkless kid? Was it random and they don't know? Mom had warned me about villains who take quirkless kids off the street before. Tears welled up in his eyes. There was a small gap under the bed and he curled up under it. He failed to breathe through gasps and sobs. His mind clouded as he struggled to get enough air into his lungs. It felt like he was drowning. Then everything went dark. Izuku awoke but struggled to open his eyes, his head lolled to the side. He tried to rub his face but immediately met resistance. Eyes now snapping open, he tried to look down at his bound wrists and ankles, but his neck had a strap holding him upright as well. Ah, finally awake. I hope you feel rested. We have quite a few tests we must run through. The man, seemingly a doctor, said while hovering over the boy. Izuku ignored the man and looked around as much as he could. He's surrounded by curtains and medical machinery. It looks just like an ER, except ER patients aren't bound on what looks to be a repurposed dentist's chair. A pained whimper from the other side of the curtain prompts Izuku to inspect the restraints for a way out. I need to follow up on your medical history. It's quite sparse. I also want to assure you that complying with these procedures would be in your best interest. At those totally not threatening words, Izuku looks up to meet the man's eyes. He learned long ago how to read a face and how to respond in order to appease another person. The man appears at first to be calm, collected, but his expression is slightly off. His smile is a bit too wide and his eyes look like he's found a particularly interesting toy. That, and Izuku can see blood splattered on his doctor's coat. Izuku looks down and nods meekly. For someone enthusiastic, it's best to comply willingly until an opening appears. Wonderful. You can call me Dr. Garaki. Let's see. It says that you are 12 years old, biologically male, and quirkless. Is that all correct? Izuku flinches at the mention of his quirk status, and nods. It seems that you haven't been to a doctor since your quirk diagnosis. Have you had any major injuries or illnesses between then and now? Izuku shook his head before stilling. No, just the burn on my LL leg I got today. His voice comes out in a murmur, but Dr. Garaki seems to hear him and nods as he writes on his noteboard. A minute passes before the doctor hums to himself and calls a nurse over. Izuku tries to stay as still as possible as the doctor places a hand over his forehead, like he was checking his temperature. The doctor speaks. He's relatively healthy but definitely not hardy enough to be a subject right away. We'll certainly need to raise his weight. He gestures at the nurse. Write up a plan for his meals and vitamins when we get his labs back. The nurse took the chart and gave a small bow before walking away in a hurry. Dr. Garaki turns his attention back on Izuku. Right, now that that's done. I'll need to take a few samples for testing, nothing too bad. He offers a comforting smile, but the manic glint in his eyes does nothing to assuage Izuku's panic. The doctor calls yet another nurse over. Now, we unfortunately can't administer anesthesia, as that would influence your labs. Nurse Aoto here will use his quirk to essentially freeze your system. You will experience some numbing as well as full-body paralysis, all temporary of course. And the most important part, according to my tests, it has no noticeable effect on any samples. Izuku tried to pay attention, but his mind started to go fuzzy halfway through the doctor's excited speech. Right, no anesthesia, just numbing and paralysis. Great, yeah, and nondescript testing that definitely won't hurt. Got it. Izuku found out slowly that Nurse Aoto exaggerated the numbing aspect of his quirk. The first couple tests were fine, it felt like he was getting a checkup at the world's worst clinic. His humorous internal monologue was starting to fail once they got to the more invasive procedures. He could feel the piercing pain of the needle sliding into his arm as the doctor attempted to get a blood sample. Tears pricked at his eyes and his blood ran cold when he realized, I can feel the needle, it's not numbed, I can feel it. The full-body paralysis was accurate as he could only blink, swallow, and breathe. But there was only a vague tingling numbness in his fingers and toes. Izuku could only break out into a cold sweat as the nurse handed the doctor a much larger needle after he was moved out of his restraints and onto his side. Practiced hands kept his body steady as the doctor smeared something cold onto his back. Every moment felt like an eternity as the needle was slowly pushed between his vertebrae. His mind desperately wanted to scream or cry, any kind of distraction from the pain. He squeezed his eyes shut as tight as possible, but they were blown wide from the new sensation of the foreign object leaving his body. After they finished, Izuku could barely register the feeling of the doctor bandaging him up or his surroundings as he was placed onto a wheelchair, then back into his cell. Izuku was already awake when his 13th meal was pushed through the slot in the door. He had started counting the meals as a way to tell time. They only gave him 2 types of meals, a lighter meal and a heavier meal. Assuming 2 meals per day, this would be the start of his 7th day. Initially, he went by how many times he was taken to the doctor, but that had proven to be inconsistent. His time spent in the clinic wasn't as bad as the first, pain-wise. Dr. Garaki wasn't around and one of the nurses just took blood and hair samples. The sounds were beginning to become unbearable. Izuku could hear what was being done to the subjects on the other side of the curtain. Crunching, cracking, the beeping and whirring of machines. Nurse Aoto's quirk made it so there were no screams, but that was almost worse. He could hear the tests clearly and his imagination ran wild thinking of what they could be. It was back in his cell where he heard the sounds of the other subjects. The delayed anguish coming out after the paralysis wore off. The first night, Izuku tried to stuff his ears with the ratty blanket on his bed, but soon he didn't need to. When someone got too loud, a guard would go and make sure they'd stop. Izuku had taken to mental math in order to retain his sanity and drown out the fact that he was hearing less and less from the cells around him. At some point he began to find the noise comforting, a chorus of noise that said he wasn't alone. That's why he knew today's morning meal was number 182. That means 91 days or approximately 3 months, give or take a few days. 91 days of sitting in an approximately 4.4 meters squared cell. He knew the approximate length of his hand and used that to measure things. Currently, he was trying to remember the formula of a circle so he could find the circumference of his toilet. Izuku gave up his calculations to eat the meal. He knew from the initial conversation with the doctor that the only reason he wasn't a subject was because of his weight, and that by eating he was helping them. During the first week he tried to stop eating, they sent a guard to go and force him, which didn't work. Izuku was used to getting hit. Then Nurse Aoto was sent. He'd simply paralyze Izuku, force-feed him, and then leave him paralyzed for hours. He started eating again after that. The guard would always return approximately 20 minutes after the food was given to get the trays back. Then, if it was a clinic day, a guard would return again to lead Izuku there. The beep of the lock on the door told Izuku what kind of day it was going to be. Izuku kept his eyes fixed downwards as he walked just in front of the man. 120 steps and they'd reach the clinic door. It was really hard to estimate the length of his gait, but he guessed the walk was about 32 meters. Today was a bad day. His eyes blinked off the floor to stare up at the man he hadn't seen in months. Dr. Garaki stood next to the chair, smiling wide. That immediately sent shivers down his spine, his heart beat so loud he could hear it in his ears. Ah. How are you feeling? You certainly look much better. Dr. Garaki doesn't wait for a response as he flips through Izuku's chart. Perfect, a healthy weight, vitals looking much better as well. The doctor handed the chart to Nurse Aoto. Remember to double-check our dosages today, little Midoriyukuin is our youngest patient. We wouldn't want any overdoses. Like a man at the gallows, Izuku let himself be guided up and into the chair. He glanced around as the nurse and doctor set things up around him. He recognized the usual medical equipment, but there were also other strange things, like a small pot of tea and a paintbrush in a small jar. A little bewildered, he watched the doctor closely, trying to understand what they were about to do to him. The nurse poured some tea into a tiny cup and brought it to Izuku's lips. Be good and drink this. We wouldn't want to choke you if we had to force it down. The tea was awful, it tasted bitter, like some kind of herbal medicine mixed with something metallic. After the tea, Dr. Garaki came over with the paintbrush in one hand and what looked like an ancient leather-bound book in the other. Nurse Aoto paralyzed him and then the doctor started drawing symbols from the book. First a symbol on his forehead, down each arm and each leg, then finally on the palms of his hands and soles of his feet. Everything started to go tingly as the doctor drew. His vision shifted around and the edges of shapes started to bleed colors. Alright, he's prepped, start with, and then, remember to. Izuku tried to look at the painted symbols on his limbs, but they hurt to look at. Every time he'd focus on one his eyes would hurt and feel fuzzy, like his body was reprimanding him. He couldn't focus on Nurse Aoto either. He was moving, shifting too much, it looked like a video rewinding then fast-forwarding over and over and over and over again. The next sensation he felt was an uncomfortable pressure, like someone was pressing down on his forehead. Then his arms and legs, wherever the symbols were painted he felt like he was being crushed. His left arm caved first, an audible crunch filled the air. Oh dear, or maybe. The pressure faded slightly and Izuku could finally see a little clearer. So that's what those sounds were. Izuku mused. It seemed that they had put IVs in his arms and legs when everything was shifty. Long agonizing hours passed, or maybe it was minutes. Counting had gotten too hard. Dr. Garaki and the nurse fussed around him but all he could feel was when the pressure and colors would return and another limb would crack. Then they would fuss some more and it would go away again. Izuku was sure after the second crack that he should have lost consciousness, but whatever they gave him was keeping him painfully awake. He almost cried tears of joy when he could feel that effect waning, slipping into unconsciousness as the nurses cleaned up after the experiment. Izuku was shocked to find that when he woke up in the morning, all of his limbs were unbroken. He slowly brought his arm up to his face and inspected it. It was uncrushed and free of the weird symbols. Did that drag make me hallucinate? It sure felt real. Or maybe they have someone with a powerful healing quirk. The symbols felt important too, maybe the experiment was testing if they could heal? That's more like magic than science, though. Or maybe it was some kind of remote quirk activation. I think I've heard of something like that before. He let himself spiral into his thoughts, thinking through every possible explanation for what had happened. Izuku had decided that Dr. Garaki and this whole place was just insane. No matter how much information he gathered or how many tests he had gone through, he couldn't figure out the why of anything. He thought that maybe when the tests started he'd find out what they were doing. What all these people were here for. Why they all had to be tortured. He thought that if there were a reason for this, then it would mean something. But there was nothing. Just a mad doctor and his book older than quirks. That night found Izuku curled under his bed again, laughing at absolutely nothing at all. The circumference of the toilet bowl was approximately 129 centimeters, rounding for pi. The walls were approximately 2 meters high. He knew most walls were that high but he checked anyways. His bed was approximately 1/3 of a meter off the ground. There were approximately 10,506 black dots on the ceiling tiles. It reminded him of the ones at school. The sink was approximately synovial tissues lining joints. Interwoven fibers. Pathways entrenched under skin. One can travel them, if only they ask. One simply has to give in. To acknowledge their flesh. To acknowledge that they are flesh. Meat and flesh and bone and pathways and tissues and… Izuku woke up violently, limbs spasming as he crashed to the ground. He tried to get his bearings, to sit up or maybe cradle his head until the shaking stopped. I can't control my limbs, they won't listen to me. I don't understand. I've been good, why would they paralyze me again? Nurse Aoto knows. He knows. I can't handle this. He knows I've been good, so why? Izuku is jolted out of his panic when Dr. Garaki slams the door open and walks inside. With swift steps, he crouches down and looks Izuku over before excitedly yelling. Inform the boss. We finally have something to show him. The next time Izuku is aware of his surroundings is when he's strapped to a familiar chair. The room around him, however, is very different from the clinic. He has a moment to look around and he fights to sluggishly roll his head. The room looks like a doctor's office mixed with some sort of occult laboratory. Wooden and metal shelving line the walls, filled with medical supplies, books, and jars filled with odd liquids and dead creatures. On the floor are symbols painted in a circle around the chair. They are all connected with channels leading off somewhere he can't see. A bright light beams him directly overhead, making the room around him feel darker. The doors swing open and a new man walks into the room alongside the doctor. Dr. Garaki nervously, or maybe excitedly, fidgets as the man walks up to Izuku. He's tall, with silver hair and golden eyes, he is dressed in an old-fashioned suit. The weirdest thing about him is the machinery wrapped around his upper chest, some kind of life support device? A correct guess. Although it's a little rude to mention aloud. Izuku blanches as he stares wide-eyed at the man. He didn't know he even could say anything out loud right now. The man reached out his hand, pressing his fingertips along Izuku's forehead. He lets out a pleased hum. He has indeed awakened as a conduit, with a rather interesting tether as well. A blade forms out of the tip of one finger and the man slices a small cut on Izuku's arm. Focus on the cut, on the blood leaking from the wound. Izuku warily shifts his vision from the man to the cut, fear spiking through his body. It's not that bad, but his body is reacting like his arm just got cut off, heart banging in his ears. Blood forms small bubbles along the cut before spilling down in a streak. He stares at the wound, his head feels like it's falling forwards while staying still. A wide smile forms along Izuku's lips. A thought crosses his mind. It's just meat. Suddenly the sluggishly bleeding cut clots entirely. His head whips up to look at the man then back down at the cut. He did that. He just focused on the pathways and pushed fibrin to clot the blood. The man lets out a low whistle. Smart child, I was expecting you to attempt to stop the blood from flowing out manually. It'll make things easier if you know some biology. He turns to address the doctor. He's tethered to one of the primal fears, the flesh. The connection is too weak for me to attempt anything yet, but that tether will be simple to strengthen. I'll lend you the texts I've gathered about the fears. With that, the man was gone and Izuku felt something shift slightly, like a picture nudged off center. The next day as he was guided to the lab, as he decided to name it, Izuku was overcome with a feeling he was never allowed before. He was angry. He was frustrated, he had a quirk now, he wasn't useless anymore, but he still couldn't think of a way out. Izuku often dreamed, in the quiet part of the night, about what his life would be if he had a quirk. If he magically manifested one, a late bloomer the doctors would say. He imagined feeling powerful, like he could finally be something, a hero. Now, his dreams had come true, and he was just as powerless as he ever was. Izuku's eyes lifted as they walked into the lab, he wanted a better look now that he wasn't convulsing. Despite the overwhelming feeling of hopelessness, he still had to try something. He had a quirk now, and a hero goes down fighting. Towering shelving and medical machinery made the space feel claustrophobic despite its size. A closer look at the books revealed that they were all leather-bound or just old, pre-quirk old. He had seen what they looked like in pre-quirk movies, but never so many before and in person. His eyes followed the channels that connected the circle of symbols back to their source. Tubes sprouted out of the channels and led up to what looked like mortuary tables. The whole space just felt wrong. His brain screamed at him that he shouldn't be here. As he stared into the dark he could swear he saw that something's watching me. Izuku stumbled as he ran into the chair. A little clumsy today, are we? Izuku ignored the doctor, he hated it when that man talked to him like they were doctor and patient. He idly fantasized that he could pump adrenaline through his body, grab a scalpel, and stab Nurse Aoto and then the doctor. But that was stupid, there was no way he'd pull that off without the nurse paralyzing him, and the guard would just come in once he heard the noise anyway. So instead of that, he simply sat and let himself be strapped in and hooked up to the machines. A scarily manic glint was in the doctor's eyes. Once he was finished setting up, he wheeled a cart over and clicked on a recording device. Subject 41, age 12 years 8 months, gender male, quirkless, awakened after 5 months. We'll begin with testing the limits of his current connection to the flesh, as well as its stability. Dr. Garaki brought a scalpel to Izuku's right forearm, just above the previous cut. Subject 41 previously clotted a small incision of roughly 4 cm in the upper epidermis. I'll use a binary search approach, starting with a 10 cm incision. Nurse Aoto didn't paralyze him, so Izuku strained against the restraints as the cut was made. He watched as the blade dipped into his skin before sliding upwards. His eyes were glued to the crimson spilling over and painting his arm red. That's all I am. I'm JJ, just blood and skin and flesh. Izuku ripped himself out of his head to glare at the doctor. He was tired of playing their games. He didn't want to stop the bleeding, he absently hoped it would keep going until there was nothing left. Subject 41 is showing some resistance to testing, as was anticipated. This may affect the results due to the emotional strain, but in this case a willing subject is necessary. The doctor let out a hefty sigh and picked up his tablet, swiping through it before turning it around to face Izuku. I'm sure you recognize the person in this picture, yes? It has been a while since you've seen her. Izuku stared at a photo shot through his living room window. His mother was sitting on the couch, staring blankly at the TV. Suddenly he couldn't breathe, a weight on his chest keeping all breath from entering. You're a smart boy, I'm sure you can figure out what kind of things our organization is capable of. Izuku looked away and nodded. He couldn't bear looking at his mom knowing that he was putting her in danger. Wonderful. The recording device clicks. Subject 41 is now cooperative, however it is important to note how emotional stress may have influenced the results. A new incision will be made of the same size. A second incision was made next to the last. Izuku focused, he remembered what it felt like to use the quirk, what it felt like to spiral inwards. He often felt like he was just a body, a transient host inside a bag of blood and organs. He wasn't a person, he just was. He was something for other people to take actions against. Just like before, the blood drained from his arm, a little more than earlier. He felt that familiar feeling of falling forwards while staying still. Of the blood pumping, the beating of his heart, the tissues, punctured and separated. He spiraled further. This is all I am, this is all I am, this is all I am. I am a system. A system of pathways. Of tissues. Satisfaction washed over him, but it didn't feel like his own. It felt like someone else's. Someone else's smile was splitting across his face. The subject succeeded in clotting the 10 cm incision. Another cut was made. The subject failed in clotting the 20 cm incision, moving down. Another cut. The subject succeeded in clotting the 15 cm incision. And another. The subject, moving. Something beside him whined when the blood was wiped away between incisions. Was that also whose smile he was wearing? He wants to ask the doctor. Is he what's sitting beside him, inside him, or is he just meat? Not. Izuku's mouth broke out into a fit of giggles. Meat, blood, tissue, organ, bone, and flesh. That's all anybody is, anyways. Another cut. The sub-subject SS succeeded. Another cut. Another. Ano. The subject succeeded in clotting the 17.5 cm incision. This appears to be his upper limit. The doctor placed a hand on Izuku's forehead. According to my quirk, he is experiencing a considerable level of quirk exhaustion and his cortisol levels are high. The strength of the tether appears to be good, unlike previous subjects, there are no signs of it breaking off. The doctor put down his hand. Nurse Aoto, prepare a dermatome, forceps, and scalpel. While the nurse prepared, the doctor continued. I will now test the stability of the tether. What I am is a boring question. How about we ask how much you can take? The next day Izuku woke up to the beep of his cell door. He tried to sit up, panicking that he accidentally skipped a meal, but his body was exhausted. Sorry to scare you. There is no need for you to sit up, your body needs the rest. Izuku watched in confusion as the doctor set some books down next to his bed. I am here to give you these textbooks, they cover the basics of human anatomy and biology. You are to use the next week to read through the first book. You'll be required to understand that material for the next round of testing. Just as quickly as he arrived, the doctor was gone, leaving Izuku to the unrelenting dread at the thought of new testing. Izuku came to the uncomfortable conclusion that this is the best time he's had in his life in a while. He's still lonely and so tightly wound that his mind might explode from the stress. But, for the last 5 days he's been eating, reading, and sleeping. All without any kind of physical pain. The small respite in this prison cell feels better than the last few years of his life. He almost laughed at the thought. Anyways, at first he was worried that he wouldn't be able to understand the text at all, but he had always been interested in quirk science, so that previous research was helping. Izuku sped through the first book in 3 days and was now rereading sections until he understood everything at a good enough level that he could use it for the quirk. His earlier thought about pumping adrenaline could definitely work, almost like he had the ability to drag himself. Lessening the production of lactic acid would be a way to combat fatigue without just hyping himself up. Izuku figured he might even be able to temporarily push his muscles past their limit, but he wasn't sure how that worked well enough yet. In these quiet hours, Izuku began to think. I can become stronger. Dr. Garaki slams his fist against the cart next to him, causing a few implements to scatter onto the floor. He takes a deep breath. I just need you to concentrate a little harder, Midoriya-kun. Remember the steps: hemostasis, inflammation, proliferation. I know you remember how they work, you just need to tell your body to do it. Izuku was trying to concentrate. These latest tests have been pushing the quirk beyond its limits. He stared at the flap of skin that had been separated from his thigh, on all sides but one. The doctor wanted him to reattach it, but whenever his injury was too serious, he lost control completely. Izuku closed his eyes. He took slow breaths, calming his mind from the thoughts of flesh and blood, before slowly opening them again. His leg wasn't bleeding terribly, he had managed to begin hemostasis to clot the blood. But every time he delved further it felt like he was losing the battle to the thing in his head. Hemostasis, inflammation, proliferation. Clotting, cleaning, healing. Blood, cells, tissue. Skin, muscle, flesh. A sudden shiver ran through him and a familiar mischievous smile appeared on his lips. You never answered my question, doctor. Ever think about it? What am I? HM? Just meat? The unnatural voice grated on the doctor's ears as he watched Izuku devolved into yet another fit of giggles. Izuku played with the wound, causing blood to begin to pour out of it once again. It was when he started removing his own nails that the doctor stepped in. Nurse Kaima, cover his eyes and then dress his wounds, that should calm him down. Send him back when you're done. Dr. Garaki walked over and picked up his tablet and clicked on his recording device. End of test 37, 2.5 months after the initial tethering. Subject 41 has shown significant improvement in the strength of his connection, allowing him to exhibit great control over simple bodily functions. However, his stability remains dismal. Any complex or prolonged use results in the subject's complete loss of self. He looks over at the now bandaged and blindfolded child, and sighs. The doctor collects his items as he leaves the lab. The data has shown that further increases in stability are impossible with this subject for this tether. I have one last idea. In one of the texts Zen gave to me, it stated that those who have tethered to one primal fear have the possibility to tether to the others. His voice picks up from frustrated to almost manic as he walks down the hall. The eye is the fear of not knowing and of being watched, among other similar things. Where the flesh is frenzy, the eye is paranoia. The subject shows a remarkable intellect for his age. I believe this would make a far more stable connection. Izuku could feel the flesh recede back to the corners of his mind, bored now that the wound was being put back together. Now that the test was over, he tried not to cry. Of course he was too weak, too useless, to stabilize the connection. He's not dumb, despite what his classmates used to say. Izuku knows that he'll only be kept around as long as he's useful, and he just needs a little more time. He knows that they aren't really doing quirk experiments and his new quirk isn't the control of his body. The doctor opened up his mind and placed something there. The initial testing was an invitation to whatever horrible beings that are out there to reside in his body. The flesh was sentient but only seemed to exist in urges. When he was injured it wanted to be let out to play, and when he used the powers to control his body without injury, it urged for him to bleed. By the time his heart slowed to a normal pace and he could register his surroundings, the doctor was already gone. Izuku tried not to squirm as he panicked, mindful of the nurse still patching him up. The weight of his hopes came to push down on his shoulders. He didn't even know why they were bothering to dress his wounds. He was a failed experiment. The doctor had given up on him. A while later the nurse was done. She called for the guard. Izuku remained almost perfectly still, a lifeless doll being ferried back to its cell. He let himself be dumped inside. That guard didn't like him very much, but Izuku didn't like himself very much either, so he understood. Carefully, as to not ruin the nurse's work, he climbed up on his bed. For once in his life, Izuku didn't think about anything at all as he drifted to sleep. Izuku woke up slowly. His mind was blissfully empty as the events of yesterday had yet to catch up. He went to pick up volume 3 of the biology textbook only to find it missing from its spot. This wakes him completely. He frantically looks around his cell for the only piece of comfort he had left. Gone. All 3 textbooks had been taken and a new edition had been installed in his room. In the back right corner of the ceiling was a security camera. Baffled, Izuku walked under it to get a better look. It was a normal security camera, positioned so that it could see the entirety of the space. But why? I thought they'd just kill me. The morning meal arrived as Izuku was still deep in thought, his mind running circles. On autopilot he picked up the tray and began eating. Why feed? That thought was cut off by a choke. His food was off, a familiar herby flavor tainting it. Izuku blanched. They're drugging me again? For what? The doctor said I failed, that we're done trying. That he was impossible to fix. He picked at his food while his mind swirled with confusion. The pressure in his head building as the clock ticked down. He had to eat it. He didn't think he'd be able to take being left paralyzed for hours again, his mind might actually break. Maybe that would be better? Izuku barely finished the last shovel of food into his mouth before he had to give the tray back. He fell backwards as relief washed over him. At least I'm not being repeatedly stabbed this time while high. Izuku was having what others might consider a bad trip at the moment, or more like the past couple days. He was pacing back and forth rapidly, skin prickling from the stare of the camera. It has been 4 days. 4 days since he'd been deemed a failure. The only STMLTN he had was the drugged food and the itching from the constant watching camera. It was watching. At first he had tried to go over the knowledge from the textbooks in his head. But that just reminded him of how they were gone. Then he tried to do some of the body weight exercises mentioned in the muscles section. He couldn't help but feel like they were laughing at him behind the camera. Stupid Deku, he thinks he can work out. He's not even doing it right, like could ever do anything right. He could not go back to counting or calculating. It made him feel crazy. He wasn't crazy, it was the drags. They were doing this. Watching him. So instead, he was pacing back and forth, going over every possible purpose behind this test. Combing over every time he had been in the lab and all the information he had gathered. But he didn't have enough, not enough to know why they were watching. The stupid drags making his mind loop in on itself and the stupid camera watching his every movement were not helping. He sat suddenly, knees to his chest, hands grabbed the curls on his head so hard it brought tears to his eyes. I just need to know why. Why? Why are you watching? On day 20, or was it day 24? Counting had gotten difficult to focus on under the camera's watchful gaze. Izuku woke up to the cold concrete of the floor. He had started sleeping under the bed as the only blind spot from the watching. He brought a hand up to rub his eyes. When he opened them, there was another pair of eyes in the dark. Looking back. Why am I watching? Well, I want to know too. Izuku blinked and rolled onto his back to stare at the underside of the bed. He could feel the eyes still watching him. Of course. Since one failed, they decided to just give me another one. A smile cracked his lips and he burst out laughing, delirious from the stress and fear. Of course. There's plenty of room in my head. The doctor should just keep inviting more. Maybe I'll eventually get one useful enough to get me out of here. He turned his head to make eye contact with the eyes in the dark, the smile not quite reaching his own eyes as he spoke. Why don't we find out together? After making the deal, agreement? After whatever he did, a blinding wave of pain hit his head, causing Izuku to curl up into a tight ball. A few moments pass and Izuku is able to see again. His eyes and head still ache slightly, but it was bearable. Instead of seizing, like what happened after the flesh tethered to him, he was overcome with the insatiable urge to know and watch. Who was watching? Why? How do they know how to contact us? What dash? Izuku shook his head to try and clear it from the foreign thoughts flitting through his mind. That's definitely different. The flesh only express things in urges, this one can talk to me? Or more like it uses my own mind to think things for me. It also appears to be passively active, I can feel it poking around in my brain instead of receding back when it's not being used. The sound of the dinner meal being pushed through the door broke him out of his theorizing. Izuku reluctantly crawled from under the bed. Once he was in full view of the camera again he felt even worse, like he was giving a presentation in front of a jeering class. Dozens of eyes pressed their heavy gazes against his skin. A thought crossed his mind. Stop watching us. The urge to stare back at the camera filled his mind. Izuku complied. His vision narrowed as he stared into the glass lens, it felt like he could look right through it. A vision of Dr. Garaki looking back at him on a screen flashed through his mind. He blinked and the camera shut down, powering off with the sound of distressed electronics. That was so cool. Will this one let me affect all technology or only surveillance? I thought I saw something. Will I be able to take over control of cameras? Or just break them? How will being watched by other people affect me now? Will I freak out even more than usual? Or is it just for cameras? The eye preened in satisfaction at Izuku's train of thought, seemingly satisfied that its host was so full of questions. It wanted to know too how their bond would work. Izuku was so lost in his mutterings that he only noticed the cell door had been opened when he heard the doctor speak. "Oh, fantastic. You two are getting along much better than the previous tether." Dr. Garaki walked briskly up to the camera to inspect it. "Tammy-san, bring this camera to my office later, but first, Midoriya-kun and I need to do some testing." Start of test 39, 2 months and 3 weeks after initial tethering. Subject 41 has succeeded in tethering to a second primal fear, the eye. We'll start with strength and stability testing. Dr. Garaki had set up a multitude of cameras in a row, from least to most technologically advanced. The doctor turned on the first camera, and Izuku's heart rate spiked as he felt its gaze. Immediately, he stared into its lens, causing it to shatter. The testing continued methodically. The doctor would turn a camera on, Izuku would break it in some way, and then the doctor would dictate a note before turning on the next one. Subject 41's connection appears quite strong. Despite breaking 10 different cameras, my quirk registers little strain on the subject. We will move on to testing the stability. Izuku watched as the doctor and nurse moved about, gathering and setting the next test up. He would watch them most of the time, when he wasn't losing his mind after a particularly grueling test, in order to gather information. So he could tell that something was off. As he stared, he could feel his vision narrowing, an itch formed under his skin and his fingers twitched for a pencil. He needed to know what was going to happen next and why. He felt like the eye was pressing down on his neck, looking over his shoulder. Its insatiable appetite for knowledge fused with Izuku's own curiosity. "We really are much more compatible," Izuku mused. They had set up an even larger array of cameras circled around him. The anticipation was causing Izuku's heart to go wild before they even turned on. The switch was flipped and all of the cameras turned on simultaneously. The eye pressed achingly forwards into Izuku's mind. He felt like he might snap under the pressure. The cameras felt like 100 eyes piercing through him, 100 eyes watching and dissecting him. Sweat dripped down his neck and his heart was beating thunderously in his ears. Just like earlier in his cell, Izuku allowed himself to give in to the urges pushed into his mind. He felt his eyes glaze over as he looked up to face the cameras. The sound of shattering glass and groaning metal filled the room with a cacophony of noise. Izuku's head dropped once they broke, a massive migraine blossoming in his forehead. The doctor had ducked when the glass shattered, but popped up quickly, making quick strides past the cameras. He put a hand to Izuku's forehead and spoke excitedly. "Absolutely wonderful. The subject managed to succeed at disabling all of the cameras, all without being taken over by the eye. My quirk is registering high quirk strain and exhaustion, but that was expected. My hypothesis is correct, the subject's stability with this tether is impressively high." Dr. Garaki stepped back over the broken glass and past the cameras. "Grab some other people and clean this all up. I must tell the boss about these results. Have it cleaned before I return." The migraine subsided only slightly by the time the other people had arrived and started cleaning. Izuku sat there awkwardly, trying to squirm to find any relief from the pain. The sound of glass scrapping against the floor along with the light beaming overhead made that exceedingly difficult. Izuku decided to distract himself by theorizing. "At least I figured some things out. Like people, I am definitely more uncomfortable around groups of people, somehow more than I was before. It feels like they are all staring at me even though they aren't. I'm also pretty sure now that I can destroy any kind of camera, but not other electronics. I've been trying to break the light, but that doesn't seem to work." He glanced around the space and accidentally made eye contact with one of the guards. Izuku quickly looked away, deciding to close his eyes to get relief from the light. Instead of his vision going black, Izuku found himself staring down at a pair of hands cleaning up glass. His eyes snapped open and he looked over at the guard he made eye contact with just a second ago. Those were definitely his hands. Now thoroughly excited with this new discovery, Izuku closed his eyes again. He was watching through that guy's eyes. This is so freaking cool. He watched a couple seconds longer before the migraine got so bad that his eyelids fluttered open. Izuku tried closing his eyes again, this time not thinking about the guard, and he saw darkness. Izuku didn't feel rested enough by the time Dr. Garaki returned. It felt like this was his last chance to show that he was useful and should be kept around to the mysterious boss. And he really needed as much mental bandwidth as possible for this. He heard them before he saw them. The doctor was rambling to the boss as they walked in through the doors. Izuku looked up and made eye contact with the man. As the boss met his eyes, a smirk appeared on his lips and Izuku felt a sudden spark. It felt like that ability was just rejected by something. Does he meet some kind of restriction that renders it ineffective? The smirk slid off the man's lips as he walked towards Izuku, a familiar sensation of fingertips pressed against his head. You are correct, Garaki, this tether is far more stable than the last one. It appears to be passively resting in his mind, coexisting with its host. The boss used his other hand to grab Izuku's chin and lift it upwards. Look into my eyes, child. Everything in Izuku's body screamed at him to resist, both residents in his head urging him to keep his eyes closed. The grip on his chin tightened and Izuku peeled his eyes open. He wasn't in a position to resist. Immediately, he felt something probing into his mind, pulling and prodding. His vision blurred and warped, but he kept his gaze steady. With an amused huff, the man backed away. Despite the stability, I couldn't touch his tethers. It appears he is an incomplete conduit, the tethers only work one way. He'll be useless for my plans. Useless. Useless, I see can't be useless, I. The boss turned on his heels to address the stunned doctor. You may keep him for your own testing. But I expect results from the other subjects. Izuku felt like he was dying, he could barely hear the man talk through the ringing in his ears. This was his chance, his only shot at freedom, he just had to fight past the fear welding his jaw shut. Izuku had to prove he wasn't useless. He took one shuddering breath before deciding on what to say. He was done being a lab rat. Dr. Garaki. The doctor looked over, clearly confused about being addressed by the boy. Izuku got what he needed as they made eye contact. Look down at your tablet, please. Surprisingly, the doctor complied, either out of shock or curiosity. Izuku closed his eyes and started reading the text on the tablet screen out loud. He opened his eyes to see the boss looking back at him, clearly amused. Let me join your organization. I can tell there's something bigger going on than just experiments on quirkless kids. Why waste all this time and effort just to give me to the doctor, when you could use me? The boss kept a relaxed posture as he listened, his expression told Izuku that he needed to keep going. The boss was hard to read, but Izuku had a lot of practice. He was the kind of person to think he was absolutely superior to everything around them, those kinds were always bored. Izuku just had to make himself interesting enough. As you saw, I can look through other people's eyes, I also have reason to believe I may be able to look through CC cameras as well. With training I could have the strongest surveillance Quirk ever reported. And it's also possible for me to tether to even more fears, making me an even more versatile tool. That seemed to be the right thing to say as the man walked up to Izuku. Considering him with a discerning gaze, he could feel the piercing eyes like needles through his skin. Izuku kept his expression as steady as possible. I suppose you might be useful to my son. He's getting to this age, you see, where it would benefit him to have a friend. Your intelligence and level-headedness would be good for him. Both the doctor and Izuku just stared at the man in stunned silence. Send him back to his cell, I'll send someone down for him later. Izuku watched the man turn around and just before leaving the room, his hand rested on the half-open door as he glanced back. Oh, and welcome to the organization, Midoriya. You'll address me as sensei, from now on. The sound of the door closing reverberated in the eerie silence. It almost sounded like freedom, or maybe it sounded like the door of a different cage closing in around him. Later turned out to be a little under 10 minutes after Izuku was placed back in his cell. Izuku stood awkwardly after he heard the beep of the lock and was now waiting for it to open. Once it opened, he saw a different man in a suit. This one was made entirely out of a deep purple mist. The only distinguishing features was the metal neck armor and his glowing yellow eyes. Hello there, Midoriya-kun. The master asked me to fetch you. You may call me Kurogyri. The man, Kurogyri, gave a small bow during his introduction. He gestured to a very familiar portal behind him, stepping aside to let him through. Izuku didn't dwell on that familiarity, instead he stumbled forwards before he righted himself and walked into the mist. Prepared for the sudden change in scenery, Izuku barely managed to stop himself from gaping in awe. Some people just have the coolest quirks. I can't even begin to imagine the mechanics behind this. Wormholes, maybe? He pulled himself out of his head to take a good look at his new surroundings. His mind was absolutely starved of seeing new things, he took in as many details as possible. At first glance it was a fairly old-school-looking bar. Dark wooden furniture and walls, made with clearly fine craftsmanship. The bar had green-topped stools and a fully stocked collection of alcohol. Everything looked old, but clearly cared for. Everything except for the ratty couch and flat-screen TV that was sat on the far right of the room. Soda cans and bags of chips sat discarded around the area, making a clear demarcation between that space and the bar. Kurogyri let Izuku finish looking around before he spoke. This is the dead-end bar, it is the front for our operations as well as a general meeting area for future members. I work as the bartender when I have no other duties. That area over there is Tomura-san's space. I would not advise going over there unless he asks. He didn't wait for any questions before he began to walk towards a door to the right of the bar counter. Izuku followed closely behind as they walked into a much different-looking hallway. It looked a lot like the labs with white walls and concrete floors. The lighting was dimmer, however, giving the space a much darker feel. That small difference was helping him not freak out as they walked. Eventually, around 40 steps later, but Izuku wasn't counting, they stopped in front of a door. Kurogyari opened the door and stepped aside. This will be your room. There was little time to fix it up, so if you need anything you may come to me. Rest here for now. I will be serving dinner at the bar around 8 o'clock. Izuku slowly walked inside, fighting back the urge to bolt out of his new cell, new room. He turned to face Kurogyari after a few steps inside. Oh, and the master told me to tell you this. Welcome to the league, Phobos. Izuku gave himself a few moments after the door closed before he looked around his new room. It was bigger than his cell but smaller than his room back home. The walls were a grayish beige and the floor was the same concrete as the hall. The space was lightly furnished with a twin bed, desk, chair, bookcase, and a clothes cabinet. Izuku inspected the furniture and found it was all empty except for a single set of clothes neatly folded on the bed. He ignored that and opened the other door that was in the room. It led to a cramped bathroom. As he looked around he found himself staring into the mirror. It was the first time he had seen himself in almost a year. His skin was pale and a little gaunt despite how much he ate. His hair hung long and loose, the curls fell into his eyes. Izuku leaned forwards. He could see dried blood in his hairline from how hard he pulled his hair and the dark eye bags from the lack of sleep. What drew him in most was his eyes. They didn't look any different than he remembered. But the feeling that grew as he gazed into his own eyes made goosebumps crawl up his arms. The longer he stared the more it felt like he wasn't looking at himself, like he was being shown a reflection of something else. Izuku averted his eyes, deciding instead to turn the faucet on to splash his face and maybe rub some of that blood out of his hair. Once he was finished, he wandered back into the bedroom, eyes glancing over to the pile of clothes. It would be nice to wear something besides scrubs. He changed quickly while avoiding looking at his body as much as possible. The clothes were surprisingly soft and plush. It was a plain black t-shirt and dark gray sweatpants, both a bit too large. He fiddled with the edge of the shirt, thumbing over a small hole that looked almost burnt through but without the charring. The small digital clock on the desk read 1:36 p.m. There wasn't really anything else he could do, and Kurogyari had told him to rest, so he laid down on the bed. Izuku fell into a dreamless sleep. Izuku woke up to a loud knock at the door. He groggily rubbed his eyes. It felt like he slept 12 hours and 10 minutes simultaneously. Glancing over he saw it was now 8:04 p.m. He quickly stumbled out of bed and opened the door. Instead of Kurogyari, a disheveled teen stood in the doorway, clearly annoyed. He was probably only a bit older than Izuku. He had pale blue hair, red eyes, and really needed some lotion. You're late for dinner. Get ready and follow me so I can eat. Izuku quickly slipped on the pair of slippers set by the door and followed the teen, almost breaking into a jog to keep up with his guide as they walked down the hall. The teen slammed the door open and stomped over to sit on a stool at the bar. I brought the stupid kid, can I eat now? Kurogyari didn't react to the theatrics as he calmly prepared 2 plates of food. Thank you Tomura-san, you may eat now. By the time Izuku had sat at the bar, 2 seats away from the teen, the food was ready. It looked delicious. The main dish was cold soba with a side of rice and some sort of salad. He glanced warily over to the teen to watch him take a bite. He ate it. I doubt that man would drag his own son. But what do I know? Izuku had to hold back tears as he ate. It felt so normal, like when his mom used to cook and he'd sit at the little bar overlooking the kitchen as he ate. That memory broke the dam as he started to stifle sobs so he could eat. He had to finish it. The teen, Tomura, side-eyed him before pointing at Kurogyari with his chopsticks. What the F is his problem? Why is he so weird? Why is he here at all, actually? He looks too much like a noob to be a new member. Kurogyari paused, wiping down an already clean glass to answer. It is best Midoriyukuin answers that first question for himself. He is a new member under the name Phobos. The master thought it would be best if you had a friend closer to your age. A friend? That little sheet looks like an abandoned puppy. I don't need friends and I don't need a friend that wimpy. Now, Tomura-san, the master gave you a gift. It is impolite to reject it before you even get to know the boy. Perhaps you may realize why the master chose him to be your friend. Whatever. Izuku tried to stay calm after he finished his food, but he just didn't know what to do. Tomura just ignored him and went to play a video game. Kurogyari said to not go over there unless he was invited. He sat awkwardly at the bar, glancing between the teen and what looked like to be the door to leave the bar. There is no way I could just leave, right? That door looks like it goes outside. There must be some kind of security. What would happen if I ran? Kurogyri spoke up, startling Izuku out of his thoughts. Is there anything you need in your room? I am aware it is missing some basic necessities as well as clothes, but I figured you would want to pick those yourself. Izuku picked at his fingers, they never did heal right after the flesh had played with them. What do you mean pick them myself? Would I be able to jigo, shopping or something? Kurogyri let out an apologetic sigh, before speaking quietly. No, you are not allowed outside. That doesn't mean you won't ever be allowed out. Once you prove your loyalty to the master and Tomura-san, you'll be considered a full member and be able to move freely. He picked up a small notepad and pen. For now you may tell me the brands you like for things as well as your measurements for clothing and what kinds of clothes you want. I will get you anything you need, within reason of course. Izuku deflated, he was sad but not surprised. At least Kurogyri seemed nice, no one besides his mom had spoken to him so gently before. I don't really have any BB brand preferences so you can get whatever. I like comfortable clothes, I guess, and I'll need QQ Quirkless SH shoes. Oh, if you can, I'd like some notebooks and pens, that's all. After that, Izuku felt too awkward to sit at the bar. He ventured to go sit at one of the booths, he sat and folded his arms to use as a pillow. He didn't know if he could go back yet, or if he was supposed to be around Tomura or something right now. Being friends with someone was pretty much a foreign concept at this point, Kaken had made sure of that years ago. He stared at the door to the outside through a gap in his arms. Is the League Sensei's organization? Or is this a separate branch? There were so many people in the labs, and now he was at a second location where who knows how many more members congregate. If I did run, I'd need a solid plan and proof. A plan that will be able to keep my mom safe. I'll need to find out if they have any connections with the police as well. A disheveled hoodie and jeans entered his vision. Izuku quickly sat up. So, Sensei chose you to be my friend? You look even more pathetic up close. Izuku said nothing. Whatever, Sensei always does things for a reason. So if he wants me to, I'll hang out with a stupid kid. Come here. Izuku followed silently, his jaw felt like it was glued shut. He was always bad at handling this kind of person, angry and unstable. He followed instructions and was now sitting on the couch with a controller in his hands. The last time he played a video game was with Kaken, they were so expensive so he never asked his mom for a console or anything like that. He felt himself staring at the teen, picking apart all the little details to figure out his quirk. I really want to know. You're really FING creepy, has anyone ever told you that? Your eyes make you look like a lich or something. Izuku unglued his jaw to respond. Sorry. I don't mean to stare. Tomura didn't take his eyes off the game as he beat Izuku's character up for the 5th time. Of course you FING stutter. Spit it out, what's with the staring? Also stop looking away from the screen, it makes you even more of a sheet opponent. Izuku looked back at the TV, trying to remember the controls and to think of how to respond. I just really like QQ quirks. I was trying to figure out why yours. Well, did you figure it out? Or are you as useless at that as you are at games? I, figured it was 5-finger TT touch activated since you keep your pinkies off the C controller. It's probably something destructive because of your, ski skin C condition. People with destructive Q quirks often face backlash L like that. Tomura's head whipped around with a manic grin as he picked up a piece of trash and disintegrated it in his hand. You're right, I didn't really think my skin was connected to it though. At least your brain works. I'm bored of this game, we're playing something else. They played for a long while. Tomura would thoroughly beat Izuku at any game requiring technical skill, like Smash, but he managed to hold his own at the games requiring strategy. They stayed mostly silent, Tomura only spoke to relentlessly insult Izuku when he was losing. It felt so normal. Like he was at Auntie Mitsuki's house again. UFINGSCK. At games, but at least you're useful for solving puzzles. I'm leaving now, bye. Tomura left in a whirlwind, his stomping displaced the piles of trash as he walked away. Izuku sat for a minute, once he was sure he wouldn't run into the teen in the hallway, he left for his room. He laid in bed that night, more confused than he had ever been in his life. He was a member of a villain organization now, kind of. Kurogyri was suspiciously nice and Tomura seemed like a typical spoiled brat of a powerful family. It was weird that he called his dad Sensei, maybe he's adopted? They only looked vaguely related. Or maybe that's because his dad was a big-time villain. It's probably awkward to call everyone's boss Dad when you're around them. He felt the eye sitting on his shoulders, a pressure forming right behind his eyes. There were so many things they needed to know. It was so exciting. The foreign excitement left his system as he drifted to sleep. The next morning Izuku woke up and made his way to the bar. He couldn't really do a morning routine besides splashing his face with water, since Kurogyari was too busy to get him anything last night. The smell of breakfast led Izuku over to the bar. He noticed Tomura wasn't there as he looked around the room. "Good morning, Midori-kun. Tomura-san usually wakes up a bit later." Izuku accepted his plate of breakfast with a small thanks. "I can help in the K-kitchen if you need it, I know how to cook." "It is kind of you to offer, but you'll have other duties to do shortly." Izuku ate in a comfortable silence. "What are my duties gonna be exactly? Just hanging out with Tomura?" Gaming sounded far better than testing. After about an hour, Izuku was going crazy. Tomura was still asleep and he wasn't allowed to do anything without his direction. He paced around the bar for another 10 minutes before begging Kurogyari to let him help do chores around the bar. He was in the middle of wiping the dust off the shelves behind the bar when Tomura burst in the door hours later, sporting a manic grin on his face. "Kid! Get the F off the counter and come with me." Izuku scrambled down, gave Kurogyari a small nod, and jogged to catch up. Tomura practically ran down the hall as they passed by his room and down a side corridor. He burst through the double doors at the end of the hallway. Izuku followed but walked cautiously into the new space. It was a pretty large gym space with equipment lining the front of the space and various sparring mats in the back. There was someone already in the room, standing with hands on her hips and already looking like she was tired of Tomura's sheet. She was tall with an athletic build, her burnt orange hair was pulled into a tight bun at the base of her head. She had one obvious mutation, her pupils were slit like a cat's. A secondary mutation? Or does it assist her quirk somehow? "I only came back here because the boss asked me, but I refuse to train you again, Shigaraki. I'd rather pull my hair out than deal with your sheet attitude again." Tomura smirked. He looks a lot more like his dad with that expression. "You're not here for me, Isami. You're here for him." He jabbed a thumb towards Izuku, who finally pulled himself out of the doorway to walk up to the two of them. Isami walked briskly up to Izuku and glared down at him, before turning on her heels to walk towards a door on the left wall he hadn't noticed before. The space was about the size of a classroom and very obviously fortified, a quirk testing room then? Izuku kept his thoughts short as he stayed on high alert. Tomura said that she was here to train him, but he had only a vague idea of what that could mean. Izuku was proud to say that theory number 1, training meant getting the crap beat out of him, was, in fact, correct. He failed to dodge the kick to his side for the 5th time, sending him sprawling out on the floor. Tomura huffed in annoyance. "I knew his stats as CKED, but I didn't expect him to be this bad. You can do what you want, Isami, just don't break him. I'm leaving." Izuku had managed to stand as the teen left the room, the door slammed shut, echoing around the space. He barely dodged a right hook to the face as he threw himself to the side. He had managed to figure her quirk out mostly. At first it appeared to be a speed quirk, but Izuku noticed her movements always started out at a normal human speed before accelerating exponentially. Her quirk allowed her to change her own velocity. Izuku got to witness a new technique as she sent a jab at his face, accelerating it before slowing it to a halt and moving the momentum to her leg. He felt the leg slam into his arm more than he saw it. It felt like his arm might crack in two, but luckily it didn't actually feel broken. The flesh would be more erratic if he had taken any serious damage. He was trying to use it, spiking his adrenaline, lowering his lactic acid, and he was currently attempting to strengthen his muscles. A smile quirked at his lips as he pushed for more. He was slammed or thrown to the floor 3 more times before Isami said something to him for the first time. "I'll only tell you this once, I do not respect people who do not try. Now that you're trying, we can start." Izuku tried not to laugh at the absurdity of that statement, the flesh was making it hard. "I wasn't trying? Right, of course, my bad." He let the anger settle down, he chose not to respond as he got back up to face her. Izuku was a little happy to see that his humorous internal monologue was coming back, he thought that that place had killed it. Once he was standing, she spoke again. "Relax your body, widen your stance, and form your fist to look like this." She demonstrated the proper stance as she spoke. "You throw a punch or kick with your whole body, like this." She moved slowly before suddenly Izuku was lying flat on his back again, warm blood flowing out of his nose. "Stay alert until your opponent is dead or restrained." He was really familiar with clotting blood at this point, so it only took a second for him to stop the bleeding. Fragile vessels ruptured. Membrane and cartilage fractured. Izuku stood and got into what felt like a proper stance. With the flesh now fully forward in his mind, he was able to push for more, but that also meant he had to resist the urges that flowed through him. 7 more matches, later, and Izuku was cackling in between deep breaths on the floor, his body bruised and battered. Muscles torn, blood pooled under skin, they were a sack of meat, of flesh. Has she ever thought about it? Has she? I'm just gonna ignore whatever psychotic break you're having right now. The other psychotic child said training would happen 3 times a week, ask Kurogyri about it. Don't be late. And with that Isami was gone, probably now thoroughly disturbed. Izuku didn't mind, being a regular freak was way better than being a quirkless freak. He didn't even get to say a single word to her, he didn't even get to ask if she's ever thought about the bone and the flesh end. Izuku shut his eyes tightly, it was gonna be really hard to get that thing to recede back into whatever crevices it rested in his mind. After doing some deep breathing exercises he learned from those textbooks, he really missed those. Izuku had managed to drag himself back to his room. Many minutes of bumbling around with his eyes closed had him washed and dressed. Kurogyri had stocked his room while he was gone, he really was the best. He opened the bathroom cabinet to find a fully kitted-out first aid kit. Once everything was bandaged, Izuku was finally able to fully calm the beating of his heart. As he was stumbling on sore legs over to the bed he noticed something. On his desk was a stack of spiral-bound notebooks, as well as a packet of pens and highlighters. Izuku pivoted to sit at the desk, he didn't even need to hold back tears at this gesture of kindness, he was too drained to feel anything at all. Instead he opened one of the notebooks and felt the blank page with the tips of his fingers. He got me so many? I didn't even ask for highlighters. Izuku's fingers itched at the idea of writing down and analyzing all of the information he had gathered. There was so much in his head that he couldn't sort through before without a way to get it all down and out. Before he realized it, he had a pen in hand and was frantically writing about Isami and her quirk. Velocity-based quirk. Isami is able to increase and decrease the velocity of her limbs. She appears to only use it on one limb at a time, transferring the momentum around her body. Is this a quirk limitation? Or personal fighting preference? How does? Izuku went further and further, scrawling out as much as he could remember and theorize. He needed to know more. He didn't have enough. The pressure built behind his eyes and neck. He needed more time to watch. More information to gather. Izuku passed out at his desk an hour later, unable to stop the overflowing torrent of information and questions. When he woke up the next morning, Izuku felt like death warmed over. Everything ached and throbbed, he felt like he may be permanently bent in half from falling asleep at his desk. Slowly, painfully, Izuku extracted himself from his desk and began to use the flesh to accelerate the healing process. He wasn't able to immediately heal wounds, but he could speed up the process considerably without losing control. Breakfast was another quiet affair. Izuku thought about trying to change his sleep schedule to match Tomura's. It was mind-numbing to sit and wait for him to wake up. I suppose it makes sense that he's a night owl, villains usually operate at night. He stopped himself before he could think about how he was technically a villain too, now. This time he was sweeping around the booths when Tomura arrived. Are you my party member or my cleaning lady? Izuku wanted to snark back. I can't exactly do anything else until you grace me with your presence. But instead he clumsily dumped the pan out and put the broom away. What are we doing today? Sensei has asked to see us. So we are going to see him. Kurogyri. A portal opened up and Tomura walked through it, he looked genuinely excited as he stepped through. Izuku followed quickly even though he was nervous. Maybe they have a good relationship? Sensei doesn't seem to be a daily part of Tomura's life, so maybe it was rare for him to see his dad? He was not expecting the room that they had walked into. It was warm, almost cozy? Ocean-dark walls lined with tall bookcases, wooden furniture, and a large ornate rug filled the space. The only sign this wasn't an old British office was the out-of-place medical machinery and jars containing creatures Izuku couldn't begin to name. Sensei was sitting at his large mahogany desk, reading a book. He didn't look up as they entered. Welcome, Tomura and Midoriya. I hope you two have been getting along. Tomura huffed, seemingly annoyed that Izuku had been addressed. Yeah, we're friends now, or whatever you wanted. Sensei continued to flip pages as he absently nodded. Wonderful, have you figured out what you'd like to do with him? How would you like to use him? Tomura switched suddenly from brooding teenager to excited child, it gave Izuku whiplash. Well, it was obvious you picked him for his brains. He'll be my strategist and analyst. I've got to raise some of his other stats first though, before he can be useful. The man waved his hand like he was motioning for something and a book flew into his hand from one of the bookcases. Another quirk? I thought he had a knife transformation quirk. Or did he have tethers, too? It would make sense why the eye would be rejected by him. Of course, of course. You've seen how my operations work. Planning and information gathering are an integral base to any operation. I know you already have a goal in mind, now you must begin to execute it. I'd like to speak to Midoriya for a moment. You may leave, Tomura. Tomura shot him a look that might have killed him if his quirk worked through his eyes instead of his hands. But he turned around without complaint and walked back through the portal. It closed behind him. The feeling of being trapped alone with Sensei had his blood running cold. He stood perfectly still in the middle of the room, fear freezing him in place. Sensei looked up for the first time since they arrived. Please sit. He gestured at a plush chair in front of the desk. I noticed you analyzing my relationship with my son. You really should work on hiding your expressions. We'll worry about that later, though. What conclusion did you come to about our relationship? Please, be honest. Sensei rested his chin on his folded hands, eyes piercing straight into him. His skin itched and crawled. Izuku averted his eyes and tried to ignore his gaze. The question threw him off. That can't be why he was brought here. This is a test. Should I be honest? He asked for me to, and I doubt I'd be able to fool him anyways. Izuku hesitantly sat down in the chair. Why you are acting distant on purpose? It felt like an act, meant to make him crave attention, and validation. And why would I do that? A father is meant to support his son. Another test. Why would he add that second line? A hint, most likely. AF father usually supports positive development in his son. Why you want him to feel angry and FF frustrated? To support his negative emotions. Or maybe neutral would be a better word. A smile split across the man's face. It was wrong. Izuku felt like bugs were crawling down his back. He thought he saw something skittering away in the corner of his vision. Astute observations, I was right to give you a chance. The praise rolled over Izuku like a centipede crawling along his shoulders. He gave in to the urge to rub his neck, like he'd be able to brush it off. I want my son to set out on his own. My operations mostly stay in the shadows, but Tomura's ideals yearn to see the light of day. I'd like you to support him. Tomura has passion in spades but lacks long-term planning and focus. Izuku sat in silence as he processed the information. Nausea crept up his throat. Oh, and one more thing. We'll be having these little chats once a month for you to update me on your progress as well as continue our little discussions. Kurogiri will inform you about them ahead of time. You may leave now. Izuku couldn't stand fast enough. He rounded the chair before walking to the now open portal. His fried brain told him that he probably shouldn't be rude to the guy able to make his life a living hell, so he quickly bowed before leaving. Staying up all night before having to wake up to get the sheet beaten out of him, Izuku found out, was not the best idea. But he and Tomura were so close to finishing that godforsaken level and had demanded he stay until they beat it. It was satisfying when they actually did it and Izuku got to see a side of Tomura he actually liked. It has been almost 3 months since he was declared Tomura's friend and they've almost gotten there. In the quiet moments, when it was just the two of them, Izuku felt like they were kinda friends. He was stubborn and determined and Izuku really liked seeing how passionate Tomura could get. They'd spend hours discussing game mechanics and lore entries. Then, Tomura would visit his dad and come back a different person. He would be full of vitriol and hate, ranting about heroes and how his plans were stupid and too slow. His meanness would transform into cruelty, and he would take out his frustrations on Izuku. It reminded him of how he and Kaken would play after his diagnosis, and how Izuku would end up with bruises afterwards. Izuku learned quickly that when Sensei had educated Tomura on something, it was not to be disagreed with. Any subtle pushback on, for example, how the destruction of society probably wouldn't result in a better one caused Tomura to freak out. You were a quirkless loser before Sensei took you in. Don't you feel like those fake heroes and bullies deserve it? They maybe deserve to be taken down a peg, not killed. Perhaps Izuku should have known better than to argue with a villain, but it was hard when Tomura really did feel like a friend. Izuku felt like he was always walking on a tightrope. If he could just stay in the middle, then he would be safe. Say one wrong word, disagree on something Tomura found unacceptable, or try to dissuade him from ending the world, and Tomura would snap the rope. The rope snapped when Izuku failed to deliver yet another plan on how Tomura could build his own villain organization to his satisfaction. His glaring red eyes locked on Izuku as he disintegrated the notes. I don't want a plan that takes 5 years. How many times do I need to tell you to change it before it gets through your thick defective skull? Izuku's breath picked up. It's just not possible to gain that much influence that quickly. Even Sensei dash. Tomura surged forwards to lean into Izuku's face. Sensei said that you would be able to do this. That I was meant for something different. I don't want to be him. I want to be more. His face suddenly shifted from angry to cold. Maybe if I speed up your training, it'll encourage you to be a little faster. I just need to raise your speed stat to match the INT. Isami was mean and he didn't like her, but he could tell she didn't revel in causing him pain. As he walked in to see his new trainer, he could tell he would miss her. The man had short messy black hair and a thin build. His pale skin stood out against his black athletic suit. He had no obvious mutations or quirk. The man regarded Izuku with an easygoing smile. "Hello. You can call me Doro. Tomura-kun has asked me to train you. I understand you already know the basics." Izuku didn't know what to make of Doro. He seemed friendly but his voice gave him the same itching sensation he got from talking with sensei. "Yes, my previous trainer taught me the basics." He walked up to stand across from Doro, settling into a relaxed stance. "Great, I won't need to go easy, then." Izuku was prepared for Doro to strike first. Isami usually gave no warning before starting the match. He was able to stay on the defensive initially. He needed time to figure out the guy's quirk. Izuku tried to ignore the way Doro's eyes lit up with glee every time he landed a strike. He extends his hands pretty far. Is that his fighting style or a quirk thing? His eyes stayed unnaturally focused as he abused his system. The flesh begged him to get hit just one more time. Izuku's question was answered when he failed to dodge Doro's grab and suddenly everything went black. He couldn't even analyze what had happened. He was so overwhelmed with fear. He stumbled back to try and create some distance. The only thing he could do was throw himself in the opposite direction of wherever he heard Doro coming from. That didn't last very long as he was grabbed again, and this time everything went quiet. Izuku couldn't hear it, but he felt like he was screaming. He couldn't smell the blood leaking from his busted lip. After another grab he couldn't even feel the hair between his fingers as he curled up to protect his head. The eye and the flesh were both crowding his mind, one furious at the lack of information, the other going into an ecstatic frenzy. Where is he? What is he doing? Is he looking at us? How long does this last? Edk now. He could feel himself laughing between the yelps of pain. Oh, this is all I am. No senses, no mind, just a bag of meat and bones. Ha! Just meat, just meat, just meat. Izuku was startled when suddenly everything came back and he saw Doro holding his arm with two hands. He quickly crawled backwards, looking around frantically as his heart beat furiously in his ears. Doro looked at him like he was a fun toy or maybe a delectable piece of meat. There you go. Everything's been returned. I have to go, but I'll see you Wednesday for our next lesson, Phobos-kun. Izuku felt like he might sink into or maybe fuse with the couch as he stared blankly at the TV. Tomura had yelled at him a bit for not playing, but he was just so tired. He apparently wasn't mad at Izuku's plans anymore, probably because a new game came out that distracted him from the whole destroying hero society thing. Doro has been training him for a couple months now and it felt like he was dying from the stress. He could last a couple minutes before getting grabbed and even a whole minute after going blind, but once he lost his hearing the fight was over. He simply curled up into the fetal position and waited for Doro to get bored and decide the match was over. Izuku was tired. Tired of being afraid, of feeling like prey to be hunted. He checked the time on a digital clock by the TV. It was almost 11 p.m. Izuku extracted himself from the couch. He was supposed to meet with sensei tonight. Tomura glanced away from the TV to glare at him. I really wish your dad would hang out with you more. I like this as much as you do. Actually, never mind. Every time you come back from talking to him it's bad for everybody. Izuku shook away any irrelevant thoughts. If training with Doro pushed his body, talking with sensei pushed his mind. He needed to keep calm and focused in order to stay sane during their discussions. Over the course of their conversations Izuku had discovered something. He had gained a new tether. It was acting up now, chittering in anticipation. The web was what it introduced itself as, which shocked Izuku so much he almost lost his cool in front of sensei when it happened. Which he assumed it did on purpose just to mess with him. It absolutely loved whenever Izuku talked to sensei, reveling in sensei's manipulations and Izuku's careful deceptions. He learned quickly that he couldn't fight against this one. Things happened the way it wants them to. Luckily it was mostly content with the monthly discussions. It hasn't talked to him since the introduction. It mostly sits and watches. So of course the eye hates this new resident. He can feel their animosity in his head. What even is my life? At exactly 11, Kurogiri opened up a portal. Izuku walked through and felt like a puppet on strings that was being guided to walk over and to sit on his usual chair. He felt like an actor in a play sensei was directing. It would always start with pleasantries. Welcome, how have things been, Midoriya? Fine. Then he would ask for the update and Izuku would tell careful half-truths about how he was guiding Tomura and about his plans. Constantly wondering if sensei believed his deceptions, or if he was playing along in some sort of cruel joke. The web urged him to play with sensei's emotions, to push and pull at them. But Izuku never tried. He was held back by the terrifying idea of what would happen if Sensei found out. It sounds like things are progressing well then, don't let all of his time go to that new game. Of course. Izuku would always respond politely and without a stutter. Sensei said a stutter made him sound weak. It had taken several months of lessons for Izuku to suppress his stutter. He used the web in their talks in a different way, manipulating his own emotions. He found that he was able to put up a front of calmness by using the web to push down his fear alongside the flesh to suppress cortisol production. The web urged him to manipulate and deceive, which is what he needed to do anyways in these talks, so it never attempted to take control. Finally, they would discuss the politics and morals of hero society. He would try his best to answer truthfully while not overtly disagreeing with anything that would make Sensei mad. It seemed like Sensei genuinely enjoyed this part of their conversation, but it was impossible to know if that was real or another part of the manipulation. He could tell that Sensei was trying to make it seem like Izuku was his favorite. How has your research gone? I'm interested to see what you've put together. Izuku twitched slightly as he tried not to scratch himself. Both the web and the eye made him itch in these talks. Heavy eyes pressed on his back and 100 little legs skittered across his skin. He took a deep breath. I have compiled a list of about 45 heroes. It was difficult to gather enough information on some to make a conclusive report. Specifically on the underground heroes, they'd require eyes on the ground. For most of them I was able to gather enough information to form an opinion. Any particular standouts? Endeavor and Present Mike. Endeavor has the worst collateral damage statistics in the whole HPSC. He's repeatedly gotten warnings about his non-heroic conduct towards victims, and there were multiple buried reports of excessive force. For his quirk, Endeavor uses it with little creativity or control, relying on brute force no matter the situation. Sensei smiled sweetly and Izuku felt more legs run down his spine, averting his gaze before continuing. Sensei allowed for some pushback and he would get mad when Izuku refused to express his own thoughts, but would clearly be upset when he disagreed. The contradictory nature of their conversations made his head hurt. Listen attentively, engage with the conversation, express my opinion, don't disagree overtly, but don't lie either. Present Mike is one of the more interesting heroes I researched. His stats are good and he's one of the best heroes when it comes to public relations. Aside from hero work, he does a lot of philanthropy on and off his radio show. When I hacked into his financial records I found he was funding several shelters around his prefecture. He's pretty good with his quirk as well, but I think with better support tech he'd have a lot more versatility. Sensei's smile slid into a disappointed frown. He picked up a stack of papers on his desk and shuffled them into a neat stack, looking away from Izuku. I see, it sounds like you've been thorough. Izuku hated it when he left the conversation open. Without a leading question or hint he had to figure out what he needed to say next on his own. About one of our last discussions. After this research I can agree that the HPSC is the main problem. It covers up for, corrupt heroes and doesn't give enough support to heroes actually trying to do real good. And that's what I found only digging on the surface. Sensei's face went back to neutral at his pivot. He looked thoughtful for a moment before speaking. It is true that the root cause of many of hero society's issues stem from a corrupt system, however other countries around the world face the same issues. An obsession with quirk power and media fame. Izuku racked his brain for how to respond. These conversations always took the most out of him, even more than getting beaten while blind and deaf. Because for much of what Sensei says, he's right. Hero society needs to change and Sensei knows Izuku has felt that most of all from his quirk status. It was so easy for Sensei to creep into his mind, plant little thoughts here and there, about how broken their society is. But he was wrong about the most important part, how to fix things. And Izuku couldn't let himself be convinced into the easy way out, of destruction and revenge that wouldn't really change anything in the end. But, he couldn't say that, so instead he has to say something that is close enough to honesty that Sensei buys it. Quirk power and media fame is inherent in how heroes work, it would take a massive societal change in personality to fix that problem. If we want change that won't take decades, then targeting a tangible problem is what we have to do. Sensei leaned back and considered his words. Izuku could barely hold back a sigh of relief when his expression didn't shift into disappointment. It seems your research will lead you into HPSC records, but your laptop is definitely not enough for that kind of work. Wait a few days, I'll have Kurogyri bring you one with a bit more firepower. You may leave. The second he was back in the bar he could feel the strain of holding back his emotions. The side effect of suppressing his emotions was the whiplash of turning it off and his emotional state rubber banding. He managed to hold himself together until he slammed the door to his room behind him. Izuku slid down the metal door, trying desperately to breathe as all of the emotions he blocked out hit him at once. Sobs racked his body. He hugged his knees to his chest, his nails dug painfully into his scalp. The cold metal of the door made him feel like he was back there. After a while he remembered the sleeping pills that Kurojiiri got for him. Izuku dragged himself to his bed, swallowed the pills, and promptly passed out. A body made of flesh, eyes dissecting truth, a web of lies, and something rustling through the undergrowth. They were all afraid of the monster sitting behind the desk. Izuku spent a lot of time thinking about a way out, how to placate Tomura, how his mom was doing. He spent a lot of time thinking about his research on heroes and the HPSC on his new laptop. When it was time for his training with Doro, he thought about that too. His mind was full, there was no room between the tethered residence and the swirling thoughts trapped in his head. The walk to the gym made him feel the same way he felt while walking to that godforsaken chair in the lab. Sometimes he wished he was dragged kicking and screaming instead. Just so he didn't have to spend the achingly short walk spiraling about what was about to happen. It would also let him feel like he was doing something about his circumstances, a small rebellion. The emotional side of his brain wanted to just sprint out the front door, but the logical side held that feeling back. He knew that he needed some sort of plan to escape that wouldn't risk his mother's life. Before going inside the training room he did his usual routine that he found while researching a workout routine online. He stretched and lightly jogged a lap around the gym to warm up. Izuku had gotten better over the past couple months, mostly at dodging. Doro only had to grab him 3 times to finish the fight, so he learned to be slippery. Wearing a long-sleeved undershirt and athletic leggings also helped reduce his chances of getting a sense stolen. Izuku readied himself before heading inside the sparring room. At the beginning of their 5th match, Doro managed to get a lucky grab, taking away his sight. Izuku dodged away quickly afterwards. He needed distance in order to react to the sounds in time. A branch cracked underfoot. He heard Doro coming from his left. Izuku dodged and retaliated with a punch at gut level. Leaves rustled from behind. On pure instinct Izuku ducked down, barely escaping from Doro's grab at his neck. He didn't have time to be confused as Doro pushed him to constantly move. Izuku felt a kick slam into his side. He leaned into the momentum and let himself roll across the ground, putting much-needed distance between them. All of his remaining senses were on high alert, but that didn't explain the odd sounds he kept hearing. Eyes rested on the back of his neck. A predator stalking prey. He needed to run, to snarl, to fight back. A rustling in the undergrowth, a cracking branch, the wind howled in his ears. He needed to run, no, he needed to chase. Izuku didn't notice the change in his body as his focus narrowed down to a pinpoint. Ears swiveled on top of his head towards the danger, towards the prey. He pivoted on his heels and lunged towards the sound, faster than he's ever been. Doro managed to dodge, but now he was so close he could smell the sweat and excitement. Izuku's senses were flooded with new information. It was intoxicating. They traded a few more blows before Doro was able to grab Izuku again. Panic flooded his overwhelmed system as his hearing was taken. A silent forest. The scent of a predator grew closer. He began to run, sore feet carrying him away from the smell. He was being hunted. He just needed to run, to get away. Izuku panted heavily as he rolled away from Doro after being backed into a wall. It was longer than he had ever lasted after getting 2 senses stolen. All he could do was try to stay away from the heavy scent chasing him. His mind spiraled deeper into the forest as he ran farther and farther. His senses were gone, but it could feel the presence chasing him deep in his bones. There was no escape. The hunted never escapes the hunter. Come on, puppy, you're putting up such a good fight. I'm sure you can last a little longer. His ears and tail bristled at the disgusting tone in his voice. Wait, I can hear him again. Did I finally reach the time limit, or is it Quirk strain? Unnatural instinct saved Izuku once again as he dodged another grab from the sound of Doro's feet on the floor. In a panicked guess, he reached out and grabbed the outstretched arm he thought was in front of him and used the momentum to throw the man to the ground. Izuku landed on Doro's back, pinning his arm in a painful twist. Before Doro could reach behind fully, he stepped on the grasping arm. Ouch, ouch, ouch. I yield. Izuku almost laughed at the hypocrisy if he wasn't so angry. How many times had Izuku yielded? How many times had he begged for mercy? He twisted the arm, feeling the skin and muscle twist around bone. Doro yelled out in pain. Izuku's new ears went flat on his head. This is wrong. He stood abruptly, stumbling a few steps backwards before leaving without a word. His sight returned to him as he walked down the hall, close to hyperventilating. I almost broke his arm. I wanted to break his arm, to cause him pain. It felt so good. It was natural to hunt and be hunted. Once you were caught, it was only fair. Izuku brought his hand to his mouth as he gagged. I don't want to become one of them. He stumbled into his room and rushed to the bathroom. He gripped the sink so hard he felt like it might crack under the pressure. There was so much pressure, it filled every crevice of his mind. Too many residents, too many urges, not enough space. Sweat dripped off his face, mixing with the blood of a busted lip. Izuku watched it splat into the sink. I can't, please, Mom. I don't know how much more. I see in. Take. Not enough hours passed before Izuku woke up. He had fallen asleep on the bathroom floor. He felt the various personalities in his head bickering with each other. There were no words except for a gut feeling that they didn't really like each other. Can you all please shut up? Izuku dragged himself up off the floor and turned on the sink. He scrubbed his face with water until he was sure the dried blood was washed off. His whole body was sore, which was not unusual after training. What was unusual were the sore spots on his head and the base of his back. Izuku closed his eyes and breathed deeply. After he lost his sight yesterday, everything went weird. He probed the crevices of his mind and found something new. The hunt was pushed forwards and he felt the new appendages burst through his skin. When he opened his eyes he looked down and saw a dark green fluffy tail. He wagged it back and forth experimentally. Izuku had covered the mirror with a towel a while back, but his curiosity was overriding his fear of his own reflection. The towel was peeled back and two dark green ears were revealed on top of his head. He pushed back his hair and felt the base of the ears. It was a little sore but definitely solidly attached to his head. As he let the towel fall back in place he caught a short glimpse of his eyes. They were reflective in the low light. Izuku didn't know a ton about animals, but he was pretty sure the new appendages were probably wolf-based. He sat back on the floor and took more deep breaths to push the hunt back into his mind. Sensei mentioned before that they were all part of a group called the Primal Fears. You'd think that they would get along, being a part of the same group and all. Now that he had tethered to a fourth fear he could see that they fell into two distinct categories, calm or frenzied. After lying on the cold bathroom floor and staring at the ceiling for a while, he had mostly figured out what they represented as well. The calm group was the eye in the web, the fear of being watched and the fear of being manipulated, sort of. He remembered the doctor's descriptions of them, but he felt the fears they represented were more of a vague collection of similar things than something in particular. The eye made him afraid of being watched, but it also made him afraid of not knowing enough, for example. Both of those were vaguely related to the idea of information, of someone knowing him and him not knowing them. All of the fears urged him to do things that related to their general domain, and if he didn't they'd get unruly. The calm group meshed well with his personality, so he generally found that they were happy with whatever he decided to do. The frenzied group was the flesh and the hunt. The flesh was the fear of gore, or maybe more like the fear of a lack of personhood. It was hard to categorize that one especially. The hunt was simpler, the fear of being hunted, of being caught. Those two were hungry and were never satisfied. They would often try to take control of his mind. He supposed that was related to the stability of their tether. He already knew the flesh was unstable and that resulted in his poor control. They were more incompatible with his personality, or maybe they just didn't like him. Who knows? I really hope there aren't too many more of these. I don't know how many more contradictory personalities can fit in one head before I snap. Maybe I can figure out a way to suppress them? A new one tethers to me when I feel an intense and specific fear. It's hard for me to avoid that with how fed my life is now, though. Izuku sighed deeply as he got dressed. It was weird feeling so apathetic after last week. Maybe he was accidentally using the web, or maybe it was using him. Or maybe he had already lost it and that was presented as apathy. Tomura was busy on one of his single-player games when he entered the bar, so he went to sit at the counter instead. Kurojairi was testing new drink recipes. I hear Doro has concluded that your initial training is finished. Congratulations. Kurojairi slides him a drink across the bar. Izuku eyes it with a raised brow. Don't worry, it's non-alcoholic. I've been experimenting with a new flavor combination and would like some feedback. Izuku picked up the glass and took a slow sip. Is that strawberry, lemon, and vanilla ice cream? It's really good. It feels more like a dessert than a drink. You do not know this, of course, but there are quite a few alcoholic dessert drinks. I am glad you like it. After a while of sipping on his non-alcoholic dessert drink, Izuku felt like he was sinking into the counter. He stared at the door to the outside. Nothing felt real. That wasn't a door. He wasn't sitting at a bar right now. He wasn't Izuku. He was just another one of the spectators trapped in the mind of a kid's body. It felt like he could just drift off into space if he just let go of the body. The next day Izuku was drifting at the bar again, sipping a different fruity concoction. Hey! Earth to Space Cadet. Izuku let his head fall and hit the bar to avoid Tomura's slap to the back of his head. Yes? Now that you've reached the right level we can finally start doing missions. Sensei liked your stupid information network plan when I brought it up, so that's your new order. Tomura stuck his hand in his pocket and pulled out a flip phone before slamming it down in front of him. The drink rocked in place from the force. "Sensei got this phone for you, so don't break it." Izuku watched blankly as Tomura walked back over to the couch. He should be feeling good about this, right? He was finally useful, he could finally go outside. He could finally start implementing some of his own plans. So far all he has done is comply and survive. Izuku wanted desperately to find some singularly important piece of information, something that would be the key to getting out. But now that he had the chance to do something, he felt blank. Is feeling nothing better than feeling everything? What would I rather feel? The feeling of blood and flesh? The constant pressure of watching eyes? The bugs skittering across my skin? The thrill of the chase? Or, nothing at all? Time seemed to freeze as Izuku made his way to his childhood neighborhood. It's been a while now since he was allowed outside, and he finally had the excuse of meeting with a potential recruit to make his way to Muzutafu. It was raining hard, obscuring his vision, but he knew the way home now that he'd made it to his school. He panted hard as he scaled the building across the street from his apartment. Cold, wet concrete scraped against his hands as he landed on the roof. He didn't stop to rest before lifting himself to look over the edge, eyes searching frantically for his living room window. Izuku's breath caught in his throat. "She's fine. She's..." A sob caught in his throat. There was always a little voice in his mind that said she was already dead. They already killed her and are playing you for a fool. He sat there for a while, watching his mother go about her nightly routine. She looked peaceful as she made herself dinner, then sat on the couch to watch a movie. Izuku always knew he was a burden, that he was always the cause of his mom's stress. To see her now that he was gone, enjoying a movie, it made him feel empty. Don't think like that. This is good. I don't want her to be sad. It's selfish to think that she should be crying her eyes out every night after a whole year. He sat for a while longer, until the hard roof caused his legs to ache. Izuku didn't look back as he left the rooftop. The sound of feet shuffling and two sets of lungs panting filled the space. Tomura had finally managed to get a good grip on Izuku and pushed him to the floor. They grappled, desperate punches and jabs were traded as Izuku tried to escape the hold. Tomura landed a hit to the side of his face and suddenly the ceiling was spinning. Izuku tapped out and thankfully the rabid teen on top of him got off. He screwed his eyes closed to stop the spinning. Tomura stood over him and dropped a towel on his face. "Your power-up has definitely made you faster, but you still think too much. Fighting is about instinct. Surely a dog should get that?" Izuku huffed under the towel. "It's about instinct for you. I'm smaller and have less experience than most of my opponents. I need to think, to learn their attack patterns. Don't you remember playing Dark Souls? Ugh. Do not even mention that shitty game to me. The balancing was FING stupid. The only reason you didn't beat it was 'cause you just kept running straight at the boss every time. If you took a second to think, then you would have beat it. Maybe." Pain flooded his senses as a foot stomped on his tail. "Ow, what the F dash?" He ripped the towel off his face and looked up at Tomura's smirking face. "Did you think I would do that?" Izuku stood up and cradled his tail. "I hate talking to you." Smugness radiated off the blue-haired teen as he spoke. "I hate listening to you. Good luck learning my attack patterns." Izuku pushed past him as he left the room and dodged a kick to the back of his knees on the way out the door. He could tell Tomura was flipping him off without even looking back. The first time Izuku went outside it was winter. Now, he was enjoying the last few days of summer. He tried to enjoy all of the little aspects of being outside, like the feeling of an open sky overhead or the lack of temperature-controlled air. Izuku was currently lazing on a roof within their territory. He loved being up high, to look out over the city and watch people go about their lives. It allowed him to feel like he was far away from his problems. Tomura has had him slowly build up their information network as well as recruit grunts to his cause so far. He was mostly able to stay within his current plan of delay the end of the world as much as possible while not tipping off the volatile teen or his dad. Sensei probably knew what he was doing, but allowed it anyway for some reason. The thought had little legs crawling down his spine. "Quit it. I already know he's manipulating me, you don't have to remind me every time." He pulled out his phone to check the time and sighed. It was already 6. He needed to hurry over to the shelter to pick up the drop-off from one of his eyes. Izuku pulled the hood over his head to hide his curls. Much to Tomura's dismay, Izuku dressed in plain clothes instead of a villain costume. It made his job a lot easier, as he was able to move throughout the city freely. He was just another vagrant teen on the streets. It was still light outside, so Izuku stuck to the streets as he made his way to his destination. Jumping roofs while it was still light outside was a great way to get a hero called on him. His destination was one of the run-down emergency shelters that were originally set up for victims of destructive villain attacks. But with few large-scale attacks in the prefecture nowadays, it was mostly used by people down on their luck. He made his way inside and sat in the small seating area at the front. It wasn't super busy since the weather was nice. Izuku discreetly felt under his chair and exchanged the note hidden underneath for the cash he had in his pocket. He came up with the idea for his eyes when he first explored the city. A person who lived on the street saw everything while remaining relatively unnoticed. All he had to do was tail his candidates for a while, to make sure they have no ties with other gangs, and offer cash for info. He set up the dead drop system so that they wouldn't be seen together. It was an invisible network. Izuku left the shelter after a few minutes. He waited until he was on a roof a few blocks away to read the note. It was the usual information at first, mostly the comings and goings of known gang members, police, and heroes, as well as descriptions of any new notable people or events. He didn't ask for his eyes to go out of their way to find information since they were more likely to get caught by snooping. They were paid no matter the info given. He'd also go out himself, to follow up on the info and to find out more about a person of interest with his own eyes. Izuku was able to compile all of this information to give him a pretty good idea of everything that happened within their territory. He skimmed the information. He'd record this all in his notes later, until he saw what was written at the bottom. Sparrow, an officer for the Okami, was spotted scoping out a warehouse owned by the Shai Hasaikai. Izuku had been keeping a close eye on the two major gangs in the area, the Okami and the Shai Hasaikai. The Okami was a smuggling gang, mostly focused on getting illegal support tech and illicit substances into the country. Their group was organized, but was mostly held together by a few charismatic leaders and a steady flow of cash. The Shai Hasaikai, on the other hand, was one of the few remaining Yakuza houses. Their leader had recently passed away and the new Oyabun has started to shift their focus from racketeering to drag production. Both gangs kept a low profile. Violent crime was bad for business. Their relationship was tense at best as the Hasaikai relied on the Okami smuggling and the Okami relied on the Hasaikai as a well-paying customer. So, a higher-up snooping around what was probably a drag lab owned by their rival was the sign of something in the works. He needed to get to that warehouse and confirm his suspicions. This was the kind of action that got people killed. The moon was high in the sky as Izuku scoped out the warehouse. He had been watching for a few hours now and the hunt was getting antsy. Izuku had been using its night vision and superior stealth, but there was only so long he could convince it that he was laying in wait for prey. When the hunt was forwards in his mind, it urged him to run and play and chase. Laying in wait was only the beginning of a hunt and it would soon act out. Luckily, his patience was rewarded as he finally saw a figure heading towards the warehouse. Izuku had tried to get a look inside himself, but the security was too tight. He rushed down to street level, prowling into a nearby alley with vision of the figure. He was crouched in the dark, shadows obscuring his form. Izuku let out a bark, making his wolf features as prominent as possible. The figure glanced around and they made eye contact. Izuku whirled around and scampered away on all fours until he was on the roof of a nearby building. Panting from the sudden rush of movement, he glanced carefully over the ledge of the roof at the warehouse. The figure had moved towards the alley but he didn't look on alert. The man looked around for a couple seconds before shaking his head and turning around. Izuku flopped back down on the roof, his fangs peeked through his erratic smile. "I can't believe that worked." Tomura said I looked like a dog from a distance, but I can't believe someone fell for it. The eye required direct eye contact for him to borrow someone's sight. Over the last couple months he had tested a variety of ways to get someone's attention without making them suspicious. Leaning into the animal mutations and pretending to be a stray dog was definitely one of the more risky strategies he thought of. But in this situation, there was no other way. He shoved the hunt back into his mind and let the eye come forwards. It was always eager to help with a little spying. Izuku watched through the man's eyes as he input the code to the door and walked inside. He nodded at a rhino quirk man who was posted by the door. On swift feet, the man walked farther into the building, passing by a few people who looked like chemists working at lab stations. Definitely a drag lab, and a pretty big one too. I don't know enough about chemistry to know what they're making. As he watched, Izuku had his pen in hand and notebook on his lap, writing down anything that seemed important. Text on lab equipment, names of chemicals, anything written on crates or barrels, descriptions of people. Any and all information. All of the data. Just a little more? Finally, the man reached where he was going, which was apparently a small office in the back of the building. The only person in the room was an older woman who looked incredibly stressed as she tore her eyes away from her computer to glare at the man. Unfortunately, there was no sound when he looked through people's eyes, which made sense in a weird sort of way. To compensate, he picked up on a bit of lip reading, but he wasn't great at it yet. Izuku focused on her mouth. "How do you?" "I can't believe," tell Chisaki, "fine." He obviously couldn't lip-read the man's response, but whatever it was appeared to calm the lady down. Fine, I'll just, bring me. It'll be done. Some internal struggles? Was there too much stress being placed on the lab? Chisaki must be important, a higher up definitely. Not enough, keep looking. Izuku watched for as long as he could, his brain was screaming for relief as he listened to the rest of their conversation. I just need a little more. Izuku slammed his eyes open and absently placated the eye while rubbing his temples. We'll get more, you know that. I never go into anything underinformed. He gripped his hair firmly to distract from the pain as he fumbled around in his bag to find some pain meds. Izuku swallowed them quickly and grabbed his things. He needed to rewrite and organize his illegible scrawlings. It was early morning by the time he was finished writing everything down back at his desk. That evening, Izuku trudged into the bar, a notebook and laptop in hand. Kurojairi, tell sensei that I need to meet with him. He sat at the bar and laid his head down on his arms, trying to get a few more seconds of rest before he had to play mental chess with a supervillain. His precious few seconds were interrupted by an annoying gamer-shaped fly buzzing in his ear. Why do you need to talk to sensei? Tomura kicked the stool when Izuku didn't respond. Fing answer me you little prick, that's an order. Izuku kept his head down and let out a big yawn before he spoke. I was gonna tell you to come with anyways. I've finally got some actionable info on Okami. Kurojairi interrupts whatever Tomura was gonna say next. The master will see you both now. The meeting began like always, with hollow pleasantries. Tomura and Midoriya, it's unexpected to see you so soon. How are you two doing? Tomura let out a huffed fine and Izuku gave a vaguely positive reply. So, Midoriya, what is the purpose of this meeting? Izuku stepped forwards and placed his laptop on the corner of the desk, angling it so they both could see. This is a drag lab owned by the Shai Hasaikai. I have reason to believe the Okami plan on raiding it. He didn't stop speaking as he clicked to the next image. This is a photo of Sparrow, one of Okami's officers and a competent scout. He was seen by one of my eyes snooping around the warehouse. Along with the Okami's unusual quietness the past 2 weeks, it seems they are preparing for something big. Sensei brought his hand up to his chin and directed his attention towards Tomura. What do you think? I've heard some rumors from my guys on the ground that Okami was acting weird. I wouldn't put it past them to gank a drag lab. Midoriya, what was your plan for this information? Izuku tried not to fidget nervously, he didn't really want to do anything with it. It was too big for them to do nothing, however. He didn't have a lot of time to come up with a plan between verifying the information and then compiling everything he had into legible notes. Tomura would want to do something stupid and risky. Sensei would want this info to be used efficiently. Hopefully they'd bite on using it to cripple their competition indirectly. We could maximize damage by alerting the police and the Hasaikai right before the raid. High-level members of both gangs would be taken out and the lab would be destroyed. Tomura would be able to fill the gap in supply with his own dealers, increasing profits considerably. The look in Sensei's eyes made his blood run cold and a sweat broke out against his skin. His piercing disappointed gaze made Izuku feel like he might crumple under the weight. Sheet, I messed up so bad. I shouldn't have said anything at all. I thought I had been getting away with my light disobedience so far. I can't believe how Fing stupid I am. Why did I think that would work? Why did I think I was smart enough to? That's Fing lame, we're the League, we don't snitch to the Fing cops. What do you think we should do, son? Tomura beamed at the acknowledgement, his eyes sharpened to something dark and cruel. He picked up Izuku's notes and flipped through them. We use it to weaken the Okami enough for a takeover. They don't have a lot of high-level players and most of the ones they have will be ganking that warehouse in order to stand a chance against the Hasaikai. A light smile settled on Sensei's face. Izuku was pulling on the flesh and the web in order to appear as calm as possible. I need to fix this somehow. He could feel the web snickering as he tried to salvage the situation. Tomura has a few members that would be strong enough to raid their base while the strongest players are gone. I can find a way to get a warning to the Hasaikai close to the raid so that they are prepared and crush the Okami members at the warehouse. If we're stealthy, we have a chance at taking out the Okami leadership and after that show of force the rest should fall in line. Tomura seemed to forgive his previous transgression from the excited look on his face, but Sensei still regarded him with that cold stare. He didn't realize how much he was used to the warm tone the man used with him until it was gone. That seems like a solid start to a plan, as well as a much better use of that information than just throwing it away. Tomura, you may go, take stock of the strength you have. Midoriya and I will discuss this plan a little more. For once, Tomura didn't seem to mind that Izuku got to talk to Sensei more. He was too distracted by the possibility of a fight. Izuku didn't look at Tomura as he left, instead he fell back into the old habit of staring at the floor. Sensei sighed deeply. I can see you know how disappointed I am. I thought you had come so far, but clearly you have forgotten everything I've done for you. The plan you suggested was an obvious ploy to continue your subtle disobedience. If you are going to go against our mission, at least come up with a good plan. He stood up and walked around the desk slowly, tracing a hand along its edge. He walked a slow circle around the room as he talked. I've given you a quirk, a home, a purpose. I've given you power. I played along and ignored your little rebellions. All children rebel against their parents, of course. But I think I've coddled you long enough. If I don't nip this behavior in the bud, how will you grow? Sensei stilled as he walked to a place behind Izuku. Heavy eyes pressing on the back of your nape. A predator cornering its prey, there was nowhere to hide. His voice remained cold and neutral. It is clear to me now that you don't view yourself as part of our family. I wish you could see how much that pains me. You won't listen to my words, so I must change my approach. I'll show you how much you belong with us. Izuku could barely hold back the trembling in his body. His strength gave out as he took short and haggard breaths. Sensei was back at his desk when he spoke again. You may leave now. The purple portal blurred into the browns and greens of the bar, which blurred into the dingy gray hallway. His legs gave out a few feet from the false safety of his room and he collapsed to the ground. I messed up, I'm so stupid, so useless. There was nowhere to run. Izuku watched as Tomura failed to make the same jump for the 50th time in his platformer game. He couldn't focus on anything at all as he waited for Sensei to call for him. It's been 3 days. It's definitely a tactic to make me wait. Police do that to make suspects nervous before an interrogation. He shivered violently, but kept his eyes focused on the TV. He felt like a puppet again, slumped in wait for someone to pull his strings. He wasn't in control. Was anybody ever truly in control? You chose your own actions, but when your available choices are given to you by someone else, are you really choosing? Izuku could choose to go with or against the script. He could choose to struggle in the web or let himself be eaten. He could almost feel the web in its box seat above the stage, eager for the next act to begin. Tomura elbowed him in the arm. Oi, actively drowning chihuahua, are you gonna play or are you just gonna sit there and see how fast you can shake? Izuku was completely taken aback by the insult. He laughed, a little hysterically. Actively de-drowning chihuahua? That might be your best one yet. His relationship with Tomura was the weirdest thing to come out of all of this, including the cult rituals. Outside of league business, they were friends, now. Tomura had even started this absurd nickname thing to cheer him up, in his own way. I know, it's 'cause I'm the best. Izuku let himself relax slightly and he picked up a controller. When he looked over to ask what they should play, Izuku saw a weird pensive expression on his face. Just avoid making Sensei mad and I won't have to try to come up with new ones. I don't want to lose my player too. He was gobsmacked. Izuku didn't know how to respond to that surprisingly earnest display. So he didn't. Instead he just silently watched as Tomura picked out a game. Their peaceful moment was ruined by a portal forming in the bar. The master requests your presence, Phobos. Like a man at the gallows, Izuku got up and walked through the portal. He was back there again. His vision was filled with white walls and white concrete floors. The room was small and bare. A metal drain sat in the middle of the floor. Izuku kept his eyes to the floor as he walked to stand in front of Sensei. He was in the center of the room, blocking the view of the chair behind him. Sensei's gaze pinned him in place. I thought I taught you to look up. It seems we've regressed more than I thought. Keep your eyes on me when I'm speaking. Izuku shot his gaze up quickly and tried not to wither as they made eye contact. Yes, sir. Good enough. I thought you were smart enough to listen to my words, but I realize that you may require a stronger hand from time to time. Today, I'll show you a part of my operations that should be helpful to you in the future. Sensei kept his impassive gaze on Izuku as he stepped to the side, revealing a man strapped to the chair. He was bone-folded, gagged, and had soundproofed headphones on. Izuku kept his breathing steady. He couldn't afford to make another mistake. This man used to be a member of my organization, until he decided that I wasn't generous enough and sold information on our operations. He shows no remorse for his actions, has been proven untrustworthy, and knows a considerable amount about our operations. Now, what should I do, Phobos? Izuku knew the answer he wanted. This wasn't a matter of what he should do, it was whether he could do it. If he could order someone's death. If he could prove that he belonged. Thousands of little legs crawled along his skin. Despite trying to use the flesh to reduce his cortisol levels, a cold sweat covered his body. In the distance he could hear popcorn being eaten. 2 sets of eyes watched the stage, waiting for him to make his move. Which choice would he make? Sensei laid out the script. All he had to do was read the lines. Izuku wanted to feel anger, to lash out and scream at his circumstances. He wanted to be furious at Sensei for the choices he provided and to glare at the web for watching it all unfold with glee. Instead he was overcome with despair. He thought of his mom, enjoying a movie on the couch. Izuku let himself be tugged forwards by the strings that pulled him to act. He's a traitor who knows too much. You either dispose of him or give him to the doctor. Sensei let his usual fake pleased smile slide onto his face. You're almost correct. It is obvious he needs to be disposed of, but the circumstances of his betrayal require a little interrogation. We need to know what he said and to whom, as well as if that information has already been sold elsewhere. He walked behind the chair and pulled out a small card. The tools on top looked like the ones the doctor used in his tests. I, of course, don't get my hands dirty with this kind of thing. Tomura may enjoy it, but it will be your job to deal with things like this since it requires a little finesse. You're already familiar with these tools. Sensei walked over to Izuku and placed a hand behind his back, guiding him forwards. He couldn't stop the trembling in his arms, but Sensei did not mention it. The key to a good interrogation is to make the subject feel like resistance is pointless. That the only way to make the pain stop is to give in. This doesn't work on particularly stubborn people, but luckily for us, this man isn't very willful. Firm hands guided trembling ones to pick up a scalpel off the cart. You simply need to ask a question and repeat it until they answer. Psychological torture is quite effective, but that is a little too advanced for you at the moment. Gauge his pain tolerance and readjust as necessary. Do not say anything besides the questions you want answered. What do we want to know? This felt like an even more sick and twisted version of Sensei's usual lectures. Instead of educating him on the inadequacies of hero society, he was being taught how to torture someone. No matter how hard he pushed the fears, he couldn't stop shaking as the sweat dampened his clothes. Actively drowning Chihuahua. The random thought had him sputtering in actual hysterical laughter. He didn't have to do this, he could just take the scalpel and end himself right now before he could hurt anyone else. But he was too scared, too weak to make his own choice. He couldn't let his mom get hurt, she would be killed or worse. How much suffering is her life worth? How many lives are worth hers? Izuku shook those thoughts from his head. Sensei stepped back and said nothing. Izuku removed the headphones and GG, but kept the BLNDFLD in place. He doesn't look very intimidating and he didn't know if he could stand to see the look in the man's eyes. The fear. He breathed deeply and pushed the web into his voice, allowing him to sound calm and confident. If it was going to watch, then it could work for its entertainment. Who did you sell information to? The man's head jerked up, confusion overriding his fear. A kid? Who the F are you? Izuku stepped forwards and placed the flat of the blade under the man's chin, lifting it upwards. Who did you sell information to? I ain't telling you sheet. What, is the boss too scared to ask me himself? Flipping the scalpel around, Izuku pressed the handle of the scalpel uncomfortably hard into the man's neck. Izuku could feel the fear begin to emanate off the man. He coughed from the pressure at his neck and tugged hard against the restraints. Sheet. I don't even like that fucker anyways. I sold the info to Jiren. Did you sell or give information to anyone else? The man huffed and turned his head away. No. For some reason, he knew he was lying. Izuku gave in as the web pushed farther forwards into his mind. He could feel that the man was lying. Izuku shot a glance at Sensei, who watched with an amused expression. Sensei would want him to use the scalpel properly, or any of the other tools. There was only so long he could use the blunt end before Sensei grew tired of the stalling. The scalpel trembled in his hand. He tried to stop the shaking by holding his wrist. His grip was so tight that his nails broke skin. The flesh and the eye were already pushed to their limits, crowding the front of his mind as he forced himself to retain his composure. It felt like he was balancing on a knife's edge. One wrong move and he would fall apart. He forced himself to act and someone else's smile tugged at his lips. Izuku began with a 10-centimeter incision on the left bicep. The man was shaking in both fear and fury as Izuku repeated the question for the 7th time. Did you sell or give information to anyone else? Why, you're a FING freak. He inhaled sharply from the stinging pain of the scalpel, beginning another incision. I told some of the G guys at the ring about some of our D-dead drops. I owed M money. Izuku once again glanced at Sensei. The man finally told the truth. He nodded, a sign to move forwards. What did you tell Jiren? The man started breathing much heavier. Something a lot more serious than some cash, then. I gave him some information about some of our operations, and about some M members. Be more specific. Just some of the routes that our smugglers take and some of their names. Izuku placed the scalpel on his other arm and pressed lightly. Okay. It was Jairu and Bearhead's routes. I didn't say nothin' about their quirks or what they smuggle, I swear. What else? Nothing. That's all Jiren wanted to know. Izuku sighed. He was lying again. The scalpel was dragged across the man's pants, to wipe the blood off. The incisions were losing effectiveness, whatever he was holding out on spilling was scarier than the pain. Izuku's jaw was clenched painfully, it was all he could do to try and steady himself. His heart was beating wildly, from the stress and the slicing of flesh. He looked once again to Sensei, unconsciously looking for reassurance. Sensei, of course, offered a smile and nod. He knew what Sensei was doing, it was simple conditioning. A parent scolding bad behavior and encouraging the desired behavior. But for some reason he couldn't help himself, the calm presence in this horrific scene was a comfort. Sensei was telling him that he was fine, what he was doing was okay. That everything was gonna be okay if he just did as he was told. He thought back to his biology textbooks. Kurojirai had gotten him new ones when he had mentioned that he missed them. He wasn't supposed to say anything besides the questions, but Sensei also said that psychological torture was most effective. Izuku wanted this to be over, the flesh on his wrist was raw and crescent-shaped cuts littered his skin. He looked at the blood sluggishly leaking from the cuts. He didn't want the man to be in pain any longer than he had to, Izuku had to be more effective. Have you ever wondered how knee surgery works? The chair thumped as the man knocked his head backwards into the headrest. Izuku didn't wait for him to say anything, he could feel Sensei's curious gaze on the back of his neck. The doctor makes a vertical incision here. He lightly drags the blade along an imaginary dotted line. Then the layers of skin and flesh are pulled aside to expose the bone. The scalpel is dragged across the knee. And then dash. Who the F even are you? I dash. Maybe you'd like a more practical demonstration? I've never done that procedure before, but I'm sure I could try. Izuku brought the scalpel back over and made the deep vertical incision. Epidermis, dermis, subcutaneous tissue, muscle. Should I ask? Does he know? The man screamed and thrashed against the restraints. You're all FFING psychos? Ah, I'm glad I never have to work for YU sadistic FS again. Izuku began to use the scalpel to pull the flesh aside. His body screamed at him to puke, the nausea was so strong he felt the force pressing against his throat. The hand with the scalpel began to shake despite the death grip of the other. Bruising began to bloom across his wrist, he could feel the thumping of his heart. Look! This is all anybody is. Meat, flesh, blood, bone. A vessel, pathways. Interconnected tissues dash. Does he know? Can I ask? Does he? Screams, guttural and wet devolved into coughing and choked sobs. Izuku paused as the man tried to say something. It was the K-Kid. I told Jiren T the boss has a kid. Please, stop, I didn't. I didn't say nothing else. I didn't. The room felt 20 degrees colder after the man confessed. Izuku didn't dare to look behind him, he could feel the frigid glare on the back of his neck. Sensei's voice remained calm despite the obvious tension in the room. Thank you, Phobos. You may leave now. With a flick of his hand a portal opened. Izuku moved as fast as he could to get out of that room. He ignored whatever Kurojirai or Tomura said as he rushed down the hallway to his room. I need Titu, I see can't. He stepped into his room and slammed the door closed, tripping over the scattered books to get to the bathroom. When he turned the faucet on he noticed he was still holding the scalpel. It clattered into the sink as he dropped it. All of the repressed nausea hit him at once and he rushed to the toilet to empty his stomach. He could still feel the scalpel in his hands, the way it pierced through each layer of flesh. He could still see what it looked like to peel back the layers. Sweat, tears, and bile dripped from his face as he continued to dry heave. Izuku sunk down to the floor as he let the flesh and the web recede into his mind. Once they were gone, the repressed emotions hit him in full force. His mind was flooded with guilt and disgust. He didn't feel like he deserved to cry, he wasn't the one who almost got their FING knee cut out, but he sobbed anyways. He gripped his bloody wrist and squeezed. It hurt. I deserve this. After what I did to T then M-man. Should have just ended it. I am worse than a useless Deku, Sensei was right. I belong here. Tomura had given him a mission, find out when the raid was happening. He latched onto that goal and blocked everything else out. Izuku dived completely into his work, he spent the entire day sorting through his notes in order to compile everything relevant. He read over that information once, twice, 3 times as a plan formed in his head. Sparrow spent most of his free time at their base and most of his time away from the base was on a mission. Izuku wouldn't be able to tail him when he's on alert. But a couple of his eyes reported seeing Sparrow walking around with a specific Okami member on several occasions while not on a job. He just needed to stake out their base and tail him when he was with that person. He gathered up the things he would need and threw it into a small bag. He was already dressed to go out. Izuku walked into the bar and gave Kurogyuri a set of coordinates for a portal. The muggy late August air clung to his skin as he made his way towards the building the Okami used as a base. It was a run-down office building with a large storage facility behind it, the perfect cover for a less-than-legal smuggling business. He was sticking to the streets. It was barely past 5. Sparrow was usually seen out around 7 to 8 p.m., so he planned to stake out the building to try to catch Sparrow leave instead of searching the city. Izuku checked his watch. He had plenty of time to get in the area and find a location to watch from. That was until he heard someone shout in pain the block ahead of him. Izuku was immediately put on alert as the hunt prowled forwards in his mind. He ducked into an alley and climbed up the outside of a fire escape to the roof. He peeked over the edge and cursed under his breath. It wasn't too hard to follow Sensei's order not to cause a disturbance when it was adults fighting each other. He still stopped particularly nasty crimes. With those he always made sure to be in and out without leaving enough of a trace for it to lead back to him. But the scene before him was different. It was a group of teens beating the shit out of another teen who was cowering on the ground. Anger flared through him, causing a snarl to escape his lips. The burn scar on his thigh ached. I can stop them. He looked over the edge again. There were 3 aggressors, 2 in front and 1 in the back. They had cornered their victim. The teen on the ground wasn't fighting back, but he seemed like he could run if he had the chance. Izuku crouched and took stock of their quirks. The left was Ice Guy, who had sharp ice formed around his fists, and the right was Bird Guy, who had wings. The girl in the back had no visible quirk. Izuku scaled down and landed silently behind the girl in the back. He walked up to her and kicked the back of her knee out, and before she could scream, he kicked her back to send her slamming into the ground. Shit, I forgot I wasn't fighting a villain. I should probably pull my punches a bit. The sound of their friend hitting the ground got the attention of the other 2 goons. He rushed Ice Guy and delivered a right hook to his stomach. Ice Guy was completely winded and doubled over. Izuku dodged a grab from behind and in return grabbed Bird Guy's arm, pulling him forwards into another jab to the stomach. With all 3 goons distracted, he rushed to the teen on the ground, grabbed his hand, and ran. About 2 blocks later Izuku felt the hand being tugged out of his grip. He turned around to face the boy he saved, who was panting heavily. A mess of purple hair obscured his vision as the teen gripped his knees to catch his breath. After a moment, the purple-haired teen stood up fully. His face was flush from running and Izuku couldn't help but stare at his eyes. His pupils are white. That's so cool. Is he blind? No. Quirk-related? Sight-based activation or mutation? What the F was that? Are you a ninja or something? You're too short to be a hero. Izuku wasn't expecting snark from the teen he just rescued from being beaten to a pulp, and instead of responding like a normal person he blurted out. Why you're really tall, US should use that. CT that fire escape over there? Why you're tall enough to J-jump and pull the ladder D down. If why you're fast enough why you can pull it up B behind you before T they catch you. The purple-haired teen looked between him and the fire escape, a little dumbfounded. Izuku, suddenly realizing that he has somewhere to be, whipped out his phone to check the time. OSH sheet. I've gotta go. Bye. He took off down the street, ignoring the pair of curious eyes staring into his back. 3 days later and he had nothing. He could guess that the raid was happening soonish, but he needed something more concrete for their plan. He had even used the eye to look around in the base and catch conversations, but not one person made any mention of it. So, he sat atop the rooftop of yet another building nearby, looking through binoculars and enhanced eyes for Sparrow to leave the base. Izuku was able to tail Sparrow for a couple blocks on the first day. But he couldn't get close enough to hear anything without getting caught. Tomura was getting frustrated and he was starting to be different again. He could tell Sensei was doing something, enforcing in his son's head that useless pawns are not friends. Izuku was met with cold silence instead of teasing insults when he was at the bar now. Just as he was about to give his eyes some rest, he spotted Sparrow leaving around the back. At least his target was easy to spot. His arms and legs were feathered and ended in talons. The man didn't have any wings, but he could harden his feathers and was scarily agile. He's with the man mentioned in the reports. This is the chance I was looking for. Izuku dropped down to street level. Experienced villains would be able to spot a figure hopping rooftops. It was still light outside and there were a decent amount of people out and about when they got out of the sketchier area that the base was in. Izuku blended in with the crowd, focusing his senses. It was time to stalk his prey. He walked silently through the undergrowth, never losing sight of his prey as they waded through the dense forest. Impossibly tall trees surrounded them. There were so many smells, so many sounds. He saw someone run across the street out of the corner of his eye. So many prey. He had to will himself to focus. The hunt was easily distracted and he could not lose this chance. After several blocks his mind ached from the strain of reining it in. Eventually, the duo ducked into a restaurant. Izuku weighed his choices, either go inside and possibly get caught, or wait to tail them once they leave. We're still well within Okami territory, if they were to have loose lips it would be here. He waited a few minutes on purpose before going inside and sitting at a booth in the back corner, across the room from them. The place wasn't super busy, the inside was an open room with a bar overlooking the kitchen at the back. It was small and homey, with wooden furniture and plush booth seats. The back of the booth had a privacy screen separating each one, which would hide him from view. Sparrow and his friend sat at the other end of the room at a table on the wall. It was just close enough for Izuku to make out what they were saying with his enhanced hearing. He ordered a meal when the server arrived and ate his meal as he listened to them talk. One grueling half-hour of chatting later and Izuku finally heard something interesting. Sparrow's friend began to whine about being left out of the business trip. "I know, man. Can't you just? I really need this. You know, hates to change things at the last minute." Izuku almost jumped out of his skin when the server asked him if he was enjoying his meal. He replied quickly and then refocused on their conversation. "You're the best, finally be able to stop. I hate that guy." Sparrow sighed heavily. "You can't be late, how you are, go to, on the 24th, you can join. Do not say anything before then, got it?" Izuku's mind went a little fuzzy as he lost focus. It's the 11th, so that means we have a little under 2 weeks beforehand to prepare. He ordered dessert and ate that slowly to buy time. The men finally left and Izuku could hear the friend loudly declare that they should go drinking as the door closed behind them. Izuku quietly paid and waited just a bit longer before leaving. Ears twitched erratically under his hood as he left the restaurant. If he was found out then they would want to ambush him after he left. He tried to act normally as he walked in the vague direction of Kurojiri's bar. There was no need to risk tailing them further, he needed to get back and figure out a plan that Tomura would like while also causing the least amount of casualties possible. He could just go somewhere inconspicuous and call for a portal, but Izuku had a better idea. He's been staying out later to avoid Tomura and it felt like the smallest amount of rebellion allowed. Despite Sensei's lesson, Izuku only felt more compelled to disobey. The guilt clawed under his skin every time he did as he was told and he could barely sleep from the stress of possibly being ordered to do something like that again. Tomura was happy with Phobos as the brain, but what happened when he decided to use his other skills? Izuku cleared his head as he finished his climb to the roof of a nearby building. Free running was like meditation, all he could think about was his next move, the next foothold. If he lost focus then he risked plummeting to the concrete below. The thought was almost comforting. Sensei can't blame me for an accident, right? If I fell, by accident, my mom would become useless to him as leverage and she'd be free. His mind often wandered to falling when he was up so high, but his fear of Sensei finding out that he did it on purpose and killing his mom just to punish him from beyond the grave stopped that line of thought. Izuku let his mind quiet completely. Footholds, ledges, the distance between rooftops, that was the only important thing right now. The cool night air bristled through his hair and fur as he ran, jumped, and rolled across the city. He let the hunt play in the front of his mind. They had successfully stalked their prey and now that he had a date, they could be caught. He panted heavily through a fanged smile and his tail wagged excitedly at the thought of a future hunt. Izuku came across a roof taller than the one he was on and leapt onto the outside of a fire escape in order to make the jump. The metal groaned and shook as he landed, an odd second slam happened and then a yelp of pain. Izuku's eyes widened as he looked down to make sure someone didn't just fall off. He saw a person laid out on the landing 2 sets of stairs below him, clutching their head of purple hair. Izuku frantically climbed downwards, he couldn't believe it. Purple guy. He tried to calm the hunt down as he climbed onto the landing, but he couldn't reel in the panting or. The manic smile. The teen was laying on his back, he had clearly fallen forwards and hit something. He took in a bit more of his appearance now that he wasn't late for a job. The purple-haired teen was disheveled, his uniform was crumpled and his eye bags were so dark they looked drawn on. Why you? Ah, sheet, that hurt really FING bad, by the way. I was walking down the FING stairs when the local FING cryptid decided to shake the goddamn fire escape. Izuku fidgeted with his fingers. Sorry about that. Usually there's no one on these. His eyes lit up in realization. You used my advice. I didn't think you'd actually listen to me, I must have looked crazy. The teen gave him a look that said, you still look crazy. Izuku ignored the look to assess the teen's injuries, he frowned as he saw way more than what that fall would cause. He took his backpack off and pulled out his first aid kit. It was more like a serious injury kit, now that he was dealing with a lot worse than bullies. Izuku pointed to his kit and then to the bottom stair of the landing. The teen huffed, but sat down anyway. If you're gonna operate on me, we should at least exchange names first. I refuse to be called Purple Guy. Izuku paused, setting out his tools to look away sheepishly. Phobos was obviously out of the question, and for some reason he didn't want to lie. He looked down at his malformed hands, at the scars that peeked out from the edges of his sleeves. He just wanted to be normal with someone for once. To not be Phobos or Midoriya, his own family name, made him feel sick now. He looked up to meet the teen's eyes, a shaky smile settled on his lips. Izuku, why you can CC call me Izuku? The teen's eyebrows raised, probably surprised that he introduced himself with his first name. Izuku's smile was returned with a lazy smirk. Alright Dr. Izuku, you can call me Shinso. Shinso leaned backwards, pretending to faint as he brought a hand to his forehead. Please be gentle, doctor, my pain tolerance SCKS but. Izuku grinned at the theatrics as he finished laying out his tools. He wet a cotton pad with rubbing alcohol in order to clean the cuts. Shinso let himself be handled as Izuku worked to dab the blood away from the wounds. He hissed when the alcohol made contact with the cuts, but made an otherwise valiant effort to not make a sound. He had several wounds along his arms and a bad one on his shin. Izuku stayed hyper-focused on his task and didn't notice Shinsu's light blush as he held the boy's face to clean a scrape on his cheek. It was when Izuku had finished cleaning and turned to prepare bandages that Shinso spoke again. You aren't gonna ask me? Izuku continued cutting bandages as he replied. I just assumed they got you F first before you could get A away and use my A advice. Shinso furrowed his brows. No, not about that. I mean why I'm always getting beat up. Izuku smiled sadly and looked up. You'll tell me what you want to, I'm not exactly in an open B book either. I still haven't said whether I'm a ninja or a cryptid. Shinso rolled his eyes and let the topic drop, but Izuku could feel that he was less tense. Once he finished bandaging, Shinso inspected his work. You're really good at this, Dr. Ninja Cryptid. I hope the next time I see you, that you won't need my mysterious skill as set. Shinso stood up and mimed a punch and kicked towards Izuku. All bullies should quake in fear of the Kamino Cryptid. Izuku burst out in giggles as he stood. Why you can't call me T that, I told why you my name. Also why your F form SCKS. A mischievous grin formed on his lips through his giggles, his fangs peeked out slightly. Izuku stepped forwards, held out his hand, and did a give here motion. The purple-haired teen eyed him warily before giving his own hand up. Careful fingers manipulated Shinsu's hand into a proper fist and he guided him to stand correctly. This is T the form F for a proper P punch. Izuku twisted Shinsu's shoulders and hips with one hand while pulling his fist forwards with the other. Why you use your W whole body to P punch someone? Ga P punch is good F for S stunning S someone in order to get away. A conflicted look crossed Shinsu's face, dampening his smile into a frown. He looked tired as he let his hands fall to his sides. I'm applying for UA next year, that's what those fuckers are said about. A half-truth the web whispered. Shut up, I don't care why they don't want him to apply to UA. Izuku thought for a moment, a very bad idea popped into his head. A very bad idea that won't work and he shouldn't even. I seek and help. I mean, if you want me to and I'm not really even that good so dash. Shinso gave him a deadpan stare. Izuku, I watched you jump from a 4-story building and take out 3 people in like 5 seconds flat. Izuku began to fidget again. I didn't jump, I scaled D down the wall. Semantics, I'd be dumb to pass up training from a real shinobi. A shinobi? Alright, what area D do you live in? I'm not asking F for your A address. I just want to see if you live near a local D dojo. I live near Tokoyama Shrine. You're gonna train me at a dojo and you aren't a ninja, got it. Izuku fumbled around on his phone for a minute before gathering his resolve. Okay, T there is one N nearby and it's F free for local S students. IW won't be the O1 training YU there. Why you'll sign up F for weekly C classes, I'll make a workout R regiment for you T to follow and TH then twice a M month you C can train with ME. Shinso looked a little surprised, he scratched the back of his neck. I didn't know some dojos offered free classes, that sounds like a plan. I didn't think you'd get this into it. Well, this is R really important. UA is the B best so you've got to train R really hard. The purple-haired teen gave him a mock salute. I promise to go plus ultra in my training. How should I keep in contact with my new sensei? Izuku cringed hard at the nickname then looked down at his probably incriminating burner phone. Meet me at Tito Koyama Shrine on Sunday around, 7 p.m? We can go ahead and assign you up at T the D dojo then. Shinso quirked his brow at the odd pivot but rolled with it anyways. Alright, see ya then Greenie. The thumping of Shinsu's feet as he descended the fire escape barely muffled the sound of his heart banging in his ears. I just talked to someone. I just talked to someone my age and promised to see them regularly. Izuku wanted to be excited, a small part of his mind was elated at the thought. I'm gonna help someone become a hero. But that was quickly drowned out by the fact that he couldn't do this. He gave a promise to Shinso that he would have to break. He was a villain now and Sensei would never let him get away with this. Izuku felt his stomach jump into his throat at the thought of what Sensei would do to Shinso if he found out. The other half of his mind screamed back at him, he'd finally be able to do something good. He could tell Shinso was like him, maybe not quirkless, but clearly discriminated against. His uniform was a mess and not just from a fight, it was clear his parents weren't helping him repair it like Izuku's mom did. Shinso needed someone and Izuku could be that someone. But do I even deserve to help him? He wants to be a hero, he'd be disgusted if he knew what I am. He fell to his knees, barely feeling anything at all as he grabbed his things. I can't keep going on like this. I don't know how much longer I can keep this up before I break completely. Izuku felt a sudden realization wash over him. He's been stuck, spinning in circles trying to balance following orders and minimizing damage. There was only so much he could do to hold Tomura and Sensei back. And if he strayed too much then it was over. What he needed to do was work with them in a way that would lead to a way out. He slung his backpack over his shoulder and made his way up to the roof. Sensei wasn't an opponent you could escape from or rebel against. Izuku has come to terms with that, now. The only way to save his mom and everyone that man will hurt is to make sure he can never do anything to anyone again. Without Sensei, his organization will break apart in the resulting power vacuum. There's no way, with Sensei's narcissism, that he'd have someone strong enough to unite them once he was gone. Tomura can be charismatic but without Izuku, without Phobos, he doesn't have the capabilities to lead a group without getting caught quickly. And maybe, without his father's influence, Tomura could find another way to live his life. During his little discussions with Sensei, he mentioned how easy it was to infiltrate and corrupt a police force as part of one of his rant lectures. So Izuku couldn't go to the police without risking discovery. He had finished his research on the top 50 heroes for one of his initial lessons. They weren't all bad as he naively tried to tell Sensei then, but they wouldn't work either. He needed a hero who was intelligent, subtle, and most importantly, someone who would take him seriously. Ideally they would have enough connections to have the firepower to take Sensei on as well as not be too connected with the HPSC as to be compromised by them. There were so many variables to cover, so many moving parts that needed to be accounted for. The plan needed to be simple and adaptable so that it could be executed with minimal error, they wouldn't get a second chance. Izuku felt a late summer breeze rustle through his hair and shivered. He called Kurojairi. Can I get a ride home? The web leaned back in its seat, ready to enjoy the show. F off. You just say no to everything I say. Izuku pinched his brow and screwed his eyes closed. That's because every plan you suggest is shit. I already told you that this needs to be a stealth mission. Tomura swung his legs onto the coffee table in front of the couch, causing several papers to scatter onto the floor. Izuku watched as a paper on one of the Okami leaders slid under the TV console. Sensei chose me for my brain, remember? We only have a few high-level members so we have to be strategic. If we run in guns blazing we'll party wipe. You weren't using your brain for your first shitty plan, so sorry if I want to do something else. Izuku flinched at the mention of that meeting. It was draining to deal with Tomura switching from his usual playful snark to being cruel. He steadied his breathing, all of the annoyance faded away into a bone-aching tiredness. If we want to give you the best chance to succeed at taking over the Okami, we need to take out all the leadership at once the day of the warehouse raid. We'll split our best members into 2 teams, each one will have their own target that they match up best against. The 2 of us will sneak into the base ourselves to kill the main boss. After that show of force, the grunts will fall into line. Tomura dragged his feet off the table. What happens if they don't fall into line? Izuku looked into the teen's eyes and smirked. The other 2 teams will help with that, they'll come in during your announcement of the takeover with some proof of what they did. If they still have any complaints, then we deal with them the same way we deal with our disloyal members. DMN Phobos, you're finally starting to live up to your name. If only you'd get a real villain costume instead of that stupid hoodie. Your costume is literally just a trench coat. And the hands. Izuku rolled his eyes as he got up to gather the scattered papers. I'm gonna give you a breakdown on who I want on the mission, I'll sort them into 2 teams when I have more info. You are going to have them trained to work together and to get along, figure out how to do that yourself. Don't take them away from their normal work, we don't want someone to get suspicious. I am going to do some more recon on the leaders to find as much about their quirks and routines as I can. I'm also gonna go to the market to get us some gear. I refuse to stand next to you in that stupid trench coat. When are you gonna stop bossing me around? I'm your boss. Tomura huffed. I'll do that when you stop pouting like a little kid. They bickered back and forth as Izuku gathered the rest of his things. He let himself relax just a little as they devolved back into their usual banter. By the time he finished picking everything up, they were flipping each other off as Izuku left the bar. His room had gone from a barren cell to what looked like a conspiracy theorist's bunker. Stacks of papers, books, and notebooks laid in piles all over the floor. The wall behind his desk had a map of the prefecture and all of the information he gathered pinned on and around it. A printer sat under his desk, surrounded by boxes of blank paper. His bed was a pile of plush blankets and pillows and even more papers. The only part of his room that didn't change was the bathroom. He couldn't stand sterile-looking places, so he spent as little time in there as possible. Izuku grabbed the pile of hero research he was starting again and set it on the ground. He spread the Okami notes across his desk and opened his laptop. I am not gonna sleep tonight. The concrete slammed under his feet as he ran up the steps to the shrine. Izuku accidentally fell asleep at his desk, and by the time he had gotten a new phone and checked out a place to train Shinso, it was already 6:40 p.m. The shrine wasn't a very popular place, so there was no one to chastise him as he sprinted into the courtyard. He could see someone with wild purple hair napping on a bench. Izuku slowed down and walked silently up to the teen. Despite the fact that he was actively sleeping, Shinso still looked tired. His uniform was still in terrible shape, but at least he got the blood out. Like what you see? If he wasn't already flushed from running all the way to the shrine, his face would have gone beet red. Izuku was used to banter, but Shinsu's style of teasing was way different than Tomura's. He shook his head and tried to keep his voice steady. I was gonna say sorry for being late, but now I've changed my mind. Izuku turned on his heels and started to leave the plaza. He could hear Shinso scramble to get up in order to follow. They didn't have very long until the dojo closed, so they had to hurry. Long strides kept up easily with Izuku's hurried pace, much to his annoyance. He could feel Shinsu's eyes as he kept glancing at him. It was starting to make his skin crawl. Why is he watching? What is he looking for, does he? Izuku didn't have the energy to fight with the eye at the moment, so he gave in to the urge to ask. Something wrong? Shinso looked a little startled to be called out. He brought a hand up to rub the back of his neck. I was, wondering where your ears and tail went. Sheet, you don't have to answer that, if you don't want to. Sorry. It was Izuku's turn to look startled. Shinso was being extremely apologetic for such a simple question. Neither teen introduced themselves with their quirk, so he just assumed Shinso didn't want to mention it. Izuku was more than happy not to talk about his own quirk, despite the hunt appearing to be a normal one. He decided to mainly pass off the animal mutations as his quirk since it was the only part he couldn't hide. Its obvious nature also dissuaded any questions. So it was just now that Izuku remembered he didn't have it activated. Oh. It's actually a T-transformation T-type, not mutation. I get why you'd be confused. Those aren't super C common anymore. Izuku let the half-truth slip easily through his teeth. It made him feel sick to lie to one of his only friends. And he'd only have to keep lying for however long their friendship lasted. Great. They walked in an awkward silence until they finally made it to the dojo. Shinso walked up to the desk and signed up. Izuku sat in the seating area and waited. He gripped his backpack to his chest, the training notes inside crumpled from the force. Now that this was becoming real, doubt started to pour in. What if he thinks my ideas are stupid? What if he realizes how useless I am and stops talking to me? I'm not quirkless anymore, but it's only a matter of time. Rumpled uniform pants crossed into his vision. I'm signed up for Monday and Thursday classes. I was a little surprised how easy it was to sign up. All they wanted was my school ID. Izuku tried to smile as he got up. His face felt strained from the effort. There's no use in thinking about that. If it happens, then it happens. I'll still have helped someone. Great, now we can go to your TR training grounds. He could feel the concerned look Shinso was giving him, but the teen stayed silent. Izuku could feel himself relaxing a little as they walked, silently thankful that Shinso never pushed when he got anxious. Tomura would just tell him to spit it out already, but Shinso was nice enough to let it slide. He wondered how much longer and how much more the purple-haired teen would let slide before it was too much. About 10 minutes later they found themselves at an abandoned scrapyard turned illegal garbage dump. The place was surrounded with tall cinderblock walls topped with barbed wire. It was the city's attempt to stop the dumping instead of dealing with the root of the issue. Izuku led them around the side to a small section of wall that was missing its barbed wire. Shinso looked down at Izuku, then up at the wall, then down at Izuku again. He pointed at his own face. You expect me to be able to climb up there? he asked incredulously. Izuku just gave him a cheeky smile before taking off. He jumped onto the dumpster that was pushed against the wall and shoved his foot into a hole in the cinder blocks. From there he climbed the jagged footholds until he lifted himself to sit atop the wall. He then turned to hang from the edge of the wall and dropped to land on top of the dumpster, before walking back over to Shinso. Will all of your lessons involve me climbing up onto something? Izuku rolled his eyes. Being able to move around a sea cityscape as a hero is a highly underrated skill. When we get inside I'll show you other skills. He beamed his best encouraging smile, but Shinso just looked resigned to his fate. Izuku took off again, showing how to get up on the wall once again. He looked down as Shinso awkwardly tried to copy what he was shown. It took 3 tries before Izuku was holding his hand out to pull Shinso up. You did great. You'll be able to get up easier than me as soon because of your height. Izuku turned to the other side of the wall and dropped down onto a pile of crates he'd pushed into place earlier in order to get down easier. He walked to the middle of a medium-sized clearing and turned around to face a wary Shinso. You're not gonna murder me, are you? 'Cause this is totally the place you'd dump a body. Izuku's eyebrow twitched from the sound of a knife gliding. We are not thinking about that right now. And nope, it's actually the perfect place for 2 delinquent teens to practice fighting each other. And moving the trash around will help with weight training as well. I'll also teach you some free running, but we'll have some basics to go over first. He approached Shinso and pulled the crumpled training notes out, a little embarrassed at how messy they looked now. Purple eyes scanned the notes intently. He handled them with care before putting them in his own bag. I think I can follow most of it. The dietary part might be hard, but I'll manage. So, are we doing anything else today, or was it more like an orientation? Izuku let a cheeky grin spread across his face. I suppose we seek and spar for a little. I do need a baseline of your abilities. But first, show me your stance. Shinsu's face turned eager as he got into a shaky stance. Izuku walked over leisurely and corrected the teen's posture, before backing away with a nod. He clearly practiced what I showed him on the fire escape. Let's see if he can remember how to throw a punch too. Izuku threw a quick jab towards Shinsu's head, aiming to miss. The teen ducked away quickly. Fear crossed his face before it settled into an uneasy determination. More jabs and kicks were thrown out, testing Shinsu's reaction time and instincts. Izuku pulled his punches a lot when he was actually aiming to hit him. He called out advice as he stayed on the attack. Shinso picked up on it quickly and was already attempting to fight back. This went on for a while before Izuku grappled him to the ground, pinning his arm behind his back. Yield. I yield, awa. Shinso flopped onto his back panting and exhausted. He looked up to the stars like they had any answers on sparring. Izuku sat down next to him, handed the poor teen a water bottle, and began to write down scrawled notes in a brand new notebook. You did really well. I really only started aiming to hit you after a couple minutes, but your instincts are pretty good, so I was surprised to see how slippery you were. The dojo will hone those instincts and drill combat sense into you. Strength and stamina seem to be your main weaknesses? A focus on agility would. He devolved into mumblings as he wrote, trying to write as quickly as he could while the information was still fresh. The eye flitted questions around in his mind, pushing him to watch more, to know more. His eyes clouded over as he leaned into his notebook, his mouth mumbled questions and theories. Shinsu's curious gaze broke him out of his trance. He smirked as Izuku startled and looked over at him with wide eyes. Sorry about that. I didn't mean to say all of that out loud. I know it's kinda of creepy. Shinsu's smirk melted into something softer as he spoke up. That wasn't creepy, that was awesome. You got all of that information just from sparring me one time. I should have known that Dr. Shinobi Cryptid was also a genius. Izuku felt his face heat up as he waved his arms erratically. The logical side of his mind that recognized his own intelligence lost against the side that refused to be complimented. It's not that special. Anyone can get this much if they learn how. Right, of course they can. Shinso rolled his eyes and groaned as he sat up. Once Izuku was finished writing, he led them both through some post-workout stretching. He watched Shinso gather his things before remembering something important, fumbling around in his bag to find it. WES should trade N numbers now. I'll text you the D-dates I seek and train you later. They exchanged contact information. Izuku's hands shook as he typed his new number into Shinsu's phone. I've never exchanged numbers before. His thoughts were cut off when they swapped their phones back and he saw his name was changed in their chat. He sighed in exasperation, but couldn't hide the grin on his face. Einstein-sensei? Really? How long are you going to keep this you up? Shinso smiled mischievously. Until I run out of new nicknames. Izuku walked Shinso back to the entrance of the shrine before they parted ways with an awkward goodbye. His vibrating excitement had dimmed by the time he made it back to his room. He sat at his desk to figure out a plan to make this impossibly dumb decision not bite him in the butt. Einstein-sensei, alright, I've figured out a schedule. Einstein-sensei, image attachment. Tinky Winky, I see you've figured out how to change chat names. Tinky Winky, I'll get you back for this. Einstein-sensei, I look forward to it. Also, tell me a couple days in advance if you can't come to one of our meets, so I can reschedule. Tinky Winky, K. Izuku tugged his hood lower as he approached his destination. It was late and the air was heavy with the smell of smoke and alcohol. He walked quickly past the bars and the pachinko shops, turning down an alley. He stopped in front of a section of wall and knocked. Tell the broker Phobos is here to see him. A small hole appeared in the wall and an eye peeked through. He had found out about the market a couple months into building his network of eyes. To get into the market, you needed someone to vouch for you. Izuku had gotten on an info broker by the name of Jiren's radar early on and was a great source of funds in exchange for information. Izuku was well known enough as Jiren's kid to the doorman that he was let inside as a known customer. But today, he wasn't here as Izuku, he was here as Phobos, and he wanted to keep those two identities separate to avoid risking his information business. He wore one of Tomura's beat-up leather jackets, a motorcycle helmet, and a duffel bag over one shoulder. Eventually the doorman let out a gruff, "Come in." Phobos walked through the wall and walked down a cramped stairwell into a bustling marketplace. He walked past vendor stalls hawking all sorts of illegal and illicit goods. Loud arguing and chatter filled the claustrophobic space. Cheers and shouts could be heard coming from the fights at the ring as he passed by. Phobos stayed focused and ignored as much of the overwhelming noise as possible. The hunt was prodding at his mind to be let out, and the eye was being painfully annoying as it freaked out about all of the stares he was getting. Can you two calm the F down? I'm here as someone new, so of course I'm getting stared at. They are just curious. And no, we cannot hunt anyone here. He finished his mental pleading by the time he made it to the broker's shop, a small office tucked in the back of the market. The space was an organized mess of filing cabinets and boxes. Jiren sat behind his desk, smoking a cigarette with a sheet-eating grin on his face. Phobos, is it? I have to say I don't remember vouching for someone with that name. I was quite surprised for the doorman to ask if I vouched for a short guy in a motorcycle helmet. Phobos just rolled his eyes. He knew Jiren would figure it out immediately and made no effort to make a plan to deceive him. He was a valuable enough asset that Jiren wouldn't risk their working relationship by selling information about him. Jiren was also one of the few villains who knew a decent amount about Sensei and would not want to make an enemy of his son. Phobos was surprised that the broker was even still alive after being sold info about Tomura, but clearly he and Sensei had come to some sort of understanding. I need you to introduce me to a trustworthy support gear dealer, preferably one who doesn't mind rush orders. Jiren leaned back in his chair and put his arms behind his head. And why should I do that for a stranger? Phobos glared at the man through the helmet. He hoped he could feel it. I'm going to do you a favor once I come back to pick the gear up. It'll help you do something you've been trying to do for a while now. Jiren had been trying to get an in with the Shy Hisaikai. They were loaded and would be a generous client. But the new leader hated information brokers, so Jiren needed a big enough piece of bait for them to bite despite the leader's dislike. Phobos planned to use Jiren to get a warning about the raid to them the day before it happened. Jiren's smile widened before he pulled out a piece of paper and wrote something down on it. A favor, HM? I look forward to it. Go to the vendor with pink hair across from the ring and give her this note. Ah, and don't read it, it's just a little help for my brand new client. Phobos silently took the folded note and walked back into the crowded halls. The place was a winding mess of booths and customers. The first time he was here he almost panicked from the overwhelming pressure of shoving bodies, noise, and smoke. He quickly made his way back towards the ring, thankful that the vendor he was looking for was near a landmark. The ring was a betting ring for all kinds of gambling, the most popular one being the fighting ring in its center. One of their recruiters had tried to get him to fight once, saying that he'd win a lot of money since everyone would bet against him. Luckily, with his information brokerage and Tomura's business, he didn't need to ever use the place. He spotted bubblegum pink hair at a booth near the ring and walked over to it. The vendor was inspecting a piece of equipment while being watched by an impatient-looking man who tapped his foot anxiously. The support dealer had pink locks, was covered in grease, and her fingers were transformed into little tools. Eventually she finished her inspection and looked over at the man. She lifted her mask to reveal a toothy smile. It can be fixed. One of the major components failed. It'll take about a month for me to get the replacement part in. A month? That's dash. I'll take half up front plus the price of the component. Or you can take it somewhere else. The man glared at her for a moment before reluctantly handing over an envelope. The rest of their transaction finished quickly and the vendor turned to look excitedly at Phobos. Hello. I haven't seen you before, you're very small, is it quirk related? Oh. Is what's in that duffel bag for me? He was startled a bit at the rush of questions. She's definitely friendly? He introduced himself as he handed over the note. The name's Phobos. Jiren recommended you and said to hand over this note, and no, I haven't read it. The vendor snatched the note out of his hand. Her excited smile flipped into an annoyed frown. She slammed the note onto the table. That little dash. Ugh. Who does he think dash? She cut herself off as if suddenly remembering someone was standing right in front of her. A finger was pointed in Phobos' face. Tell Jiren that after this, I don't owe him anything. Now, what do you need? Oh, and you can call me Spring. He nodded his head once before reaching into the duffel and pulled out the notes he made for their costumes. The excitement returned to her face as she read through them. Oh, these are wonderful, Phobos-kun. A bit on the boring side, but I like your practicality. The practical aspects are the most important. I don't want to cheap out on any of the protective elements. You can edit the visual design if you want. I don't really have a preference as long as it can be done in time. She reached the last page then returned to flip through them again. I can get it done by the time you specified. I'll do it for 5 million yen and the right to be your exclusive support tech. It's quite the deal. He blanched at the number. Phobos knew it would be expensive, but that was practically half of their cash. Jiren recommended her, so she has to be good, and because of Jiren's favor she was giving them a deal. He handed over the duffel bag. I've got about a fourth of the payment in here along with the clothing I'd like to be augmented. I'll get the rest of the upfront payment to you through Jiren. All right. I'll see you in 2-ish weeks, Phobos-kun. He's back on the streets before he can get a moment to breathe. They needed as much information as possible on the leadership if this incredibly risky plan was going to work. Usually, Izuku didn't have his eyes actively look for someone since they increased the risk of them getting caught and being forced to spill who was looking and why. He hoped that with how busy the Okami would be in preparation for the raid that they'd be distracted enough to not notice random civilians watching them. For his own mission, Izuku was tailing a member that seemed to be one of the Okami boss's errand boys. He had gotten pretty good at accidentally making eye contact with someone. Using one of his usual tactics, Izuku ran forwards. He was dressed in his old school uniform. Right as he caught up to the man, he tripped into him and his backpack tumbled in front of the man. Izuku bent down quickly to grab his bag and looked up at the man's face. I'm so sorry. I'm really late to my part-time job. Before the man could even comprehend what just happened, Izuku was already off again, running down the street. He closed his eyes for a brief second and saw his own back disappearing into the crowd. Now that he confirmed the connection of the eye, he ducked into a quiet spot and called for a portal. Izuku was laying in his pile of blankets that resembled a bed and was staring at the ceiling. He felt compelled to count the specks as he waited. Every 5 minutes, he'd check to see if the guy had made it back to the base to talk to the boss. He had to limit it to just a glance. If he looked for too long then he'd be in too much pain to watch when he really needed to. The waiting was agonizing. He had tried to do something else in between but the stress was too exhausting. His alarm on his phone rang in his ears as he closed his eyes. The man was walking down a hallway, nervously checking his pocket over and over again. Izuku kept his eyes closed as he turned the alarm off. This was it. He watched as the guy paced in front of a pair of double doors. The person inside must have said something because the guy straightened suddenly before opening the door and walking inside. Inside was an incredibly messy office. Piles of paper and boxes covered the floor. Filing cabinets and extra desks crowded the room even further. The guy walked through the mess carefully before stopping in front of the desk at the back. He instantly recognized the man at the desk from the police reports he read through. The Okami's boss, Ro, was furiously typing at his desktop computer. He held out his hand expectantly. A nervous hand grabbed the photos out of a pocket and handed them over. Ro looked through them quickly. He pulled one out of the stack and it suddenly disappeared in his hand. Disintegration? No, there are no particles left behind. Maybe touch-based invisibility or teleportation? Izuku could feel the strain begin to pull at his eyes. Just a little more. The boss, like a magician, turned his hand over and a flash drive was held out. The guy grabbed it with both hands. Hand this over to Shikamura. The guy bowed low before he left the room in a hurry. Some sort of teleportation, then? It appears like he can send objects away and bring them back at will. How versatile. I wonder where the secondary location where he stores things is. And the distance. He scrawled notes and theories down as he watched. After another 20 minutes with no more useful information, Izuku gave into the pain and opened his eyes. He rubbed his eyes and reached over to grab the painkiller he had already set out. Once it kicked in, Izuku left the comfort of his bed to sit at his desk. He needed to organize all of his thoughts into something coherent. 5 days later he was sitting in the uncomfortable plastic chair of a shelter. He made the usual swap, sat for a random amount of time, then left. Izuku trudged through the streets, his hands were shoved into the pocket of his hoodie as he flipped the paper he had just received around in his hands. As he scaled a random building, all he could hear was his heart banging in his ears. This was information he specifically asked for them to find, and they had finally got it to him. He looked around quickly, then sat down and took the paper out. His eyes moved fervently over the page. The police have a file on Plague, apparently he's been arrested before. Lead detectives named Suzuki. Beneath that sentence was the name of a local police precinct along with the name of the officer in charge of that investigation. Izuku shoved the note into his backpack. Plague and Bando were the two high-ranking officers that were staying behind along with. The boss, Ro Bando, is very active in day-to-day operations and has a very visible quirk, elastic limbs, so it was simple to get info on him. Plague, on the other hand, acts behind the scenes and is rarely seen out. It was known that his quirk was scary, but no one knew the specifics. Since he's been arrested, that would mean the police have his quirk on file. Most villains have their quirk publicly registered when they are arrested, but Plague was still active, so it was kept locked. Izuku knew where the precinct was that he was booked in. It was one of the larger stations in the prefecture. Now, he just needed to get in. That evening, he made his way over to the precinct to scope it out. As he strolled by the building, he could feel the gaze of the dozens of cameras posted outside. The eye twitched and urged to disable them, but he resisted. He had gotten used to the feeling of cameras somewhat from the many security and traffic cameras around the city. At first he kept accidentally destroying them, but curbed that habit quickly as it would draw a lot of attention for half the city's cameras to go down randomly. His first thought was to try to hack into their system, but the officer he needed access to was actually smart and kept his files on a private system that wasn't connected to the open internet. If he had more time, he'd come up with more of a foolproof plan, but he needed this information as soon as possible. And if this didn't work, he'd need the time to swap to a different strategy to get the information. Izuku sighed heavily and his hand reached up to pull at the hair on his temples. I need to think. He jumped up and grabbed onto a fire escape in a nearby alley. Thoughts and ideas rushed in and out of his mind as he looked through his binoculars at the entrance of the precinct. Detective Suzuki was on shift right now, according to the little amount of information he was able to get through hacking. Izuku almost wanted to pinch himself when he saw the detective leaving the building during lunchtime. I can't be this lucky, it's not a trap, they have no idea who I am. Of course, she was going out for lunch. I totally forgot that people do that. He flew down the fire escape and rushed around a different street to cut them off. He wasn't wearing his school uniform, so this wouldn't be as clean as the usual strategy. Tomura had given him a black eye from their sparring. It gave him an idea. He kept his brisk pace up as he pushed through the crowd. Izuku turned his head to look behind him and put on a terrified face. He fell backwards dramatically as he crashed into the detective, backpack tumbling off to the side. Hey! Watch where you dash. Izuku looked up at them with wide eyes. He quickly looked back down and went to grab his bag, but the detective had already bent down to get it. Izuku stood up and he awkwardly took the bag from her hands. Sorry about my partner, are you okay, kid? He locked eyes with her before glancing away again. Oh, thanks. I'm fine. I'm just, really clumsy. I really need to go. The officers shared a concerned glance. Detective Suzuki pulled out a card from her pocket. Take this, if you ever need help feel free to call the precinct and ask for me. Stay safe, kid. Izuku nodded his head and then took off in a light jog. He was nearly hyperventilating by the time he made it out of their line of sight. The cold brick wall caught and pulled against his hoodie as he leaned against the wall of an alley. I just talked to some police officers. There's no way they can figure anything out. I'm just some random kid. After several moments of deep breathing, he closed his eyes. The detective and the officer were eating at a fast food restaurant. Izuku had made eye contact with her several times, but he always felt the need to check if it worked. Now, he had to find out whether or not she would look at the files he needed, or if he would have to break in and get into her computer. An intense migraine pulsed behind his eyes as he pushed to watch just a little longer. She was browsing through her files, just a little more. Izuku gripped his pen so hard he thought it might snap in half. He saw her password to her computer as she logged in, but she was doing casework unrelated to Plague or the Okami, so that was the only useful thing he got so far. The flesh was squirming under his control, he was using it to suppress the pain in his head. The eye encouraged him to keep watching. They were so close, the detective finished writing a report and went to log out. She stretched, gathered her things, and clocked out of work. Tears pricked at Izuku's eyes as he opened them. He took another painkiller. If he pushed the flesh any farther he'd start breaking out into giggles. Izuku knew he had been too lucky lately, now he had to break into a police station. Great, just great. He had picked up a couple new tools when he was at the market, like his new diamond-tipped glass breaker. All he had to do was climb up the side of a building which had very few footholds, shatter the window, get the information, and get out. Simple. Izuku put on his helmet but left his bag. He needed to be light and fast. He pushed the web and the flesh to calm his nerves. He needed to be absolutely calm and focused. He wasn't Izuku right now, he was Phobos, and Phobos wasn't scared. As he rounded the side of the building, he disabled the cameras as quietly as possible. If he focused, he could cause a simple mechanical failure instead of exploding them. Phobos let the hunt come forwards into his mind. He focused to limit it to just the claws on his hands. The ears and tails are too distinct if they happen to catch sight of him. He dug his claws into the wall as he climbed upwards. It wasn't the easiest climb since there were few footholds, but eventually he was perched next to the window that led into the detective's office. He dug his clawed hand further into the wall and positioned himself to shatter the glass. Gripping the glassbreaker, Phobos felt a smile pull at his lips as he engorged the muscles in his arm as much as he could before striking the glass. The tempered glass shattered in a spiderweb pattern. He flipped the tool around to the cutting side and made a hole large enough for him to stick his hand in and unlatch the locks. He climbed through the window and rushed quietly to the door. It was locked, but he took a chair from in the room and wedged it under just in case. He had been fairly quiet getting in, but anyone with enhanced hearing would have heard him. Spinning on his heel, he made his way back to the desk. He didn't even need to bring out his notes to input her password, he'd compulsively repeated it in his head 100 times. He navigated quickly through her files. The detective was very organized. A few stressful minutes later and he was reading through her files on the Okami. They didn't have a lot Phobos didn't figure out on his own, but anything new was scrawled into his notebook. Eventually he found Plague's file. It was an arrest from almost 7 years ago. He was released due to a key witness backing out of testifying. Phobos clicked away from the arrest file and over to the man's personal file. Quirk, woozy vapors. The user breathes out an unknown vapor that impairs mental acuity and muscle functions. His hand twitched as he heard someone walking down the hall. He quickly put his notebook away and logged out of the computer. The footsteps passed by as he climbed out of the window and down the building. Izuku felt like either jumping with joy or maybe keeling over and dying by the time he made it back to the roof. He left his bag on. The adrenaline from sneaking into a FING police station coursed through him. He felt a bit manic. He scooped up his bag and took off towards the bar. Izuku was going to enjoy the evening air as he made his way back. It would be the only downtime he'll be getting for who knows how long. After one sleepless night and a caffeine-fueled couple hours later, Izuku had finished going through all of his information on the Okami and had gone over his plan several times. Now everything was finished. He had put together something that might not end with them all dead. With the specifics ironed out, Izuku trudged out of his room and into the bar. Kurojairi laid eyes on him and immediately demanded he eat something before he could do anything else. He never felt like he could resist Kurojairi, so he just sat at the bar obediently. It also didn't help that refusing to eat a meal would send him into a panic, even though he wasn't really forced to eat anymore. Tomura walked up and sat next to him as he ate. "You look like shit." Izuku shoved another bit of food in his mouth. "And why do you think that is?" "I think I forgot who ordered me to salvage this insane plan." Tomura kicked his stool. "Well, this is your job. You're my party member and my plan is insanely smart. Just think of what we can do with those resources." Dread washed through Izuku and he groaned. His headache was already coming back. "I am." His stool was kicked 2 more times. He slid his revised plans over to Tomura. The teen picked them up, pinkies out, and read through them with a manic grin. "This is totally gonna work. If only you'd use your brain like this all the time." Izuku finished his meal and quietly thanked Kurojairi before turning to face Tomura. "You need to take this seriously. If any of you deviate from the plan, then it's totally not gonna work. Speaking of, how are the members I picked working out?" Tomura looked away and glared at the wall. "Some of the fuckers are trying to working together, but they won't stop FING bickering." Izuku pressed his hands into his hair. The firm grip and the pain grounded him as he looked down at the bar counter. He breathed deeply and let himself think. Okay. Gather them all into the Quirk training room. I'll need to see them working together to figure out what's wrong. We need to gather them to tell them the specifics of the plan anyways. I'll meet you there in 30. He didn't look back as he walked to his room. "It's okay, everything's fine." His hand trailed against the cold walls. Eventually he found the handle to his room. I just need to figure it out, to fix it. Izuku flopped face down onto his bed. Once I've figured it out, it'll be smooth sailing. Everything will be fine. Everything's fine. After zoning out in his bed for a bit, he quickly got up and dressed in something better for sparring. His usual gear was with spring getting repaired, so he felt a little underdressed. Maybe it'll be imposing. It's like saying, I don't even need a costume for you noobs. Izuku mused. On the walk to the gym, he let Izuku fade away and pushed Phobos forwards. Villains wouldn't respect a quirkless loser, so he wouldn't be one. He'd met a couple of the members when they would hang out at the bar, but they mostly just ignored each other. He was prepared to be seen as the kid Tomura plays games with. Phobos would need to earn their respect. All eyes locked onto him as he opened the door. He forced his best disinterested stare as he looked over all of them. Phobos walked over to stand next to Tomura. This is Phobos, you've all seen him around. He's going to explain what this extra training has been about. His eyebrow twitched as the lackluster introduction, you've all seen him around, really? He kept his voice steady. Okami is going to attack a Shai Hasaikai drag lab. I've made sure they will know beforehand, so the major Okami members at the raid will be crushed. We'll be conducting a simultaneous raid of the Okami base to take out the boss and the remaining 2 high-ranking members. Phobos looked around the room to see how they were reacting to the information. Shio and Doro were the only 2 he had actually interacted with. Doro looked disgustingly amused and Shio just looked nervous. She reminded him of himself sometimes. Drac and Knight were the muscle heads of the group, both looked excited. Kame and Freezerburn kept their faces neutral as they waited for him to continue speaking. He decided on the team compositions last night, it was time to see if they would work. Shio, Quirk, Heat Signature. Allows user to see in infrared and through walls. Doro, Quirk, Thief. Allows the user to steal a target senses, 5-finger touch activation. Drac, Quirk, Bulwark. Allows the user to harden his blood and musculature into an armor-like state. Shio, Doro, and Drac will be taking out Plague. His quirk allows him to breathe out a vapor that causes mental and physical degeneration. I'll be providing masks. He's a cautious man, your team will be able to sneak up and overwhelm him. He turned to face the second group. Kame, Quirk, Slow Field. Allows the user to create a field on the ground that slows those inside, sight-based. Freezerburn, Quirk, Temperature Shift. Allows the user to raise or drop the temperature considerably around his hands. Knight, Quirk, Divert. Allows the user to direct attacks and projectiles towards himself. Kame, Freezer, and Knight will take out Bando. His quirk mutated his body to become an elastic-like substance. He's well known in the underground fighting rings. Kame and Knight will support Freezer by slowing Bando down and keeping his attention. Freezer's quirk will be especially effective by dropping Bando's temperature, making him brittle and negating his quirk. Any questions? I have a question. How old are you? Are you the little brother or something? Knight quipped with an annoyingly condescending tone. He let the disrespect slide. Any other questions? A quiet voice spoke up, it was Shio. When is this going to happen? In the next week, you'll be told a date and time when it's closer. In the meantime we are going to iron out some issues that Tomura has brought up. You'll be sparring with me so I can see the problems firsthand. Phobos walked into the center of the room, he looked over at Shio's group. Shio was obviously the support. Doro was the DPS and Drac was their tank. He nodded his head at her group to fight first, they walked over to stand across from him. He pushed the hunt and the flesh immediately, his ears, tail, and claws burst through his skin. Blood, tissue, muscle. Increase adrenaline and norepinephrine, decrease lactic acid. Focus on his prey. He could hear the rustling of the leaves as they approached. It was time to chase. He launched himself at Doro, fist colliding with the arm Doro had used to block his attack. He dodged a grab and spun behind the man to kick his knee out. Doro stumbled forwards as his leg gave out. The other 2 finally woke up from their daze and started to help. Drac sent a lumbering punch that Phobos dodged easily. "Ha! Did you think that it actually hit him?" teased Doro as he steadied himself. "Shut the F up?" He kept up his attack on Doro, determined to take him out first. The man reached out a hand to touch him, Phobos pulled that arm forwards and kneed him in the gut. Shio attempted to step in but couldn't find an opening. He spun around to dodge another punch from Drac. The muscle-headed man was starting to look furious. He grabbed and punched blindly, Phobos was able to dodge easily. "Hey Shio! Are you actually gonna help, or will you keep being a useless beach?" Drac fumed. Doro held his stomach as he spoke. "It's not like you've been any help so far." Drac stopped his relentless assault and turned to punch Doro instead, who ducked and called out yet another insult. Shio looked like she'd rather be anywhere else at the moment. That's enough. They stopped arguing and looked over. Doro, instead of antagonizing your teammate, suggest what they should do differently. Drac, instead of focusing on offense, cover Doro's blind spots and wait for an opportunity to attack. Shio, your role is mainly to get these two to their target without alerting the whole base. However, once you are in the fight, either stay back or join. Make a decision. Half-butting makes you a liability in a fight. Phobos hopped on his toes to keep the blood pumping. A wicked smile was pulling against his lips, both fears were urging him to continue the fight. He motioned for the second group to come over. This team was built for fighting strength and specifically to fight Bando. They were well balanced, but would only be able to shine if they worked together. Phobos knew the least about this team. This fight is going to be interesting. His tail swished back and forth. He let this group start the fight. A surprise only works once. Kame immediately put a slow field under Phobos' feet. Freezer and Knight attacked at the same time, but were both obviously annoyed with Kame's quirk. He didn't bother to attack Freezer, since all of his attacks would be diverted anyway. His claws would be useful here, but he didn't want to maim them before they went on a job. Phobos and Knight traded slow blows as he dodged around Freezer's attempts to grab him. Kame tried to move his field around, but with a lack of communication he kept hitting his teammates. Knight backed away from the field and turned to glare at Kame. Hey, old man. How about you just butt out of this fight? Your quirk is FING annoying and useless. Phobos took this opportunity to slip out of the slow field, landing a hit on Knight. He whipped his head around and blocked a second strike. Both teammates attacked at once. Phobos took advantage of the field and let himself go limp, falling away as the two ended up swinging at each other. Both men fumbled as Kame attempted to move the field out of his teammate's way. Knight scoffed and jabbed a finger at Phobos. And you? Why the F am I on a team with these losers? Clearly the boss has lost it if he chose a shitty kid as the brain of the league. The tension in the room hiked and it felt as if the temperature dropped. Phobos' expression went cold. Kame dropped his quirk and Freezer backed up. He walked over to Knight, who regarded him with a pompous expression. Oh? Is the boss's little doggy ma dash? He jabbed the man's throat, causing him to sputter and cough. Then he delivered a kick to the back of his knees. Knight fell forwards onto his hands. Sensei ingrained in Phobos the importance of respect. It looked like they needed a little lesson as well. I tolerated your disrespect before because you did not know me, and because I had not earned it. But I will not tolerate disrespect towards our boss. The league isn't some stupid gang, you have been given a purpose here. He could feel Tomura's amused smile from across the room. He had never acted like this before. Sensei's lessons flashed in his mind when Knight insulted Tomura. On how to earn and keep respect, the various ways you instill that fear of authority. That very same fear of Sensei, of Tomura, flooded his brain and caused him to act. He backed away from the man on the floor. Nausea crept up his throat but subsided quickly. Phobos wasn't bothered by this sort of thing. Kame, communication is key to your quirk. You should come up with a code to use with your teammates. Freezer, your opponent will be almost completely unable to attack you, so stop hesitating. Knight, your only job is to buy time for Freezer to deal enough damage. You can fight back, of course, but your main purpose in this team is to provide Freezer an opportunity to land hits. The adrenaline was starting to fade. The flesh was being petty since he didn't get injured. He started to bounce on his toes to keep himself from crashing. Phobos stared them down, trying to calm himself down. You will work together and you will follow the plans Tomura gives you. If you don't, then I cannot guarantee you'll survive this. Follow instruction, take out your targets, and no more infighting. Talk about your problems like adults. He turned on his heels and left without another word. His adrenaline crashed as he made it back to his room. Izuku had been practicing a slow release method when he finished a fight, but he was too frazzled to do that now. He had been ignoring a gnawing truth at the center of this mission. All of this planning and preparation distracted him from what he was going to do at the end of it. What he had to do. Dispose, eliminate, take out. Izuku was going to kill someone and was planning the deaths of others. Tomura had given him a role to play and Sensei pulled the strings. He was at the crossroads of choice once again. The third option was always there. It spoke to him on quiet rooftops or when he was bandaging his wounds. To just give up. But he couldn't. He was a selfish coward. He had to keep trying, to keep searching for a way. He just had to keep marching down the path that kept him alive until he found the way out. Izuku pulled himself off the floor and onto the chair at his desk. He picked up the stack of paper on hero research he'd previously set aside. There has to be someone. His precious sleep was interrupted by a knock at the door. A paper stuck to his face as he sat up. He pulled it off and cringed at the now smudged writing. He'd have to redo that later. Izuku cracked open the door. It was Kurojairi. The master wishes to see you. I will open a portal once you are dressed. A million thoughts raced through his mind as he got dressed. Did I do something wrong during the training yesterday? Was I too sloppy at the police station? Did that Okami member get suspicious? Did he find out about Shinso? That last thought made him feel particularly ill. Calm down, he needed to calm down. Maybe Sensei just wants to be read in on my plans now that I've put something concrete together. No matter the reason, Sensei did not like when Izuku was skittish, so he needed to calm down. As he walked through the portal, he could feel that something was off. He could tell he was in another room that was probably in the labs, judging from the cold white walls and floor. A shiver of 100 little legs crawled down his spine. He has something planned for you. Izuku looked around the space. There was a lot more in the room than last time. Metal tables, shelves, and equipment sat around the room. The stage was set, the only thing missing was for the curtains to be drawn. A door creaked open at the back of the room. Sensei was pushing a woman in a wheelchair through. She was slumped over. He wheeled her over to a table in the middle of the room and lifted her onto it. She was completely limp, but her eyes frantically looked around the space. I see Kurogiri has fetched you. Apologies, I'll be skipping the pleasantries for today's discussion. Izuku couldn't tear his eyes off the familiar markings on the woman's arms. He couldn't quite focus on them. They made his eyes hurt. Look at me, not at her. He tore his eyes away to look at the man. His expression and posture were neutral. It didn't seem like he was in trouble. Izuku almost wished that he was in trouble in some way. Sensei's nonchalance while wheeling in a subject of the doctor's set his nerves on fire. Tomura and I are very pleased with what you've accomplished so far. Your plan for the Okami seems to be coming along brilliantly. However, Tomura has come to me with a concern. Sensei walked towards a cart of medical tools. Izuku's feet stayed rooted to the ground and his gaze was glued to the man. He is worried that you won't be able to execute the final stage of your plan that you have so painstakingly put together. He asked me to help you. Sensei picked up a scalpel and walked towards him. He didn't feel anything. No, that's not quite right. He couldn't feel anything except for pure panic. Izuku's heart was banging in his ears despite his desperate attempt to lower his cortisol levels. The web was refusing to help at all. It apparently wanted him to panic. He wanted to scream at it. The scalpel was placed gently into his hands. Sensei placed a hand on his back and carefully guided him over to the woman. It was like that room again, with the man in the chair. Izuku felt a visceral sense that he shouldn't be here. Everything was wrong. I have to admit that this is my fault. I knew you were a gentle-hearted boy and I wanted to cultivate you with care. I realize now that it was a mistake to treat you so gently. You are far stronger than I gave you credit for. Just look at how much you've grown. A hand creeped over his cheek and turned his head to face Sensei's. You've gained power and a family. Not through luck or a genetic lottery, you've earned it. He was turned to look at the woman. Every human has a purpose. Your purpose is to prepare the world and Tomura's is to change it. You must serve your purpose, to become all that you can be. I know you can become so much more. Sensei trailed his thin fingers up Izuku's arm and along his back as he backed away. Izuku's throat was filled with bile. It felt like a centipede had crawled into his ear and was slowly scrambling his brain. His brain and stomach churned over and over and over and over. All composure left his body as he took a shaky breath. He tried to hold the shaking scalpel still, but both hands were trembling. Her purpose is to help you. Tears were trailing down Izuku's cheeks. Can I? You can and you will. This was it, the culmination, the turning point, the test to see if he could do it. If he could walk down the road of no return in order to protect the one person who mattered most to him. Izuku couldn't do it. He was weak, worthless. He tried to force his hand forwards. His fingernails dug deep into his skin as he gripped it with his other hand, but he couldn't move them. Blood trickled down his wrist. He tried to push the flesh and the web to dampen his emotions. But each time he thought about acting, his mind would flood with the sound of the gang member screaming and his slicing flesh. A smooth blade sliding into the knee. Skin, tissue, muscle tearing open. Was he trapped in a web? Or was he being pulled by strings? A wide grin spread across his face as Doro's skin twisted around the bone. Izuku felt his knees weaken and he gagged at the memories. He didn't have the willpower or strength to do what was necessary, but maybe Phobos did. Phobos was strong and determined. Izuku was Phobos, but Phobos wasn't Izuku. He learned something like that in math, he thought. Before, he wore Phobos like a mask, but in order to survive this without breaking down completely he needed something more than a mask. His mind was already host to several personalities. All he needed to do was add one more. To separate them. Izuku wouldn't be able to handle this, he would be crushed by the weight. He just needed a little help. Phobos calmed his breathing and loosened the grip on the hand holding the scalpel. He urged the bleeding to clot, so it wouldn't drip onto the woman. His gaze remained neutral as he positioned the blade at her neck. Phobos knew she was aware of what was happening. Nurse Aoto's quirk was very familiar. He stared at her neck, he could see the blood pumping through the veins. He began to act on Sensei's script and the curtains were drawn. Epidermis, dermis, hypodermis, jugular. He had to slice through each one. To open the vessels, to expose her pathways and tissues. With a steady hand, he sliced into the layers of skin, careful to go deep enough so that she would bleed out quickly. He looked into her eyes, she deserved to be seen, to be known, in death. She looked back, her eyes full of fear, silently pleading. For a moment, he let his eyes soften, hoping that she'd find peace when her suffering was over. She was dead in moments. The wound sprayed out blood, initially splattering his body, but now it was a steadily flowing river of crimson. It pooled on the table beneath her. Phobos stood still as the blood dripped from his own face. This is all she is now. No longer a person. A sack of meat and bones slowly losing its precious fluids. He was no longer a person. Sensei brushed his hands along Phobos' shoulders. He walked across the room and wet a rag in a sink. Well done, Phobos. I'm so proud of who you've become. Phobos said nothing and stood still as the blood was wiped from his face and hands. He could feel two pairs of eyes watching him. A proud father and a cackling spider in the theater seats. You may leave now, I hope your plan succeeds. The web applauded from the audience. End scene. Izuku wasn't allowed around Tomura anymore, in fear that the teen would think he needed help again. Phobos was who he spent a lot of his time as now. He was dealing with more backlash from the web and the flesh for his constant use of them. The web was being a little beach and only worked with Phobos if he was scheming or if he was doing something it found entertaining. The flesh was wreaking havoc, squirming under his skin constantly for release. To console it, Izuku let it break open his scars and heal them over and over again. He pretty much had constant bandaging on now from its misbehavior. It was only when he was alone that he could be vulnerable, weak. It was one of those moments now, actually. Izuku found himself staring at the stars, idly trying to count them as he laid on a random rooftop. There were so many of them. So far away, much farther than the ceiling of his middle school. And there were no tiles to help him keep track. A phone buzzing made him lose the number he was on. Izuku pulled his phone out of his bag, it was the one he got to talk to Shinso. He immediately got nervous and stared at the unopened text. I totally forgot I gave him my number. He opened and closed the phone repeatedly. I don't deserve to talk to him anymore, I can't. The phone buzzed again. Izuku lost the internal battle and opened the messages. Tinky Winky, image of a stray cat hissing at the camera. Tinky Winky, she was stuck in a dumpster. Tinky Winky, I don't think she wanted to be rescued. Image of a hand covered in cat scratches. Izuku stared at the messages sent from a friend. A friend who he was tricking and lying to, who wanted to be a hero. Who saved ungrateful cats from dumpsters. Tears welled up and poured from his eyes. He was so tired. Chupacabra, why do you want to be a hero? Tinky Winky, DMN my conversation icebreaker was ignored. Tinky Winky, straight to the tragic backstory? I thought we'd at least go through the awkward texting phase first. Izuku panicked, he didn't want to push Shinso away. His fingers trembled as he frantically typed a response. Chupacabra, you don't have to answer if you don't want to. I was just thinking about stuff. An achingly long moment passed before Shinso responded. Tinky Winky, well I'd be a bad friend if I didn't help you think through stuff. Tinky Winky, spite is the reason, I guess. I'm tired of all these fuckers telling me I'm nothing and how I'll never amount to anything good and I'm gonna prove them all wrong by becoming a goddamn hero. Izuku read the message, then reread it 3 more times. His head felt fuzzy and the tears got heavier. Tinky Winky, sorry it's not a very heroic reason. He rubbed the tears from his face so he could see his phone well enough to type a response. Chupacabra, that's a plenty good reason. Becoming a hero after being beat down your whole life gives hope to those who went through the same thing. Chupacabra, you'll be such a good hero, Shinso. Tinky Winky, you know you'd be a pretty kick-ass hero too, I might even make you my sidekick. Izuku huffed a laugh between gasping breaths, it was hard to breathe after crying so much. The empty feeling from before returned, but it wasn't as heavy. Chupacabra, I can't be a hero, not like you. But I'd like to at least try to do good. Chupacabra, like helping a certain hero hopeful have a chance at getting into UA. Tinky Winky, we'll address that cryptic but comment later, I need to get back home before it gets too late. Tinky Winky, by cat emoji waving. Chupacabra, haha I have no clue what you're talking about. Good night. Izuku rolled onto his back and let his arms spread out, he stared back up at the stars. Neither Izuku nor Phobos could be a hero, one was weak and the other a villain. But that didn't mean he couldn't do good. He already knew Sensei needed to be taken down, killed, Tartarus wouldn't be able to hold him. Who knew how many powers and connections he had that could keep him out of custody? Izuku was working on a plan for that already, to find someone capable enough to help him see it through. It didn't matter that Izuku was trying to do good, he needed to actually do something now. A thought crossed his mind. Sensei did not approve of vigilantes, and the bare minimum he did under man's radar wasn't enough to outweigh his sins. He could, however, do something that Sensei would approve of and just so happened to be good for society while researching for his plan. Izuku pulled a notebook out of his bag and flipped through it, landing on a page about a local hero. Sensei had tried to instill in him how corrupt heroes and hero society was. If he were to compile evidence and show everyone that corruption, he would cause some trouble for the HPSC. He'd be killing 3 birds with 1 stone, gaining Sensei's approval, doing good, and getting more time to spend on finding the hero he needed. He sat up and crossed his legs, and bent over the notebook that was now in his lap. He dumped his thoughts down onto the page. This was something neither Phobos nor Izuku could do, of course. He needed someone new, someone to be his hero, until he found a real one. A stranger grinned behind his mask. Okay, so I actually had like 10 chapters written already after this point before I stopped posting. Life happened and I didn't have the energy and I wasn't super happy with how the story was progressing. So I am currently rewriting the stuff past this chapter to be more like what I want to write. New chapter soon, hopefully? Thanks for all of the support and comments. I feel like I'm gonna cry every time I get one chapter text. Sludge like muck sloshed under his boots as he walked towards the market. He's walked this path enough times that he doesn't need to look around as he walks. Izuku is wearing his typical going out fit, all black clothes with the biker helmet. There was an early autumn chill in the air, but his mind is focused on what he needs to do as he trudges forwards. By the time he's standing in front of the false brick wall, Izuku has slipped into Phobos. Phobos walks through the wall after being vetted. It's hot and muggy in the cramped halls of the market. The dozens of bodies packed in each area make the space uncomfortably warm for his winter clothes. He makes his way quickly to Jiren's office, pushing through bodies and ignoring the curses he's getting from shoving through the crowd. When he opened the door to the backroom office, he was met with Jiren's slimy smile. "Welcome back, kid. Is it finally time for my payment?" Phobos pulls an envelope out of his jacket, the proof of what Okami is up to, and holds it between 2 fingers near his chest. "I have your payment, but there are a few rules you must follow once you've received it." Jiren quirks a brow but doesn't speak. "You are to give this information to the Shai Hasaikai on the date specified on the envelope. Obviously where you got this information from is to remain anonymous. Aside from those 2 things, feel free to ingratiate yourself to the Hasaikai as much as you like." He handed the envelope over and Jiren stashed it in his own jacket, taking his sly grin as an agreement to the terms. Phobos turned to leave the office, a gruff voice called out as he walked through the door. "A pleasure doing business with ya." He quickly made his way to Spring's market stall, not wanting to be in this claustrophobic place any longer. She met his eyes as he approached and her smile stretched wide across her face as she turned around to pick something up. Phobos stood in front of the stall and watched as Spring lifted the now much heavier duffel bag onto the table between them. He heard the distinct sound of metal and heavy fabrics rustle when it was unceremoniously dropped in front of him. "Hello again, Phobos-kun. I have to say it was so fun to work on your requests. It's been so long since I've put together gear from another inventor's notes. I made my own changes, of course, and added a few things I thought would be fun. You have to show me how it looks, you'll be freaking adorably terrifying. And by you have to show me I mean it, come back to my dressing room, gotta make sure things fit." Phobos let the flood of words wash over him, he'd forgotten what it was like to deal with people so passionate and positive. He picked up the duffel and walked past piles of illegal support gear and into the makeshift dressing room. It was in the back corner of the space, her stall was bigger than it looked. 2 of the walls were plywood and the other 2 were heavy curtains, one of which he pushed to the side to walk in. A full-length mirror leaned against one of the wooden walls and a small seat was against the other. He pointedly ignored his reflection, he never looked in the mirror as Phobos, and rifled through the duffel bag. Tomura's gear was on top, he lifted it out and inspected it, his costume was now quirk reinforced and a bit more practical. The coat was shorter, he now had armored underclothes, and a utility belt. "Phobos-kun, you have to show me, remember. It's part of the payment." He signed and dug deeper. Underneath was his costume, his hands shook slightly before he quickly calmed himself down. Still not looking into the mirror, he put the outfit on. Once it was on he waved a hand through the curtains for Spring to come in. Spring squealed in delight, her pink curls swished as she bounced on her toes. "Oh my gosh. It's perfect." Her speech devolved into mumbled ramblings as she checked over every inch of her design, walking circles around him. Phobos finally looked up into the mirror, and saw someone. Or maybe it was a version of himself. He didn't really know what he looked like anymore. He remembers what Izuku looked like. Acidic green irises stared back at him through the black wolf mask adorning his face. He brought a hand up to touch it. Spring spoke up when she saw him move. I noticed you don't like to show your face, but you also didn't request for your features to be hidden, so I went with an in-between. Phobos absently listened to her speak as he looked downwards. His shoes were now steel-toed. Under his clothes were the slash-resistant and lightly armored undershirt and leggings he designed. The pants were easy to move in and had lots of pockets. The farthest from his design, visually, was the top. It was a weird garment that was cropped at his waist, but the undergarments were the real armor, so he didn't really mind. Spring bounces over to the duffel bag and rummages around the bottom. She pulled out a sheathed dagger and handed it to him. A little bonus for my cutest client. I got a little excited designing your costume and decided that you had to have this to complete the look. Phobos unsheathed the dagger and turned it around in his hand. It looked different enough from a scalpel that it wasn't sending shivers down his skin. Not that Phobos would be bothered by scalpels, it was Izuku who hated them. He hadn't trained with a knife before, but it would probably be useful in a pinch if the hunt wasn't cooperating and he needed a weapon. After a few more moments, he slid the dagger back into its sheath. He motioned for Spring to leave and changed back into his usual gear. Phobos still needed to lay low for the time being, and that costume would draw attention. He slung the duffel over his shoulder as he walked through the curtains. Jiren got you the rest of the payment, right? Spring was already distracted by some random piece of unfinished gear, so she didn't look up as she spoke. Oh yeah, we're straight. I'd prefer to go through any other in-between than that man in the future though. That's no problem, I'm set up with a money changer down here now. Phobos shivered at that memory. Money changers do exactly what the name suggests, they move money between the various vendors and customers. It's dangerous to carry cash, so frequent customers will use a money changer as an illegal bank. Their trustworthiness is staked on the reputation of the whole market, that and the fact that if they went on the run with the money they'd be hunted down by dozens of furious villains also helped. The guy he talked to was a man with a truth quirk, anyone he touched was forced to tell the truth. He touched himself and promised he would keep the money safe as a form of security. Phobos barely made it through that conversation, but was eventually able to prove himself and get some money stored. He shook his head, looked around her shop and picked up several gas masks out of a bin. I'd like to get these as well. Spring looked over her shoulder, then shrugged and went back to tinkering. I usually use those for parts, but I'll sell M to ya. 35k for all 5. Phobos handed her a market check, a quirk-protected slip that officiated a transaction. After stuffing the masks away, he slunk back out into the night. Izuku sat in a liminal state on the couch. He was playing games with Tomura and getting thoroughly destroyed, but he was too busy trying to sort out what he was even feeling at the moment to notice. Izuku, Phobos, and someone else who he was working on, as well as the 4 other distinct personalities, sat in his mind. Conflicting feelings and urges fought for control. 2 were excited for a fight, 1 wanted to just melt into the couch and never do anything again. He thought that one was Izuku. Phobos was just tired of the noise and the web was eager to see a plan executed. Despite the fact that there were only 2 people on the couch, it felt like he was being squashed into it. The pressure was pushing him down on all sides and pushing out from within his own head. Was it possible to explode and implode at the same time? That was the kind of thing he was thinking about when a controller flew at his head. Have you turned into a little beach? It's like I'm playing against a bot on FING easy mode. Izuku ignored the outburst, but Phobos decided to look over at Tomura. Sorry, I'm just thinking about the really FING important mission that we're about to go on. Like how we're relying on a group of shitty villains to follow orders and work together for this to work. Or maybe about how the Okami could have gotten wind and changed their plans or dash. Okay, I get it, can you please shut up? Phobos leaned back into the couch and scoffed. They sat in skin-crawlingly uncomfortable silence as the ambient game music drifted through the air. He felt his fingers twitch and the pressure on his neck was heavy. The eye was growing increasingly erratic as the time for the mission drew near. It begged him to read over his notes just one more time. What if he missed something? The silence didn't last much longer before Tomura let out a dramatic groan. He sat up and looked over, Izuku turned and they made eye contact. I'm not gonna give you a pep talk, cause that sheet's for corny heroes. I'll give you an anti-pep talk, or like a villain talk, or whatever. He sighed and took a breath, his smile leaned towards manic. Phobos found himself captured by his vibrant red eyes. Our group is small and a little shitty right now, but with your plan we have a chance at becoming great. Those stupid NPCs will follow the plan because they have half a brain, and that plan will work. The plan will work because you gathered the information and thought of every single possibility. Now, let's just chill and play games so that you aren't fucking wired when the mission starts. Phobos let himself settle. Tomura was right, weirdly enough. Getting stuck in his own head would only cause him to F up. He brought his hand up to his face like he was wiping away a tear. Wow, I can't believe I got an anti-pep talk from the leader of the league. Your speech brought a tear to my eye. Tomura held back a grin as he yelled. Just pick a FING character already. All of his senses are on high alert as he guides Tomura around the outside of the Okami's base. It was an oddly warm night despite it being almost November. The base was quiet except for the dining hall on the first floor, where most of the remaining Okami members were beginning to congregate for dinner and probably to wait for news about the raid. Shio and Kama's groups were already making their own way in as quietly as possible. He had been able to get a good look at where their targets were through some low-level members' eyes. Each team was matched up against their best target. Tomura and Phobos are going against the boss to gain the respect and fear of the members. It also helps that Tomura can disintegrate anything Ro pulls out of his quirk, dimensional storage. If everything went according to plan, all of the targets would be taken out quickly and quietly. Phobos and Tomura were slinking along the back of the building until they reached the space underneath the boss's office window. They scaled the side of the building. Phobos used his claws and Tomura followed behind using the grooves he made. Once they reached the window, Phobos looked inside. It was empty. Tomura disintegrated the window lock and they entered silently. The green-haired teen sniffed the air. There were several strong scents, but one was clearly in this room the most. On quiet feet, the two snuck out into the hall and walked towards a door at the end of the hallway, led by the scent. Phobos signaled Tomura to make a small hole in the door. He looked through and saw nothing, but he could just barely hear the shuffling of feet over his heart beating in his ears. The lock was disintegrated and the door creaked open. They sneak around what looks like a very nice small apartment before they spot Ro, the Okami's boss, eating dinner on his couch. Phobos signals Tomura to creep up behind the man. Stalking through the undergrowth, a pair of predatory eyes narrow on its prey. He can almost feel his teeth sinking into flesh as the second he tries to put all 5 fingers on the man's neck, he's grabbed and thrown over the couch, back slamming painfully into the coffee table. Ro sticks his hand into his chest and pulls out a stun baton, but he didn't realize there was a second opponent until Phobos kicked the weapon out of his hand. The man sent a jab back at Phobos before jumping into a more open space in the living room. He glanced down at Tomura pulling himself off the floor. Phobos stood crouched and bounced on his toes, trying to recenter himself. He let the hunt push farther forwards in his mind. His surroundings narrowed to a pinpoint. Tomura couldn't keep his mouth shut any longer and called out. This is kind of a shitty boss arena. Who picked your furniture out? Your mom. Ro and Phobos both rolled their eyes at the your mom joke. He didn't respond as he pulled a silenced pistol out of his chest. Tomura took off to the side and Phobos crouched down and grabbed a throwing knife from his belt. The man took aim at the teen running around his flank. Before he could fire, a knife whizzing towards his face pulled his attention away. Silver flakes decayed in Ro's hands as he clutched his side. Tomura had used the distraction to punch his stomach and grab the gun. The man retaliated quickly, kicking the teen's side hard enough for him to stumble. He reached into himself again, but was interrupted by a jab to his liver. Ro spun around to block a blow to the head. He panted and seethed at his attackers. Who the F? Are you people? Did Chisaki send you? Phobos remained on the attack while Tomura decided the best decision was to antagonize the man more. He stood tall and with an expression so smug Phobos wanted to stop what he was doing and smack him upside the head. Nobody sent us. I decided that my League of Villains needed to level up. You're just the final bit of XP. I hope you don't mind us looting your base after you're dead. Ro's demeanor shifted into something more serious and suddenly Phobos' ears were ringing after getting elbowed in the head. In one swift movement, he pulls another pistol from his chest. Phonies pushes the flesh farther, compelling his strained body to do more. Adrenaline flooding pathways, muscles gorge and flex. Tomura finally makes himself useful again by trying to grab the man from behind. Part of his shoulder has decayed before he's able to push the teen off. Tomura's eyes are blown wide from the adrenaline and his smile widens from the successful attack. Ro shrugs off the incredible amount of pain he must be in to return the attack. He throws out a feint and Tomura falls for it. Phobos sees it coming before it lands. All sound falls away except for the pounding of his heartbeat and his panting breath. He strains his tethers hard, causing a smile and snarl to pull at his lips. The trigger could be pulled. He launches himself at the man, blocking the bullet with his arm. It meets the resistance of the fabric at first, but it soon rips past the fibers and into his flesh. His dulled pain receptors screamed out, endorphins flooded his system from excitement of the flesh. His grin stretches so wide it hurts as he wrestles the gun away from Ro. Metal drilling against bone, crimson pours from the opening. Tissues twist and tear from the obstruction. Blood, muscle, flesh, metal, all mixing, grinding together. He barks out a laugh as he bites Ro's wrist, causing him to drop the gun. Tomura's arms reach around the man and pulls him backwards. Phobos doesn't even notice the decay spreading across Ro's arms as he stabs his knife into the man's throat. He gurgles and sputters, hands desperately clawing at the handle. Tomura lets him drop to the ground. Phobos can't even think about the man suffocating on his own crimson blood next to him as he drops to his knees. He needs to stop the bleeding. Please, platelets, fibrin. I need to seal it. Blood pours from the hole in his arm. He desperately tries to wrap it, but his hands are shaking too much from the fits of giggles he's devolved into. That's all I am. I'm JJ, just blood pouring from skin and flesh. Uncertain hands grab the gauze and wrap his arm tightly. He shuts his eyes and breathes, wrestling control of the flesh. Hemostasis, inflammation, proliferation. Clotting, cleaning, healing. Blood, cells, tissue. The blood coagulates and stops seeping through the gauze. He starts to wane himself off the adrenaline, not letting it drop completely since they aren't done yet. He looks up at the presence kneeling in front of him. Tomura's expression changes from concern to his usual bratty frown. The teen huffs loudly and stands. You ready for the next part? By the time the two reached the hallway outside the dining hall, the other two teams were standing in position. Each had a trophy to prove their mission successful. Phobos could feel the excitement emanating from Tomura as they walked side by side. He makes eye contact with Shio. Their group look roughed up but relatively unharmed. She gives him a small nod. He returns it. Tomura burst into the dining hall, trailed by his crew. All eyes were on them as he shouted for all the Okami members to hear. Welcome to your new management, fuckers. Phobos sighed, but followed his part of the plan and dropped his trophy, Ro's recognizably tattooed hand, along with the other two teams dropping their own trophies. Why did I think he would follow a script? After a few gasps, the room went dead silent. The dozens of eyes watching them was making him want to crawl out of his skin. We're the League of Villains and your little group is now a part of my guild. We aren't just some gang, we are something bigger than your shitty brains can imagine. I'm here to give you purpose beyond your useless lives. Green eyes dart towards movement coming from the far right. An Okami member stomps forwards, her eyes are dark with rage. And what if I don't give a shit about your league or its FING purpose? Tomura eyes the woman, a lazy smirk rests on his lips. If you won't accept my gift, then you'll have to accept the consequences. The woman and another member behind her lunge forwards to attack Tomura. Their momentum is diverted towards Knight as he uses his quirk. They are pinned to the ground in moments. Tomura strolls up to them and squats down. Vibrant red eyes stare them down as he places a hand on each of their heads. Neither of them are able to fight back as their heads slowly decay. The only sound that fills the room is dust settling on the floor. Tomura stands and gestures to the crowd. Welcome to the League. Izuku finds himself back at the market a couple months after the takeover. Things were unsurprisingly a little rocky afterwards. A gang losing all of their major members while simultaneously gaining a new leader caused a lot of strife. Things have settled a little more now that their operations were running smoothly again. It didn't hurt that Tomura was surprisingly charismatic when he wanted to be, and most of the villains and criminals were fine with the takeover as long as they were still getting paid. Their little coup had shaken the local underground considerably. This prefecture hasn't had any large-scale gang violence in years. The League had marked itself as a major force to the police, heroes, and the whole underground. Alongside helping Tomura run things, Izuku has gained a new hobby. The increased villain activity has brought new heroes to the prefecture, and a certain new vigilante has been exposing the corrupt heroes and policemen. Sensei strongly disliked his obsession with heroes, but if he played it off as an obsession with exposing fake heroes, then he might be able to keep it up long enough for his plan to work. After months of research, Izuku concluded that Daylight and most Twilight heroes wouldn't have both the power and the subtlety needed to take a villain like Sensei down. He obviously couldn't research underground heroes the normal way, and so Confession was born. It was an identity that gave him just enough leeway to search for what he needed. He started this hobby without Sensei's knowledge. It's better to ask for forgiveness instead of begging for permission. Or in Izuku's case, it's better to suffer the consequences of actually getting something done instead of continuing to wallow in his own misery. Or maybe it was more like, he shook the spiraling thoughts from his head. There wasn't any use worrying about what's already done. Confession made his way through familiar hallways and crowds of people bartering at market stalls. His get-up was a lot more subtle than Phobos's. He wore the same pants, shoes, and undergarments, but his top was a hoodie with the sleeves cut off. The clothes he reused weren't super distinct by themselves, so he looked different enough. A reinforced cloth face mask and the hood of the hoodie hid his identity. Jiren saw through it immediately, once again, since he interacted with the man frequently. He made sure not to interact with the same people while in different masks, which wasn't difficult since they all did different things, talking to Jiren being the exception. That man was unfortunately the best info broker in the area, and they had enough of a working relationship that Izuku trusted him in the tiniest amount to not blab. He pushed through a familiar door and locked it behind him. Jiren stood in front of a filing cabinet when the door was opened. He turned and gestured widely. Why, if it isn't my newest customer? I saw in the news that Voltaic had his hero license revoked. I'm glad my information was of use. He finished sorting through some papers and sat behind his desk, mischievous eyes locked onto the person across the desk. Jiren sighed performatively. I have to say, I was hoping a certain wolf-like villain was the one who walked through my door. I wanted to tell him thanks for the favor and that he might need to watch his back. The Shy Hasaikai are intrigued by the stunt that was pulled. Confession rolled his eyes. I'm sure he'd be thankful for the advice. He pulled out a photo and placed it on the man's desk. Do you have any information on this hero? Jiren picked the photo up and inspected it, adjusting his glasses. He got up and picked through a seemingly random pile of documents. The man grabbed a few papers and brought them back to his desk. Usual price rate? Is the info verified? Jiren shuffled the papers before answering. I trust the source. Fine, give it to me. Confession huffed. The papers were handed over. There were only 3. Jiren spoke up as Confession read through them. His hero name is Providence and he's registered as a Twilight hero with the HSPC, but he's been mostly underground for years now. He actually used to patrol this area a while back. There's no record of his quirk and only a few police cases list him as an assisting hero, which isn't unusual for undergrounders. My source said he gave her the creeps. Take that tidbit however you like. He placed the papers into his backpack and pulled out a market check, scribbling down the payment before sliding it across the desk. Confession could feel Jiren's curious eyes on the back of his neck as he left. It was a couple days later that Izuku was able to go out as Confession again. The late autumn night was cold, almost cold enough for his breath to be seen. His armored undergarments kept him warm enough as he stalked the city. The Hunt and the Eye were particularly happy about his new hobby and both of them clamored in his head in excitement. It was really weird for those two to get along. Izuku's focus is drawn by a figure dropping from a rooftop a block or so away. He makes his way over to the building across from where he dropped from and peeked over the edge. Curious green eyes spot the figure walking down the street. Judging from his costume, it was definitely Providence. The man wore a pretty sleek black and gray hero costume, decorated with eye and star decals. He had Eskrima sticks on his utility belt. Izuku followed him down the street from the adjacent rooftops. Eventually the hero turned down an alley and began to climb up a fire escape. Providence paused on one of the landings. Izuku quickly pulled out his camera and started taking photos. He had gone through quite a few cameras at this point. When he got too excited or worked up, the eye would act out and break them. After the first couple cameras, he learned that older was better. Izuku got his hands on an old pre-quirk camera and a 10x zoom lens. It's lasted the longest so far. He captured Providence as he touched the potted plant on the windowsill connected to the landing. About an hour later, Izuku had photos of the hero presumably using his quirk on objects across several different buildings. They were all residential. Is this information gathering? Maybe he can gather some sort of information from the objects? I need to see a little more. His thoughts were interrupted by his phone vibrating in his pocket. Tomura had been spamming his phone with texts calling him various insults. He had been ignoring those for the past 30 minutes or so. But now he was getting called, so it had to be important. Yes? You fucker, I can't believe you've been ignoring me. Did you forget you're supposed to be my player too? Not some shitty vigilante dash. If you're telling me to come back to play a game, I'm going to hang up. Phobos could already feel a migraine forming as he pinched the bridge of his nose. I'm not ugh, I'm not that much of a needy beach. We've got a little problem with a shipment. I need my brains here to sort this sheet out. Be there in 10. Phobos hung up before the teen could respond. It was going to be a long night. The sun was setting and the sky was banded in shades of pink and purple. Izuku was watching the colors change while laying on a rooftop, one of his favorite pastimes. He had texted Shinso what he needed to wear for this training session the day before, and in reply he got a thumbs up emoji. They had been practicing free running, or parkour, as Shinso called it in the junkyard, alongside some general fitness training lately. Fuzzy green ears swiveled at the sound of footsteps approaching from below. I'll need to teach him to walk silently too. Izuku walked to the edge of the building and climbed down the outside of the fire escape. Shinso watched from the ground with an unimpressed look on his face. You know those have stairs, right? Its purpose is literally to get you up and down. Izuku got close enough to the ground before dropping the rest of the way. He faced Shinso with a cheeky smile, tail wagging. This way is faster. He walked around the teen in a loop, inspecting his clothes. Alright, put on your elbow and knee pads. Shinso huffed but complied with the order and dug them out of his backpack. So, Donatello, are you going to enlighten me on what we're doing today? Am I gonna jump off piles of trash again? Donatello? The purple-haired teen looked up with a smirk once he was done. It's from a pre-Quirk cartoon. He's a ninja and he's green cause he's a turtle. He's also the smart one. So it's a perfect nickname for you. Izuku sent him an unimpressed look before turning to walk towards the junkyard. They hid their bags inside and then climbed back out. Today you are gonna apply what you've learned to the real thing. We're gonna free run across the city. Learning how to get over common obstacles is one of the most important skills of a hero without a movement-based Q quirk. He called out over his shoulder as he took off down an alley. Try to keep up. Izuku could hear Shinso running behind him, trying to copy how he was getting over or around various street obstacles. As they ran around the corner of an alley they reached a dead end. There was a brick wall subdividing the alley and there was nothing to push up against it to climb up on. He spotted an awning above a nearby door that would just give them enough height. Well, it is about time he learns to deal with verticality. He sprinted towards a wall and kicked off of it, giving him just enough height to reach the edge of the awning and climbed up. Shinso followed and made the jump much easier. See, I told you why your height would be useful. Shinso groaned as he pulled himself upwards. His stamina had gotten a lot better from Izuku's training schedule, but he was unused to this kind of full-body movement. Izuku made the short jump to the top of the wall and straddled it. Shisnu, the lucky BSTRD, was able to step across the gap. He looked at the green-haired teen like he was about to make him jump off a cliff. Well, it was almost like that. Izuku gave him his best reassuring smile, his fangs peeked out slightly. We're going to hang from the edge and then kick off the side, landing in a tuck-and roll. You've done this dozens of times at the scrapyard, you can do it here too. Yeah, off of a 2-foot-tall crate, not a goddamn 20-foot wall. Oh, this has gotta be 10 at most. Izuku swung his leg over and did exactly as he described, springing up out of the roll to look back up at Shinso with a thumbs up. Wary purple eyes steeled with resolve as he swung his own leg over. He could tell Shinso was a little shaky and tried not to worry about his friend possibly snapping his neck on the concrete. Shinso let go of the wall and slid down slightly before kicking off. His roll looked a little painful, but he got up quickly and dusted himself off. Why, you did great. Try to not pause on the movements and keep things loose. Please tell me we're not doing that again. Shinso shot him a wilting look. Izuku smiled wider. That's not something a hero hopeful should say. He then took off once more, trailed by a grumpy yet determined Shinso. Izuku sat on a small balcony and watched as Shinso failed to climb up a wall for the 10th time. It was towards the end of their training session now and Shinso was pretty much dead on his feet. He needed to be pushed, though. Izuku had been going easy on him and now it was time to start pushing limits. He was also trying not to stare at his friend's face as he glared at the wall below. His face was completely flushed and his glare was captivating. Wait, what? A frustrated groan knocked him out of his thoughts. Come on, Shinso. Hero needs to go dash. If you say, plus ultra, to me one more time I'm going to stab you when I get up there. Izuku leaned over the edge and met his eyes. Good luck trying to land a hit on me if you get you up here. If looks could kill, Izuku was sure he would be dead on the balcony at the moment. Shinso shifted his death glare from Izuku to the handholds on the wall. A missing brick here, an old pipe there, just enough for a determined climber to make his way up. Izuku watched as he made his way up the wall, taking a different route once the last one proved useless. His heart raced as Shinso made it farther than he'd ever gotten. He faltered towards the edge of the balcony, but steady hands were there to pull him up the rest of the way. Izuku stumbled backwards and they both fell onto their backs. Shinso was panting hard and Izuku's face was hurting from how much he was smiling. Finally, I thought I'd be up here all night. You're such, a little sheet. They laid there for a while, staring up at the sky as Shinso caught his breath. It's been a long while since he's felt calm like this, almost at peace, like the only things in the universe was him and the purple-haired teen on the balcony. Izuku tried to count the stars, but the light pollution was making it difficult. You should apply to UA. His thoughts stuttered to a halt. I already said I can't. I don't really want to be a hero anyways. Shinso propped himself up on his arms and stared into Izuku's eyes, his expression was difficult to read. I haven't known you for very long but I can tell that's bullshit. You don't have to tell me why you think that, just know that only what you want matters. I know you'd ace the exam for sure. Izuku looked around everywhere except at Shinso, His heart rate picked up again and he felt a little nauseous. He'd never cornered him like this before. Izuku thought that they could just drift along in friendship limbo until it had to end. I never answer his questions fully. I knew he'd get tired of it sooner or later. I am such an idiot. His brain fumbled for an answer that wouldn't be an outright lie. For some reason lying to Shinsu's face felt like peeling his own skin off. Curious and earnest eyes pinned him in place. He could feel their gaze on his skin, urging him for answers. He didn't want to lie. Why, you're right. I've always wanted to be a hero, ever since I was a kid. But it's just not in the cards for me. I'll do something that helps heroes in instead, like how I'm helping you. Shinso sighed deeply and sat up, staring off into the city. I'm sorry for prying, it just feels like I'm looking in a mirror when you say stuff like that. Just know that I'm here for you, even if you think no one else is, alright? Shinsu's face flushed again, this time from embarrassment. He scratched at the back of his neck. Izuku didn't know how to feel. He either wanted to cry or to scream. I don't deserve this. If he knew, but he didn't know, Izuku was lying, not outright, but by omission to his only real friend. His body and mind felt fuzzy as it tried to process his feelings. Eventually he felt like he could speak without breaking down mid-sentence. I am sorry, I know I'm not really a good friend dash. Shinso sent him a deadpan look. Anyways, what I want to say is thanks, for being here with me. I know why you feel indebted to me, but why you shouldn't. I don't really have a lot of friends and you're a good one, so, thanks. They sat in a tense silence as Shinso took way too long to decide what to say in response. I want you to know the second I graduate I'm hunting you down and hiring you at my agency. It's been decided. Tension eased out of Izuku's shoulders. A playful air returned to their conversation and he squinted his eyes at the declaration. What makes why you think you could hunt me down? Shinso launched himself in an awkward lunge at Izuku, arms outstretched. Izuku rolled out of the way and sprung up onto his feet. It looks like you've rested long enough. Let's see how good you are at catching me. Izuku led Shinso for a final run through the city, back to get their things from the junkyard, and then to the shrine near Shinsu's house. He could tell Shinso was actually dead on his feet at this point. He looked like he wanted to say something as they parted ways at the usual spot, but chose not to. Izuku tried to ignore the way the worried eyes on his back made his skin crawl. He knew from the start that this would end eventually, but he wanted to help Shinso for as long as the lie lasted. Confession stalked the city, on a mission to find and confront a certain hero he'd finished investigating. He looked into the residential buildings as well as the people who lived at the apartments Providence used his quirk on. They all belonged to young women who either lived alone or with a partner. None of them had criminal ties. After last night's patrol, he'd finally figured out what the hero's quirk was. He could see through the perspective of the objects he touched. His name, Providence, was a reference to the all-seeing eye. That information paired with who he was using his quirk to spy on made his blood boil. He'd gotten similar statements to what Jiren told him about the hero making people uncomfortable when he talked to the locals, but no one knew about this. The silver of a hero costume glinted in the light of a dark alley. Confession had spotted his prey. He dropped down from the 3-story building he was on to land directly on top of the hero. The man's body slammed into the concrete below. Providence tried to fight back, but he was too stunned to get the vigilante off of him. Industrial zip ties were tightened painfully around the man's wrists before his weapons were removed. Confession crouched over him, leaving one foot on the hero's chest. He pulled out some photos and a tape recorder. Providence, age unknown, male, registered as a Twilight hero but mainly sticks to the underground these days. Quirk allows the user to see through the perspective of any object he touches, unknown timeframe, very useful for recognizance. Providence stared up at the vigilante with an indignant look on his face. It was obvious he recognized him. F.U. Very eloquent, too. The photos were shoved into the man's face. Fear flashed in his eyes before it was replaced by anger. Included in this envelope is photographic evidence of Providence using his quirk to peep on the apartments of young women. None of which have criminal ties or are actively being investigated by the police. All of the quirk-affected objects were on either the bedroom or bathroom windows of the apartments. The web leaned into his voice as he talked, allowing him to pull at the fear and the guilt the man was feeling. He could almost hear the hero's heart beating and he could see the sweat forming on his skin. VYRSM, criminal. Invasion of privacy, abuse of hero authority, care to confess. Confession pushed farther, amplifying the hero's fear and stress. His sickly green eyes peered into dull gray ones. It felt like he could fall into them from how hard he was staring. The eye urged him to know more. Why, how long? Don't you want to explain yourself? He could see the heroes will falter from the pressure. Providence wilted from his gaze and looked at the ground. He could barely speak through his erratic breathing. I just like to watch them, it's my quirk. I have to watch them or I get this unbearable dash. Confession sighed as he stood up, he looked down at the man like an insect under his shoe. I see, thank you for your cooperation. He called the emergency line and reported the location of the alley to the police. The cops were used to his calls at this point, so he didn't need to make something up to get them to come. After uploading the evidence to his blog, he left the physical envelope of evidence nearby so the police would find it. He learned to post his findings as well as handing it to the authorities, or the HPSC would cover everything up even if the police did prosecute the hero. Confession hopped over the sniffling man as he walked out of the alley. He decided to walk the rest of the way home so he could enjoy the light feeling in his chest a little while longer. I see you've taken up quite an interesting hobby outside of your work with the League. Izuku kept his posture relaxed and his face neutral. It was crucial that his mask remained firmly in place or Sensei would be able to sense that something wasn't quite right. He was using the web to calm his nerves and make himself sound confident. He had gone over what he would say to the man over and over again like a mantra. I was tired of Tomura not listening to me. Oh? Sensei's voice quirked upwards in amusement. We need to do more than just be a big villain organization or do random acts of violence. I keep telling him that we need to expose the cracks in Hero Society's foundation before we can destroy it. Otherwise the public would cling to the heroes that are still left and new ones would be created. But he refuses to go along with any of my ideas on how to go about that. And this is what you're accomplishing as this new vigilante? Izuku couldn't falter even though the pressure on his neck felt as if it might snap it. The web snickered at the show, at the battle of wits. It adored these conversations and would always make itself known as an audience during them. There was nothing he wanted more than to be able to punch it in its sneering mouth. Did it even have a mouth? He wondered. The stage was set, it was waiting for a performance. The simplest way to cause doubt in the system is to play on the people's sense of fairness. Much of the public are already sympathetic to vigilantes and will listen to what they have to say. Every time I expose a corrupt hero and the HPSC covers it up, every time the hero is let off with a slap on the wrist, doubt seeps in. Once enough cracks form, the foundation will crumble with only a slight push. Sensei leaned back in his chair and smiled widely. Izuku tried to suppress the shivers from the crawling feeling on his skin. The low light made the shadows in the room stretch out across the space, like they were reaching out to touch him. The web played tricks on his mind, showing him dark shapes moving about in the periphery of his vision. I always knew that you'd grow into something beautiful. I tried to express to Tomura the importance of well-laid plans, but his passion would always override his critical thinking. You, however, seem to have finally taken my teachings to heart. Sensei stood up and strolled over to a bookshelf and brushed his hands across the books. What do you think is the most important thing a person must have to change the world? Green Eyes watched as the man carefully took a book off the shelf. The most important thing a person can have? Izuku hated broad questions, especially when he didn't know if he was supposed to be honest or to answer correctly. He probably doesn't mean something physical. A personality trait or emotion, maybe? Izuku threw out a tentative guess, actively willing his voice to remain even. Ambition? The man put the book he was looking through back on the shelf and pulled out another. Close. The answer is audacity. He flipped through the pages. A small smile stretched across his lips, such a soft expression looked wrong on the man's face. The ability to say, I deserve this. A person needs the desire to take action and then the drive to follow through. They ignore what is considered right by others in order to take what is theirs. Sensei snapped the book shut and he walked languidly back to his desk. Izuku held his gaze as they locked eyes once again. It felt like Sensei was able to see through his eyes and straight into his soul. He pushed the web and the flesh to keep himself steady. The flesh squirmed under his hold, it begged him to let it run free, to make him bleed. Sensei slid the book across the table. This one is a personal favorite of mine. An old pre-quirk text on the ethics of a society. The author has a tendency to ramble, but his work is a fascinating read. Izuku picked up the book and held it carefully. He had never held a real paper book before. His mind was jumbled at the gift. Sensei had never given him something like this before. He struggled to come up with the right response when a portal opened up behind him. You may leave. He stood up and bowed slightly. Thank you, I'll make time to read it. Just as he was about to walk through the portal, Sensei spoke up. Midoriya-kun, do make sure Tomura stays focused on his goal. Green Eyes stared into gold. If he stared too long it felt like he might fall into their endless spiral, a dark pit that he'd never escape from. He nodded his head. Yes, sir. As he walks through one of Kurogiri's portals back to the bar, Izuku ponders if he'll just be permanently tired until the day he dies. Keeping up with his info network, going out as confession, and doing whatever Tomura wants is making the bags under his eyes almost as dark as Shinsu's. Oh yeah, he also has to pretend that everything is fine and that he's not drowning while training his only friend. So, things are going great. Izuku concluded. He's barely able to finish his line of thought before Tomura is yelling at him. Where the F have you been? Phobos rips off his black face mask and glares at the teen. Oh, I don't know. Just finishing up the orders you gave me. Tomura scoffs. Yeah right, all you've been doing lately is playing vigilante. Did you forget you're in my party? Like I've already told you. This is for your mission. We won't accomplish anything unless we weaken the system. Oh, wait, I forgot you can't understand anything unless I say it in video game terms. We need to debuff the boss before we can start the raid. Tomura's face screws in anger. He was about to attack when Kurojairi stepped in. Tomura-san, you wanted to ask Phobos to do something, did you not? He backs off but only gets more annoyed. His face looks like he stepped in something particularly disgusting as he looks off to the side. Take us to that rat beach. The two of them step through the portal and into a familiar room. In the center of the eerie white-tiled room is a man strapped to a chair. Izuku's heart rate picks up immediately before an artificial calm washes over him. Izuku isn't here in this room, Phobos is. He pushed the flesh to lower his cortisol. Suppressing glands, constricted pathways fight against the control. Phobos looks at the man in the chair. He's of average height with a slightly heavier build. His usually neatly slicked back hair sits frenzied on his head. For some reason Tomura has the Okami's financial advisor strapped to a chair. He had been working with the League after they took things over. Tomura, why is Masa strapped to a chair? Tomura stomped over and kicked the man hard in the shin. He whined in pain through the GG in his mouth. One of our guys caught this beach trying to stir up shit. He was going around and telling some of the original Okami members that they should try a reverse FING coup. Now, he's refusing to work with us. Phobos sighed deeply and walked up to the man. He eyed Tomura and signaled him to back off. I'm going to remove the GG and we're going to have a polite conversation, okay? He removed the disgusting spit-filled GG and threw it away. Masa coughed and sked in haggard breaths before eyeing Phobos warily. Phobos leaned in and pulled on the man's fear. The feeling of being caught in a spider's web. Resistance is useless, all that is left is to give in to the pressure. What were you trying to accomplish? I joined the Okami in the first place because I was tired of working for psycho fuckers. So when the fucking Joker's kid brother took over I decided I wanted out. If Phobos wasn't actively suppressing most of his emotions he would have laughed. I am so using that against Tomura later. Usually that kind of disrespect would get a member who was already in trouble killed, but they really needed him. Masa was the one who had the smuggling contacts and was the one who knew all of the Okami's logistics that was still alive. He was an integral part of the machine, so Phobos would need to go about things carefully. We may have different goals from the Okami, but your work is separate from that aspect. You don't need to agree with us to get paid. Masa resisted the fear and held firm. Get paid. That's rich coming from you fuckers. Your group were the ones that disrupted our very profitable trade with your crazy villain sheet. We make half as much as the Okami did. Business hates instability. Masa finished his response with a spit at Tomura's shoes. Tomura stomped forwards and Phobos turned to glare at him in a way that hopefully conveyed, back the F off. The glare did not work and the set-off teen continued to walk forwards. Phobos tries not to roll his eyes and steps back. He can't show any outward insubordination in front of others, but he will be telling Tomura just how stupid he is later. Why even yell at me to be here if you're just going to take over after a couple insults? This is why Sensei said I should be the one to do this type of thing, fantastic. He grabs the man's collar with all 5 fingers and begins to decay the fabric. Masa's eyes stay determined in his anger and matches Tomura's glare, keeping eye contact. He spits again and it lands on Tomura's arm. F you. Tomura looks down at his arm then back to Masa, his glare turns murderous. Phobos is just about to step forwards to stop him from killing the man when Tomura takes a step backwards. Stunned by the usual display of self-control, Phobos watches with thinly veiled surprise as the teen pulls out his phone. Kurojairi, drop the other rats in here. A moment later and a portal forms in the air, dropping 2 people into the room, a man and a woman. They groan in pain as they hit the ground. Both of them are bound, blindfolded, and gagged. Tomura speaks with a sick grin spreading across his face. These were the 2 other rats that were caught conspiring with him. I wonder if he'll change his mind after I show him some real psycho-villain sheet. The teen looks back at Phobos. Stand behind those 2. He glances over at Masa, the man's once determined face now twisted in fear. The calm beating of his heart contrasts the racing thoughts in Phobos's mind. It feels as if all of his emotions are muffled behind a thick pane of glass as he walks over to the two squirming people on the floor. How many times will I cross the line before I give in? How much more blood will I spill before I take the knife to my own throat? Phobos knows he can't do that, he's selfish and too much of a coward to take that way out. An image of himself strapped to that same chair, forced to watch as his mother was killed for his disobedience, flashed into his mind. Unfortunately for the two on the floor, he values his mother's life above theirs. But who am I to make that judgment? Guilt threatens to crawl up his throat. Tomura turns to face Masa. Kill the woman. Masa's screams and the other noises of distress are blocked out by the sound of static in his ears. Suddenly, he's back in that room in the lab, holding a scalpel above her body. Izuku's not here. Phobos is here and he's the one who's killed before, and it's him who will be the one to do it again. He pulls the knife out from its sheath at his back. His mind goes completely blank as he grabs the woman's head to keep her still and presses the knife against her neck. Deep and fast. Skin, tissue, muscle. With his mind blank, he doesn't really feel it as he slices through the layers. All it takes is a little blood. A little lost fluid and your true self is revealed. Her body goes limp like a sack of meat. He looks up to see Tomura grinning like a maniac and Masa fighting against his restraints, staring desperately at the man who's still alive. Change your mind yet? Masa's eyes dart between Tomura and the man on the ground. Yes, I'll work with you. Just, please, you don't have to, don't kill him. I am sorry. Tomura only grinned further, his dry skin cracked from the strain. A real psycho-villain would do something like, say, order his henchmen to kill the other guy just to dash. Stop. Please, I get it now. I've learned my FING lesson, okay? Masa pleaded, his head dripped with sweat and tears. Phobos could barely hear their conversation through the static muffling all of his senses. He let himself stand limply, like a puppet waiting for its strings to be pulled. If it felt like someone else was doing the action, did it lessen the weight of the sin? His mind wandered as he stared at the lifeless sack of flesh on the floor. Tomura finally relented. I'll send someone later to bring you back to base. You won't get a second chance. He replaced the BLNDFLD and headphones on the man before walking over to Phobos. Dull green eyes watched his shoes as they approached. Kurogyri refuses to move bodies through portals, something about not wanting gore to get inside him or something. So, you'll need to bag it up before he'll move it. A moment later Tomura was gone through a portal, leaving Phobos alone to clean up the mess. His body stayed perfectly still as he stared at the growing puddle of crimson at his feet. He watched as it spread outwards, like it was reaching out to find something. After a couple more moments of stillness, he finally texted Kurogyri to drop him a couple large trash bags with numb fingers. A small portal opened up and dropped them on the floor. Static filled every part of his body, the numbness spread up his fingers and arms until it filled every nook and cranny. He was a mind piloting a body through the motions. Slow hands opened the bags and put them inside each other so they wouldn't break from the weight. Legs strained and pushed against the floor for leverage as they dragged the body over. The only noise left in the room was the rustling of plastic and the soft whimpers of the men left alive. Disfigured fingers tied the bags shut and texted Kurogyri that it was done. He didn't remember how he got back to his room after sending that text. Skin, tissue, bone, muscle, blood. Blood poured from the wound. A beautiful river of crimson, the true self is revealed. He desperately holds the mask to his face, he'd do anything to hide from the truth. Phobos woke up with a start. He's alone in his room, he's not supposed to be him right now. His head aches like someone is trying to drill their way out through his skull. Izuku woke up with a start, drenched in sweat. He peeled Phobos's clothes off his body but suddenly stilled when he touched something cold and sticky. Bile rose instantly to his throat as memories flooded his head. He crawled to the toilet and emptied his stomach out. The red sticky substance smeared as he gripped the seat. No, I am and not the one who's supposed to deal with this. No, I can't. Phobos stopped dry heaving in the toilet and stood up. His heart slowed to a normal pace as he walked over and grabbed his discarded clothes. He scrubbed the blood out in the sink and rubbed his hands under the water until they were raw. Phobos finished wiping the blood off the floor and toilet before throwing the towel he used away. Once that was done, Confession sat down on his bed. Phobos sat down. Someone sat. Who was he supposed to be again? Someone looked at his trembling hands. The scars were red and inflamed from the hot water and scrubbing. Izuku looked up at the small sliver of mirror still visible behind the sheet covering it. Confession saw his reflection staring back at him. Panic flooded his worn-out mind. Who is that? That's not me. I am not that. I don't know who. Who am I? Phobos's head felt like it might split in half from the pressure and the pain. He stood up on shaky legs and covered his face with his hands. Peeking through his fingers, Izuku looked at his body. It was his body. He walked towards the mirror and pulled the sheet to the side. One of his hands gripped his hair tightly enough to distract from the panic and the pain. I need to think. Something's happening. Izuku removed the hands blocking his face and suddenly his reflection warped. He looked at Confession's reflection staring back at him. He covered his face then pulled his hands away again. This time Phobos was staring back. Izuku closed his eyes and covered his face once again. He tried his best to calm down and clear his mind. Once his heart was beating at a semi-normal speed, he opened his eyes and removed his hands. Izuku stared into his own worn-down reflection. After a few more minutes of switching between the three, he could tell that something was different. This wasn't just his mind separating itself to prevent it from snapping, his face was changing. Or rather his perception of his face was changing, probably. He couldn't feel his face morphing, so it had to be either an illusion or in his head. A thought crossed his mind. What if? He closed his eyes and pictured Tomura in his head, trying to focus on the details of his face. His eyes opened slowly to reveal scraggly blue hair and red eyes. Izuku knew logically that Tomura wasn't who he was looking at, but his mind said otherwise. Before he could think further, his reflection smiled. Izuku stumbled away from the mirror. He has a new tether. The stranger was looking back at him in the mirror. Izuku spent the next couple hours completely distracted by this new resident in his head. He experimented with changing himself into different people and even tried to make himself look like an animal. After testing its limits, Izuku crawled into bed, but he didn't sleep. He couldn't sleep with all this new information crowding his mind. I can use this, was the phrase that bounced around his head. I can use this to kill him. He'd never suspect his son. Izuku felt like he was about to lose it. Like actually lose his mind, which may not sound that serious since he's lost his mind a couple times now, but this time is different. He needs 3 things for his plan to kill Sensei: time to train the stranger, an opportunity to get close to the man, and to somehow get Eraserhead there at the same time. He was working on the first thing and he didn't really want to think about the third at the moment, so he was stuck thinking about the second. Izuku almost never knows where the man is at any given time and has no reason to get close to him aside from their meetings. Which won't work because Sensei will obviously already know it's Izuku and not Tomura. He also needs to test if Sensei will even be tricked by the illusion. The eye didn't work on him, but that might just be because it requires him to get inside a person's head. A passive illusion might work, maybe. His mind wandered in circles as he trudged through the snow-covered streets. He was out as Phobos at the moment. Tomura gave him a new mission. That was after they screamed at each other for 20 minutes about how Tomura handled Masa, before Kurojiiri stepped in and scolded the both of them. His new mission was to find some strong NPCs and recruit them so that they could start doing real villain shit. Which was as eloquent of a mission statement as he expected from the rabid teen. Phobos put on the wolf mask and adjusted it as he approached a known villain bar. He had gotten word from his eyes that a popular fighter from the fighting ring at the market frequented this place. The neon lighting reflected off the half-melted snow around the building. Various shady figures milled about the outside, smoking and chatting. A few looked his way. Curious and distrustful eyes poked and prodded at his costume, trying to size him up. Phobos walked confidently up to the door and inside the sleazy building. The place was packed and he had to shove through the bodies in order to find a better vantage point. The description he was given of the man was, he was covered in scars, had a fire quirk with blue flames, and his villain name was Dabi. Phobos walked up to a balcony section and pushed his heightened senses even further. Noise assaulted his ears and the flashing lights and colors made his eyes water. After a couple painful minutes, he spotted a heavily scarred man arguing with a lady with some kind of lizard mutation. Phobos weaved through the crowd, ignoring the glares and curses he got from pushing past people. He made it there just as Dabi shoved the woman and walked out the back door. He caught the door before it slammed shut and followed him outside. Dabi was leaning against the wall of the disgusting alley, smoking and clearly set off. This doesn't look like a very nice place to smoke. The blue-eyed man didn't look over and exhaled a large amount of smoke. Do I look like I'm out here for a FING chat? F off. Phobos walked over, undeterred by the attitude. He planted his feet in front of Dabi. You look like you'd be interested in some steady cash. The league can offer a much better income than the ring, Dabi. Dabi's face screwed in annoyance. He leaned down to close the distance between them. I'm not interested in what a stupid kid playing dress-up in his big brother's clothes is selling, now F off. Phobos stayed for a second longer before walking away. He'd try again later, when his target wasn't in a god-awful mood. Dabi was a wild fighter in the ring and he almost always won. From the reports he gathered, he always seemed desperate to win, no matter what. The eye itched under his skull. He could tell Dabi was determined to prove himself. He just needed to find out why and if the league could offer it. The knife swipes in front of his face as he dodges to the side, while his eyes are looking at the knife. A knee plants itself in his stomach, winding him. Izuku's manic smile spreads wide at the hit. He ducks under a grab and hops away to make space. Hitoshi has gotten much better. He grins harder at finally being able to call his friend by his first name. At the beginning of their spar, Hitoshi said that, "It's weird that I use your name and you don't use mine," and that was that. They circle each other, each eyeing for an opening to strike. Izuku moves first, coming in low and throwing a punch at his kidney. Hitoshi blocks the hit and is barely able to dodge another at his chin. Izuku stays on the offensive until Hitoshi eventually makes a mistake, allowing him to twist the knife out of his grip and grab it. He brings Hitoshi to the ground with a loud thump and holds the blunted edge to his throat. Green eyes stare into purple as they both pant from the exercise. Izuku pulled the knife away, but didn't move to get up off Hitoshi's stomach. "You were so awesome. Can't believe how far you've come. You've only used the knife for a month now and you're already implementing it so well." That distraction into AA knee to the G-gut was perfectly dash. Hitoshi could barely focus on Izuku as he rambled on about their spar. He was too distracted by the fact that his face was turning bright red from the energetic guy currently sitting on top of him. He needs to say something, to tell his friend that he really should get up, please. There's no way. His mind pleaded as he stared up at the fluffy green curls framing the face above him. There's no way that I find this knife-wielding cryptid kinda hot. Suddenly his mind halted. No, this is my friend. My only friend, and I'm not gonna think about him like that. My face is just hot from the spar. Hitoshi closed his eyes and tried to calm the erratic beating of his heart. And I think why you should dash. Izuku, please get up, you're kinda crushing me here. Wide green eyes looked down in surprise before he awkwardly scrambled to stand up. Sorry about that, I just get so dash. It's fine, you're fine. I just needed to be able to breathe. Hitoshi shot him with his best cheeky grin. Izuku made them go through the post-exercise stretches and continued to ramble about the million things Hitoshi should work on. Hitoshi didn't want to go home yet, so they hung out in the scrapyard a while longer. He pulled out some homework and started working on it, and Izuku sat down to write whatever he writes in his notebooks. That lasts for a bit before Izuku gets up and starts walking around and mumbling to himself. Hitoshi tried his best to ignore the pacing teenager across the yard and to focus on the science worksheets that he's supposed to be shoving into his brain. Hitoshi is trying really hard to focus on Bibit. After the 10th straight minute of shoes scuffing back and forth, he snaps, gently. "What is wrong, Izuku?" This seems to surprise the green-haired boy as he stumbled to a stop and looked over. What do you mean? Hitoshi doesn't even dignify that with a response and just increased the intensity of his deadpan stare. Izuku fidgeted with his fingers before letting out a huff and walked over to sit in front of Hitoshi. "I'm just thinking. There's this P person and I'd like to, get to know? But no matter what they just blow me off. Right, I'm gonna need you to repeat that last bit." Earnest green eyes look up. How do I get someone to share things about themselves? Hitoshi's soul leaves his body as all of the awkward times he tried to get Izuku to share anything at all flashed through his mind. He feels like screaming, maybe curling up on the floor and crying, but instead he replies. "Well, do you need to know that stuff? We don't share our deepest, darkest secrets, and we even go by first names now." Izuku's face fell as he curled in on himself, bringing his arms and tail to wrap protectively around his knees. "Yeah. I know. I'm sorry for not. You don't need to say sorry, I haven't really told you a lot either. It's fine." Hitoshi looks over at Izuku. He looks like a kicked puppy, literally. His ears are laid flat against his head and his tail is tucked tightly around himself. Hitoshi racks his mind for something to say that would lighten the mood. "Listen, Karapi-sensei. Just do what you did with me, jump scare them twice and then give them your number." Izuku sputtered out a quiet laugh and looked up at him. We're doing Sanrio characters and now? I'll take your advice, Kuromi." Hitoshi's sheet-eating grin returned as the tension between them eased a little. "Joke's on you, I love Kuromi." Izuku made a fake offended noise. "Of course you do, and I never said I didn't like Sanrio. Karapi's just not my favorite. You've probably got a basic beach fave like Cinnamoroll. Actually, it's Pompompurin." Hitoshi looked at Izuku's ears and tail, giving him a look. Izuku waved his hands in front of his face in embarrassment. I don't like him just cause he's a dog. I liked him before even, never mind." The green-haired teen stood up and stretched. Hitoshi absently watched before quickly turning to face back to his homework. The awkward air returned, neither boy knew how to continue the conversation. Hitoshi sighed and gathered up his things. "I think I'm gonna head back home now, I really need to finish this." Izuku nodded and grabbed his bag before walking over. I can head back by myself today." Hitoshi was desperately willing the blush from his face as he stared everywhere except for the tight long-sleeved undershirt that Izuku always wore. Okay, see you in 2 weeks then, Kuromi. The purple-haired teen didn't notice the sad green eyes staring at his back as he packed his bag and hurried home. The only thing on his mind was pushing the totally not cool thoughts out of his head. Phobos tried to hold the hunt back as he stalked his prey. He decided to keep an eye on Dabi in order to get another chance at talking to him. Tomura really wanted some stronger members now that things were ramping up. The league was now a major player in the underground, and they needed the firepower to back it up. Pun intended. All of the other possible candidates he had pursued so far weren't what he wanted. He needed someone who was looking for purpose, and from what he'd gathered, that was Dabi. He had done a little digging and found out that Dabi hated Endeavor and had purchased information about the hero in the past. A villain with a vendetta was perfect. Dabi was leaving the market, presumably heading to a bar to celebrate tonight's victories in the fighting ring, when Phobos saw him next. Phobos was dressed in street clothes this time and he weaved through the late-night drunks while keeping some distance from the man. Dabi walked quickly through the packed nightlight district. It took all of his focus in order to track the man through the various sights and smells. Dabi started to make more random turns down streets and alleys. Good instincts, it looks like he can tell he's being tailed. A couple more random turns and alleys later, Dabi cut through a packed pachinko parlor and out its back door. By the time Phobos made his way out, he had lost the man scent through all the alcohol and smoke. He checked around the alley, trying to pick up the scent. As he rounded a corner where the scent was stronger, blue flames filled his vision. Instinct had him stumbling backwards and he landed hard on his hands. Phobos didn't stay down for long as he sprung up into a fighting stance. Dabi walked around the corner. You! I thought I told you to F off. His voice was cold. Phobos put his hands up in surrender. I figured I'd catch you at a better time, see if you'd hear me out. Dabi backed off a little, but still looked like he'd much rather be drinking than making shady deals in a back alley. His expression read, I'm listening but don't waste my time. Phobos pushed the web forwards but used it subtly, decreasing the man's suspicion just a bit. I hear you have a special interest in the number 2 hero, Endeavor? The man bristled at the name and stalked forwards. Phobos stood still even though the hairs on the back of his neck stood from the threat. Piercing ice-blue eyes looked down on him, his skin prickled from the intensity of the stare. What I'm offering isn't just steady cash, it's resources and a purpose. We have a similar goal. The League is working to bring Hero Society to its knees, Endeavor is obviously included. Dabi didn't back up, he stood leering over Phobos as he inspected his face. He seemed to be satisfied with whatever he saw as his posture changed from defensive to relaxed but guarded. He pulled out a cigarette and blew a puff of smoke into Phobos's face. How about we finish your sales pitch somewhere else? I'm tired of standing in this disgusting alley. My creepy but stalker can buy me a drink. Phobos smiled widely. Because of Tomura's general tendency to cause chaos and destruction, new heroes were being assigned to the Kamino Prefecture once again. The mysterious blue fires that had burned down several small hero agencies and support warehouses also wasn't helping the situation. Tomura wanted to start really going after heroes and Izuku had just barely managed to convince him to burn down empty buildings at first. They really didn't need the heat from law enforcement that mass casualties would cause. He had just finished yet another heated debate on the direction the League should take before giving up on arguing with a psycho teenager about mass murder. His head was still pounding from the headache that talking to Tomura about League business causes. Izuku desperately wished that he could go back to just arguing with him about the most effective way to take down a boss. He needed to clear his head, so he decided to go with his usual way to cope. Diving into work. Izuku was out as confession right now. He sat on the edge of a rooftop and was waiting to see if his intel about a new hero's route was accurate. Every moment he was outside, he was passively training the stranger. He was currently on lookout as Present Mike, but he could tell it wasn't quite perfect yet. The more different a person looked than himself, the harder it was to make a convincing copy. His Present Mike mask was a couple inches shorter than the real thing. He had even bought a full-body mirror to aid in his training, much to Kurojire's surprise since he didn't know its real purpose. Thankfully, his connection to this tether was quite strong and stable, so it didn't cause too much strain. Present Mike knew that. Izuku knew that he needed to push the stranger back down when he started to forget who exactly he was. The mask dissolved and he could feel the subtle shift in his perception going back to normal. Bones cracked and popped as Confession got up and stretched. He was getting tired of sitting in the cold and waiting for his prey to wander by. He decided to take a small run through the city to check out one of the other spots this new mystery hero was seen. The movement helped his body and his mind warm back up from the cold. As he climbed down to street level a few blocks away to take a look around the area of the hero spotting, Confession could feel a presence watching him. It was exceptionally concealed and he could only tell from the way the eye made him itch when he was being watched. A shiver ran down his spine. He continued to casually walk around the area that the hero had arrested a group after a drag deal gone wrong. There were a few traces of the fight, a crushed dumpster and a couple slashes in the brick walls. The presence continued to get closer until it was dropping into the alley several feet away from him. Confession casually glanced over and smirked. It looked like his prey would come to him. The man matched the bare-bones description he was given, dark hair and a scarf. He had bright yellow goggles obscuring his eyes and a nondescript dark and baggy bodysuit. Definitely an underground hero. Confession could tell he was being sized up, but it was hard to read the hero's expression. "Shouldn't you be getting home, kid? It's late." The hero's tone was flat and tired. "I'm not a kid, I was actually looking for you. I'd like to know your hero name." Confession could tell that set the hero a little on alert. His hand lightly grabbed his scarf thing. He was sure the hero was narrowing his eyes behind his goggles. "I'm not obliged to tell you that. Now go home or I'll escort you to the nearest station and call your parents. I'm too tired for games." The web thrummed in his head, 1,000 little spiders skittered underneath his skin as he pulled the fear forwards. He attempted to lower the hero's suspicion and tension. His voice was smooth as silk when he spoke. "How about a trade? A name for a name? I like to know who the heroes are who patrol my neighborhood. I'm a bit of a hero nerd." The hero sized him up once again and then sighed deeply. "Eraserhead. Eraserhead?" Confession's mind immediately spiraled as he went through his mental catalog of underground or Twilight heroes. He had definitely heard the name before, but nothing was immediately coming to mind. He weighed his options. He could just give a fake name, but then he wouldn't get any more information from this interaction. "Let's see if he's a fan of my work." Confession. The tension ratcheted up the instant the word left his mouth. The flesh was pulled forwards into his mind and he maxed out his adrenaline. A gray piece of fabric launched forwards and Confession dodged to the side before running forwards. Muscle, nerves, chemical pathways. Decreased pain reception. Will we bleed? Confession held back the racing urges and thoughts that weren't his own. He hyperfocused on the person in front of him. The hunt narrowed his vision. "I just need enough time to gather some useful information." "What? Not a fan?" Eraserhead easily blocked a jab to the side and used Confession's own momentum to throw him across the alley. "Just come in quietly, kid. Don't make me restrain you with force." Confession didn't really want to make another visit to a police station, so he attacked again. The hero was dodging or negating his attacks with ease. That was until Confession managed to pull off a successful feint into a punch to the jaw. On instinct, the hero returned the punch and Confession stumbled back a few feet. Blood dripped from his nose. Hemostasis, coagulate just enough to breathe. The hero dropped into a lower stance. His hair began to float around his head. Confession attempted to banter again. "You're really good, how long have you dash?" And suddenly everything went wrong. Izuku's vision spun and the edges of the hero started bleeding colors. It felt like his brain was suddenly rejecting his body. He was viscously reminded of the drags and the tests. He coughed as blood filled his nose and throat. Everything was simultaneously loud and quiet. Someone else's smile stretched across his face. Interwoven fibers, bloody pathways, does he know? Beautiful crimson flowing, soon he'll know. Does he know? Can we ask? Does he? Izuku tried desperately to rein in the flesh but nothing was working. He didn't have control. He tried to move his hand to pinch his nose to stop the bleeding. The web cackled loudly in his ears. His body refused to listen to his commands. What is H happening? WY? WH at? Who? What? Why? The eye made his mind run in pointless circles. The thoughts swirled around and around and around and the predator stalked forwards. On silent feet it inches closer. The connection cut abruptly. Izuku took in a sharp breath once he was able to stop the bleeding. He looked up and startled. He didn't realize how close the hero had gotten to him. Eraserhead looked weird. He was frowning and his eyebrows were pinched in. Worry? No, that's not right. The man held his hands in front of him in a placating gesture. Kid? Can you hear me now? Izuku looked down at his shaking hands. I lost control. I called the EMTs, please let them check you out. I'm not sure what happened but dash. His enhanced hearing picked up distant sirens. Izuku couldn't deal with this right now, so Confession responded. See you around, Eraser. Before the hero could get over his shock from whatever had happened, Confession was scaling up the building. Eraserhead lost him quickly in the dark, winding alleys. All he could think about while running through the city in a panic was 3 simple words. I lost control. Those 3 words filled him with dread and glee. I lost control. Eraserhead's quirk was obviously some kind of quirk negation or erasure. His name seems obvious in hindsight. And for some reason it worked on his not quite a quirk. Instead of losing the ability to use his tethers, it took away his control. Confession stopped on a random rooftop. He panted heavily and dropped down to lay on his back. I always thought what they were doing was separate from quirks. What they were actually doing was modifying or maybe even creating quirks. Or maybe being a conduit functioned as a quirk. The specifics didn't really matter, all that mattered was he found the hero he needed. Izuku had almost given up on finding help and was just hoping that once he had trained the stranger, disguising himself would be enough. But this was perfect, he had no idea how many quirks or tethers or whatever sensei had, and this would make him completely vulnerable. He might even be attacked by his own tethers like Izuku was. Eraserhead was still a bit of an unknown, but he had the three important things he was looking for. He was subtle, strong, and he might listen. Well, Izuku wasn't sure about that last part, but all he needed to do now was build some rapport to see what kind of person he really was. How to make him listen. And then he could do it, he would kill Sensei, remove the threat hanging over his mother's head. One more life's worth of blood coating the ground underneath his feet. One more life to place on the tracks before he could pull the lever. It would be worth it, in order to save all of the people on the other side. They were the ones who deserved to live, his mom and all of the innocent Sensei would eventually harm. The man was inevitable. Izuku was sure he could do it, pull that lever, he had to. Even if it took destroying himself in order to make it happen.
Okay, sadly the chapter is over, and if you enjoyed the video just leave a like, and subscribe with post notification, so when the next chapter is ready, you will be notified. Okay, see you in the next video. Bye.